Pag-grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright.
Tolak tak bergolek, tersembunyi di sudut bilik. Kau mampu melawan balik, is this wrong? Masih yang terbaik. Kuasa ada di bahuku, kau tahu aku soldier. Cuba buat aku lega, tapi tak mampu rampas my honor.
Na, panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Takkan tahu like a fake us. Pray our path, they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great.
Misi berat lebih dari hebat, jalankan amanat masih bersemangat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. Jangan kuasa tu genggam piala, mina juara kan tawanya lemah. Hasil dibalik usaha buktinya lebih dari hebat, itu yang ku rasa.
Panas sepanas lava, ku semakin bertenaga bila bersama. Ku tahu just what we got. Terbuka like unanana, kuasa di tangan kita. This feeling I know, yeah. Kerja kuat lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, cause we are better than great. Takkan tahu lagi fake us. Pray our path, they ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great. Terus yakinkan diri, gapai impian pasti. Usah berlengah lagi. Oh yeah, I'm better than great. lebih dari hebat, usahlah kau mendekat. Jangan gentar terus bertahan. We are better than great, 'cause we are better than great. Tak gentar mulai ke tekad. Play our part, that ain't gonna change. Great, we are better than great, great.
North America! Kingdom is born. The Ohio brothers stand above. The throne is taken. The crown is theirs. T.O.B. claiming what they thought was theirs.
What is greatness in MLBB esports?
All right in the backside. Lots of damage. Basic immediately deleted.
Ay,
Whole world will be
tell
next
them that
on the
nobody's
block.
safe.
Top down.
Gotta
Double
put food
kill
on the
for
plates. Right now I'm taking the safe.
Oh, Mark going
Wait,
into triple.
I just been doing the race.
Maniac,
I just been
go,
catching the cases, and it's already too late. People say he diabolical. Right now I'm feeling unstoppable. Learn to avoid all the obstacles. Black can get hotter than tropical. Ay, do what it takes. We taking it too. Yeah, breaking the bank, breaking the rules. If my people starving, then I gotta steal. I get on the meals. Yeah, you know the deal. I'm keeping it real.
What is greatness in MLBB esports?
You have been slain.
Is it saying no to distractions?
Very close call. T.O.B. officially named the first grand finalist, taking down
Is it unwavering amount of focus?
Let's do this. Promise. Gonna get locked in. Elo. Final flash once again. And Cold World Basic.
Is it just pure passion that's more important than the food? How about hard work and no sleep gaming? Hey, give me more 5 combos. Yes, Captain.
Territory. Cold World comes in. Gets a suppression. Super Shark still didn't get away. Hoon uses the rider with IMU. Basically gets stunned up, taken out. 3 members down already. Cold World and Tarzan also in trouble. Cold World chased down. A double kill and a double kill. On top. Oh, good pop up. A lot of damage on the CM. Then comes Phantom Execution. Still counter back. Shark though. Tarzan finding it. Now he's in a bad bucket. Terrified. He's taken out from Hoon.
Or is it just old school discipline and determination?
This is what you get for face checking.
We know every one of us is great, but only together we are better than great.
Okay, let's go, guys. We have a plane to catch.
Boys, it's time for M5.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport.
Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak!
This is the Suman Challenge.
Go! Oh!
This just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the Hero Challenge.
Lapu-lapu.
Diritel.
Franco. Nana.
Nana.
Nana. Correct. Best dressed team.
Ole.
Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion. And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage. The hours of sacrifice. Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Jangan.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
Boba nails it, but Flesh doesn't connect as the implosion locks him down. The attempt, Keyboy starts things off, flickers in hard. The Netherrealm is going to protect him. Keyboy ends up losing his immortality, and now they're letting everything throw the kitchen sink as well.
The penultimate day of the M5 group stage ended with immense emotions and exhilarating gameplay. Team SMG started the series.
come back, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, nah, nah, I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I've been kinda greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I feel. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
It'll be a do or die situation for one of the teams and potentially a three-way tie depending on the result. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the M5 World Championships, this time around with your boy, Mirko, Gideon G, and Ulf. How are you guys doing?
I'm not okay with that anymore. I thought I was going to be okay with that. I'm not okay with it anymore.
I'm actually scared right now.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. The fellas tagged me in what, maybe 50 messages already and 50 stories about this particular cast. But I'm very excited though. It's homeboys going up against TOB.
You better hope that this result goes well. If not, I'm calling over Lil Gun.
I'm here on the side, so Gideon will do whatever he wants. All right, I can't stop him, Wolf. You just have to pray for your curse to be non-active. We'll see about that.
I already called on Leo as well as Naisu, so I think...
Oh, you gotta be careful there. But before that, the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonsun, presented by Kidia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible, wouldn't be as great. Heck, it's even better than great without your support.
Hey, quick shout-outs, actually, to our global presenting partner, Qiddiya, because Qiddiya is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture. Qiddiya Gaming is also giving away 5 sets of Knockout Stage 2 and Grand Final tickets. To join, just follow Qiddiya Gaming on social media accounts, comment why you deserve to win, and tag 2 of your friends that you want to bring along in the comment section. And keep in mind that the campaign starts from the 2nd all the way to the 7th December. That is today, the final day, and the winners will be announced tomorrow on the 8th of December at Qiddiya Gaming Instagram story.
And you know, while you're at it, Wolf has a specific recommendation. You know how good he is with his recommendations. He's sitting on possibly the best chair ever.
That's right, and I probably will take this home after the tournament. Don't just stop at the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition and reach mythic glory with the Secret Lab Talent Evo Gaming Chair immortal, that's true. Outfitted with the pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop match-winning comfort and keep yourself at the top of your game right now.
It's a do or die for the teams, but it's also a do or die for Wolf here. And even maybe the Malaysians, because Naisu and Leo are backing Wolf up. But the headline for this matchup, it's crazy. The fact that we have a chance of getting a three-way tie again, despite already changing a bit of the format, right?
Yeah.
It's already games, points, etc., but we're still going to see it. The Homeboys dilemma. Are they going to go big or go home after a start of the group stage, beating Geek Fam quite dominantly? They weren't able to do that against Deus Volt, and now we're in this situation.
I don't know how on brand the Malaysian teams are going to be. It's in the name Homeboys, but hopefully they're not going home this time, especially after dropping the game against the X Factor Deus Volt. I mean, if they could tie this up, or at the very least cause that tiebreaker to happen, we might get to see Geek and Deus Volt duke it out once more.
And it's going to be very, very tough because, again, pressure. So much pressure is on the line, especially for Zorn. It's crucial for him, who's exploring the possibility of this being his last dance. He said it in an interview after winning MPL Malaysia. What are your thoughts on Zorn, his entire career so far, Wolf?
Like I said, I think I mentioned this before. I'm a big fan of Zorn, especially after what he did during MPL. I think especially his banter. I mean, surely as a Filipino, that those words are spicy, but at the same time, I like him as a player, as an influencer. And most importantly, the unforgettable "well played, bro" sticker. That's just amazing. And thank you so much for that, Zorn. However, here is the big conundrum, right, for the side of Homeboys. It's interesting because they started day 1, right? And then they will be ending their last 2 games for like day 6 and 5, which is weird because there's like an in-between, a big in-between. And the thing is, people were already talking about Homeboys being like, surely they'll go to the knockout stages, right? Surely they're strong because of how they performed in MPLI and against Geek Fam. Now they're in a point where if they don't win against the team with a 0-2 match record, right now they cannot make it to the knockout stages.
If the team with 0 points right now are the ones to take down one of, yes, you heard it right, one of the tournament favorites. Coming into this tournament, a lot of people have finally given Homeboys, and specifically Malaysia, a chance. Again, hey, they're back. Homeboys with stellar performances like you mentioned, especially starting off strong in the group stages. We're really excited to see if Homeboys can come back to that and get that momentum back. Gideon? Any thoughts on Homeboys? Are you optimistic?
We're just believing and praying. We're living to the Malaysian brand. We're the most entertaining region, but hopefully this time we still keep our brand of getting out of groups.
Well, let's see as we are moments away from seeing the stage. The pressure keeps on climbing up, but don't worry, to officiate the M5 World Champions, we have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games, as we have seen the entire tournament reign, Wilbert, Sean, and Ivan all the way. Now it's time. Making the entrance is the NACT champions. Will they redeem themselves by dragging their foes down with them? Give it up for the Ohio Brothers!
My goodness, every time that the M Series is up, there will be an NA representative and they will always make the waves. Now, unfortunately, they can't make the knockouts, but they can drag someone with them.
Next, it is all for nothing for the surviving Malaysian representatives. Let's make some noise for the rowdy and cheery Homeboys!
Hopefully this is the last time they'll be holding up this flag. They're holding country pride, but more importantly, they've worked for 3 years to get to this point. 3 years to make the difference. 3 years to become a representative.
The team's heads as well. Now walking up to stage, T.O.B. Pikadiv as their coach. And for Homeboys, it's Pops and Seifel.
You would imagine that this is such a nerve-wracking event for Homeboys. Imagine starting with a 2-0 win against Geek Fam after performing so well in a tournament outside of the MPL, outside of the M5. Now, it's Team USA, the Ohio Brothers, Zia, Best Player 1, Milo, Hoon, Shark. They are the ones that can actually stop Homeboys from getting into the groups, getting into the knockout stages.
And it's strange because for T.O.B. mainly, it always seems like they do super well domestically. They are undefeated in the regular season of NACT, but comes the international tournaments, nerves have always been able to get them somehow, despite them having, this time around, 2 very experienced players. Heck, you can say 3 with Hoon, also part of the Valley roster, top 4 at M4.
But that's the thing, it's just showing the state of the region, right? Malaysia took a long time to develop to get other teams to a point where Todak isn't going to be a representative, and now the Homeboys have taken that moniker, and it's stressful even for not only an entire community watching, a young community in a matter of fact, but a competitive region looking to reach new heights.
Now we're looking at Homeboys with their winning lineup, still sticking to Rizal, Chibi, Zorn, as well as Warlord and Subpot to play this game the way they need to. From MPLI all the way to the first day of group stages, comfort picks, especially for Zorn, it really dictates the matchup, right? And that might be something that TOB are looking to just cancel out, deny away from them. They've had 2 days where they didn't get to play at all, and that 2 days have just been them strategizing in the back. I've heard a lot of crazy compositions that they're telling me. I don't know if it's actually going to come out here, but hey man, Mr. Mao.
Mr. Mao. Oh, okay.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
I don't remember doing that.
Thank you to our producers out there that have been paying off in the scenes to make sure that the Mirror Bless is going to be coming around this time.
Hey, yo.
What do you mean? You totally did that. 100%.
You totally did that.
This sneaky. I was literally.
That's crazy.
Why, you gonna take it back?
Yeah,
Are you gonna take it back?
They're playing with my mirror curse. I'm telling you, it's not based on the graphics. It's based on what I said before the match.
Sure,
I won't
buddy.
say what I said.
Sure, buddy.
Sure, buddy. Oh, man. All right, you know what? Let's just get into the game. Let's just get to what they can do right now, all right?
Okay.
For Zorn, how important is it right now to get his comfort picks? Has he evolved? Can the team actually rely on him playing something passive? Can they have another form of initiator?
I think it's not about the comfort heroes. It might be about the comfort job or task in game. For example, I've seen that he was very successful in MPLI going for those catch heroes. But I think that right now in this M5 World Series, he's more of a protector for Rizal, for example. I think that when they went for Minotaur, Baby Tigrel eventually, his performance is actually pretty stellar, you know? So I think that it's a comfort task that they should give him, not much about the comfort picks.
I think if we're talking about overall style, what we're hoping to see from the side of the Homeboys is to revert just a little bit backward, take one step back, play towards their early game strategies that they've been doing throughout the regular season of the MPL MY, and maybe that's going to, kickstart that journey, because Malaysian teams, the one thing that we don't know about is consistency. We have high highs, but we have really low lows at the same time, and we're trying to bridge that gap as much as possible.
And that may be the reason why Echo have actually mentioned that Homeboys and Deus Volt in an interview that they are the dark horses, and hey, Deus Volt Homeboys, they went up against one another, and we did see it go very, very close, and we did see the inconsistencies of both these teams. But now, fun facts for you guys. The Malaysian boxing champion, Sapat, is also known as a Sapakito in MPL Malaysia due to his outstanding performance with the hero.
You know what? When you mentioned about this, it's not even like we didn't label this as the group of death. I don't remember somebody saying that this is the group of death. Usually it's like the Blacklist group or the Brainy Sports group. And guess what? We have the rock, paper, scissors thing going on between 3 teams. Homeboys beating Geek Fam beating Daewoo beating Homeboys. I mean, what do you think about the implications of that in this kind of format, right? I never really asked this to anyone. Me personally, I don't like the fact that there will be teams going home before the knockout stages because I want to see them knockout stages. It kind of grew on me, but specifically seeing these teams, like 3 teams that deserve to be the knockout stages, but only 2 going forward. What do you think about the format?
Ooh, personally for me, I think it's going to force teams to actually play at a higher level because again,
I agree.
The risk of having no lifeline at all is going to force you to be consistent as possible throughout the tournament, and that's kind of what you want to see, right? You don't want to just have outstanding performances, big upsets, and you have these great storylines, but at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to see them consistently coming to the M Series year after year.
That's right.
I love it. The fact that the knockout stages is already double elimination, not single, that's already so much of a chance for all the teams. So the knockouts have to happen in the group stages, and we're about to see one of these teams either win the game and maybe help another. Maybe they get a point to prove that their region is in here to win. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft for game number 1.
Right off the bat, you would think about utility junglers now for both teams. I think homeboys like Chibi, especially with the Joy as well as the Baksha. I mean, Joy is not a quote-unquote utility jungler, but that's his, as Southeast Asians call it, power hero, right? Is it also called Power Hero in Malaysia?
Power Pick for
Pick,
the English.
right.
I can tell you the BM one, but I don't think it's going to be as relevant.
Yeah,
What is it?
Power Pick. I think
BM
it,
one.
Guasa?
Guasa.
Okay, all right. But yeah, anyways, speaking of power picks, homeboys do love that Joy. And I don't know if they are willing to trade the Nolan for the Joy, specifically against TOB. Maybe they are, because they kind of... it has been proven that TOB, even when they play assassins for best player, like your Fanny, like your Nolan, they are beatable in that regard.
I think it's one of those situations whereby even if you are going to go for an assassin, there are a lot of strategies that are heavily leaning in towards, especially if you're on the blue side of the map, right? Again, EXP, mid lane priority, being able to push in and take away purple buff, because so many assassins are dependent on it, and then you start avoiding and start thinking about the other picks that may not necessarily come out as often. Hellcrit, for an example, didn't really show up that much because Fredrin is just dropping off that much more, and everybody's like, Boxia, give me more.
Now TOB don't want more. They want to just deny it away instantly from homeboys. We've seen that Chibi, if he gets his hands on a utility jungler, someone that can last hit really well, his retries are almost impossible to beat. And for best player 1, even on the utility junglers, he does struggle in that retry department. So that's something that TOB wants to just get out of the way, and maybe they want to get... See, that's the thing about best player 1. Do you want to get an assassin on him early on, play with his potential, or do you want to force him on something like a utility and give the carry role over to Zia and Shark?
But Nolan as well as Joy's open. I think TOB are looking towards to go towards a Nolan, obviously. And homeboys kind of love that trade because now they get the Joy, which is, like I said, the power pick for homeboys. Then they back it up with something like a Valentina, which kind of now limits the heroes that could be available for Hoon.
I mean, we talked about...
there it is.
Yeah. We're talking about these power picks. We're talking about picks that have dashes, inclusive of Valentina. Let's not forget that Warlord was willing to bring out a mid-Phoveus. I would say for some people, questionable. For other people, kind of interesting. You're in one of two camps here. As we look over to the homeboys, Joy gets locked in, as well as a Farmus.
The Joy is going to be a good pick, honestly, for homeboys. They love playing around these neutral objectives, especially controlling the river. Joy gives you exactly that. If you are able to utilize that maneuverability to get a lead early on with a cheeky little gank, a cheeky little invade that Chibi loves to do, with the help of the Farmus controlling that mid wave, it's going to be tough for TOB to respond.
Well, maybe the response is get the Nolan now, obviously, then get the Minotaur with it. Or maybe they rush the Kaja this time for Super Shark, because Super Shark, I think, is much more comfortable with catch heroes. There's the Nolan. Obviously, the Kaja is great versus the Joy overall. It's a Super Shark hero. Minotaur is like the safest route because it's quite in the middle. It's also a catch hero, but it's a sustain. Hilda immediately.
Okay, that's a strange choice to go for, because not because Super Shark isn't good at it, but it's not what we're used to know, what we're used to when we see Super Shark. Initiation, pick off heroes. I would have expected the Kaja because the Phoveus was up for grabs, but it seems like homeboys want to take it a different route as well. They go for the Minotaur instead, and now TOB, they find themselves in a bit of a tough situation. They're good against the dive because they can steal away that minion's fury, but they also can't dive. This will come down to how they can actually just, I feel, isolate and get early advantage through ganks and through pickoffs.
And the thing with revealing your Hilda as well as Valentina is that homeboys will not have to ban the Diggy anymore, even though it's a good hero for them. Maybe the only thing that I'm kind of scared about for homeboys is that they give two big ultimates for the Valentina. But surely they're prepared for it, because sometimes, you know, having two good ultimates to copy is like an overload, right? You don't know what you will copy, be it the Minotaur ultimate or the Farmus ultimate. Good ban on the Iksha, and you mentioned this, Mirko. The dive coming out from TOB, it's not that much.
I personally think that at this point, it's now starting to boil down to what the EXP laners are going to look like. I think that match in particular, Serpot versus Mielo, is going to be, I mean, it depends on what you consider the GOAT. You know, there's also Flapteasy in that argument. And I think that I think it's important to have priority, right? It's not necessarily about winning the matchup, it's being able to respond first. I don't know whether TOB is going to lean into that or they're going to be a little bit more lane focused considering they've already got the Hilda to be annoying. Therefore, do you want to just win lanes knowing that the jungler is always going to be monitored, or do you just want to help out punish the jungler by pushing waves?
Yeah. If I were TOB, I would go for priority, you know, because that just makes sense. You have the Nolan, you have Valentina, you have the you have this Hilda as well. So that means that you will want to go for your staple XP laners that actually win or at least get the lane prio on their side. Like Terizla, for example, comes to mind. I'm not sure if TOB actually played the Lapu Lapu, but that's also a hero that they can also pick up against Homeboys. And for now, Homeboys, they are banning out Brody. Makes a lot of sense. But that means that they are eyeing for either Claude, perhaps, on their side?
Yeah. That seems like a very viable pick because Claude already does really well, especially when you want to group up together in the Farmist ult. And it kind of goes both ways because of the Valentina.
Yeah. It's also really good maneuverability-wise, right? When you get dove on by a Nolan, when those damage fractures start to stack, you need a way to blink out of that, and that Claude definitely gives him an option to go for. But at this point, I feel like TOB, they might just double down on that. Zia has mentioned many times before that he has a massive hero pool in the gold lane, but he decided Khalid first. We need to take away the setters, the guys who can stop our Nolan from being a threat.
I think they're purposely letting Homeboys get the Claude so that eventually they get Harith for TOB. Zia played the mage role before.
You're right.
And it kind of makes sense because, again, your resilience allows you to kind of have, you know, essentially immunity against the Minotaur. You deal so much damage that you overload the Joy when the Joy is locked down. And it's another lane prio hero. So I will not be surprised if TOB eventually goes for something like a Harith.
I mean, it's either like they go Harith or they just fall back to lane prio, which is going to be Beatrix most of the time, right? But that's it really depends because you're giving up one thing for another. We see the Terizla and they're giving the priority. Oh, okay. So let's take it one step further. Now that we have lane priority on the EXP side, the gold lane says no matter what you pick, TOB, you take Claude, you take Beatrix, you take Harith, at the very least, I'm going to get one of the picks back to actually force back the gold lane into our favor.
And Ryzel getting on a hero with a winning matchup is very, very important, right? That's one of the reasons Homeboys have been able to snowball and also yet play for the late game with Ryzel. So keeping this as a counter pick for the last choice is smart, but TOB, we can go for the hair, dude. Wolf has called it again! How?
Why are you so hot?
No! It's ridiculous at this point, but the damage comes through as well for Mielo. So they set up perfectly for, this is kind of it's a dive, but they don't dive to the back. It's a dive that goes kind of front to back just to disperse some of the front to back composition that Homeboys wants to build for themselves. And now you're in a tough spot, right? When you want to go against the Harith, do they double down on someone who can counter the Harith in lane, or get a physical damage carry? The answer, I think, needs to be physical damage. They have a bit too much magical damage already built up. But still, Wolf, you're disgusting.
It's crazy that he is a man of faith and still a virgin. I don't know how he does it. I really don't. I really don't. He's just, how do you pull this off? And now Homeboys now devolving down back down to an almost set-like marksman to kind of help out the rest of the team. It's like, well, lane priority is already going to be difficult. The 1v1s are going to be difficult. I might as well play to scale and also help out the rest of my team.
I'm curious to actually talk about this Thams because it's again, it's a new hero. I mean, the Harith makes a lot of sense to me. Thams is more obviously lane prio again. But then again, if you combine them all together, Nolan, Hilda, Thams, you have the Harith as well as the Valentina, they badly want to win the lane. And if they don't, if they mess up the early stages of the game, I would say that this Deathball comp with the Minotaur, Tharamis plus Irithel, oh my goodness, that's a lot to deal with. Yeah.
It's going to teeter and totter in both ways. A seesaw, some may say, a pendulum, but eventually, once it starts tilting into one side, I'm expecting the next 6, maybe even 7 minutes to be pretty devastating for either one of these teams.
All right, team comparison right now in the group stages. Man, for Homeboys, they really need to keep this joy, get him farm, open up some space. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 1. Into the land of dawn we go. Homeboys with a signature draft. Meanwhile, TOB, they're going full Ohio mode.
Oh man, TOB going to be playing on the blue side up against the Homeboys on the red side. This is going to be one match you do not want to miss. But speaking of which, Super Shark getting chunked out pretty heftily here. It looks like, you know, Zorn and Chibi have been working together to kind of make sure that Super Shark isn't able to kind of slow this down. But regardless, we're already seeing Nolan power farming like heck.
Yeah. It's going to be important to always outspeed the Joy in this case. And I think that we've seen this matchup so many times throughout the group stages. Early game, you can see Nolan just destroy the laning, the jungle. And then with 3 big dudes, I mean, well, just one big dude and one Faramis defending Chibi, it's difficult to actually invade that guy.
Yeah, it's typical. And also Super Shark decided to take Petrify here. The Retribution coming down pretty hot from best player 1. Oh. This is making it really awkward in these first couple engages. The rifts are good enough, and Chibi is punished instantaneously. Nicely done by the Ohio brothers. Boy, oh boy. Let's call in that tech pause here. Thank God. Oh my God. Oh my goodness, thank God.
And we have time to breathe and time to think. And I like that you pointed out that Petrify on the Hilda. I think this might be the first time I've seen it done professionally. You go typically for sprint because you gotta take care of yourself. And having the Petrify is like a... Perhaps what they wanted to do was to also use the, you know, the CC rhetoric kind of thing when it comes to like the turtles, the neutral objectives. But you can also do that during the first few minutes of the game when you're jungling, right? You Petri the enemy jungler and then all of a sudden the stacks are, you know, are better. The odds are better on your side.
Kaja at home, you know, when I'm
Kaja at home.
Mom, we need a divine judgment. We have a Petrify.
We got a Petrify. It's okay, all right?
And it also helps the fact that, you know, Joy has been adjusted. That dash is no longer anti-CC, so if you do actually dash forward, get petrified, you're going to be punished. You're right. It's literally a light version of CC of Lockdown. And that's something they will utilize really well. They have a lot of damage output, man. I mean, especially in early game, that level of Prio in the early game, the level of Snowball, we're already seeing it. Saw that angle from best player 1. Just crossing the tier 1 and tier 2 to cross through the purple buff and get a steal over Chibi. Stealing a buff over Chibi. Bro, this is one of the rhetoric gods in Malaysia.
Look, it's level 3 to level 2 at that point in time, level 4 to level 2 currently, and it's now legitimately dangerous, right? This is what we were talking about earlier, about that teetering seesaw. It's going to be very devastating for the first couple of minutes for the side of the Homeboys to actually recover the economy at that point of time. But let's not forget, TOB is one of these very unique teams that actually really take into consideration the micro mechanics of the games, things that really, really annoy people, really piss people off.
And that's exactly what they did, something that did not happen earlier. We'll get into that as we enter the game again. The pause has been resumed, ladies and gentlemen. And we are at the spot earlier where Chibi was, where the Thamas was. We didn't get to see it completely there because we were focused on the purple buff, but the Thamas against the Terizla, he's able to clear the waves a bit faster while ignoring the Terizla damage, and he was the one who gave best player 1 the route, the safe route over to actually cross towards that purple buff.
With best player 1 being level 5, Chibi only stay at level 3 because he did not get the purple buff. That's gonna be a free turtle. Good thing, look at what Chibi is doing. It's already invading, and then Super Shark is just eyeing the other orange buff. That means that Chibi will have a little bit. I mean, if they secure their own orange buff, it would be good for Chibi for recovery. I mean,
This has been pretty obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie, right? I mean, Yellow is able to kind of freely walk around for the first 3 levels, now 4 levels into the game. It's making it even tougher for Supa to actually respond to this because he doesn't want to take awful trades to make out of it. Like, look at Yellow right now. He's low, but he knows that he's got the vengeance. He's going to this engagement against Zorn, forcing that flicker out of there. The Minoan Fury is available, but there's no real reason to use it right now.
Item check.
Okay, so that's Azure Blade already up.
Oh, penalty zone's already coming up for the side of Supa. Best player 1 gets on out of there with a stolen. Oh, Omo didn't steal the orange buff. Chibi able to secure it for himself.
Despite being 2 levels down, that is quite impressive. But no, it is actually a steal. Gideon, Chibi, he's holding the orange buff that he stole
from the other side.
The invade that happened. Shark doesn't really like that. The fact that you invaded our jungle, I'm the Hilda, I'm the one doing the invading, all right? And so far, this Prio, I want to talk about the matchup specifically in the bottom lane. How does the Irithel fare? Wait a minute, Zorn.
Minoan Fury already coming down here, knocking up 2, maintaining the CC, chasing the electrifying beats, finds 1. It's best player 1. Super Shark on his way. Oh, he manages to get in the bush just in time, but he still goes down to Warlord. That's a double for the mid laner of the Homeboys.
Whoa.
Looking for a trade. Mielo has come down all the way from the top side to help Hoon find the trade back. It's 2-2.
Super fast Mielo, all the way from the XP lane, clearing it, getting prio. Unfortunately, this does halt that early game snowball just a bit.
And that is going to be massive. That kind of reduces the lead that best player have built versus a Chibi. Right now, if you're looking at gold earned, Chibi is just 1.8k, best player is 2.5k. The thing is, the Ohio brothers, they cannot afford to make those kinds of mistakes. And you were asking about Irthel versus Harith. I think Harith is generally a good laner against marksman just because of how much damage you can get during your level 2 power spike.
Speaking of which, next turtle falls into the hands of best player 1. A no contest for the side of the Homeboys. And speaking of laning priority, look at Zia just making sure that he's getting great trades against Ryzel.
You can see already the little rotation that the Ohio brothers are going for. Now that they got the turtle 2 times in a row, they want to start capitalizing on real structures. And it's the bottom side that they start with a dive.
And NetherRealm is going to protect Ryzel. Underneath the tower, the dive has been thwarted. Ohio brothers move away as Mielo getting attacked by 2 on the top side. Chibi looking for the opportunity, but that vengeance is going to keep him alive through the electrifying beats. Mielo still taking them on 1 by 1. Somebody needs to take him out. Regeneration keeps him alive. Mielo walks away. Chibi is not going to let him go. Leon Missile is putting it up, but no! It's going to be the Molten Sights. Mielo 2v1 successful.
That's why we call him the GOAT of NA TOP.
Once again, they successfully dive underneath the tier 2. Ryzel is dead. That Petrify put into good use.
Oh, no, no. I'm sorry for saying that, man.
Yeah.
Cursed him live. Anyways,
cursed him.
Homeboys, they were able to find a kill, but still, hey, it's happening again. Another fight in the mid lane. Yeah. They're not stopping. They love the chaos.
Yeah.
They are the Ohio brothers.
Yes. And the fact that Milo went for the Corrosion Scythe first, that means that he does deal the damage, but he needs to tank up now. Somebody has to be also covering the front lines, just like Super Shark is doing, who is now going to be looking for an Sky Guardian helmet, I believe so. It's going to be what they need. And obviously, like I said, they need to keep up this pressure. The Ohio brothers, they cannot let the Homeboys breathe.
Yep, 4 members of the Homeboys trying to protect Chibi's purple buff at this point of time. This is, quite the momentum coming out from the Ohio brothers, right? Finally, they're looking really comfortable despite Chibi now recently purchasing the Starlium Scythe. I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. Maybe if it does come back to that 2v1 situation against Mielo.
It's all about playing with the pace, playing with the momentum and the lead, right? Homeboys, this composition, it's full of sets, it's full of that systematic gameplay. If they are able to find a big initiation, big amount of CC, the Ohio brothers will fall. And that's why they're never truly committing to neutral objectives unless it's free to take. They will split up the map, make it chaotic, and go for dives.
Up on the top side, once again, the Petrify from Super Shark. This is so obnoxious.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Even when they pop the sprint, Ryzel cannot run away in time.
It really makes you think, where did they come up with this strategy? Was it made in Ohio?
I hope it stays there. I hope it stays there. It's frustrating to see, especially like not even because I'm a Malaysian fan, but more importantly so, as a goal laner, this has to be one of those things that you're not keeping track of at any point of time.
Exactly.
It's like, oh man, how often do you see a Hilda have a Petrify?
I mean, like, hindsight is 2020, but I've seen a lot of players struggle with that. Sometimes they forget that it's execute, it's petrify, it's flicker. Sometimes they forget about it, and your body clock, like in-game, your in-game body clock already knows that, okay, this is usually what happens, so I just dodge it. So yeah, that's the power of the resilience, but it's not enough.
Yep, the Minoran Fury comes out, but still, they got all of his abilities. They got the Zaman Forth, he also got the Purify as well, but how many abilities was used just to get one dude?
They really hate Zia, man.
But now, Warlord unable to get out of there. He loses his flicker. You can just see how fast Best Player 1 is currently. 8 minutes of the game, level 13 is the tier 1. Will start to drop.
That's the thing, when you already have such a big snowball at the start of the game. Oh, they're going again. They don't want to stop. It's Chibi next.
Oh, hopefully they remember. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They've already used the Retribution, and that's more than enough. Wait, hold on. Best player getting some damage done, but they're just going to go straight for the invade, right? No need to do anything extravagant.
Yep. They don't have Retribution on the side of Homeboy, so surely they'll get it. And there's a lot of lead that they're establishing right now. I think, there was a very questionable play coming up from Zia walking towards that fact, but you mentioned that they had to spend all of their ultimates up. I think sometimes that's worth it, specifically in this situation where you kind of want to slow down this Harith from snowballing. He is going to be up with the Crystal soon, and that means that skill 1, Synchro Fission coming out from Zia, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's going to hurt a lot, man. He's coming to his power spike. That's mainly the reason why the Harith isn't really meta. The fact that you need to get that snowball, you need to get rolling in the start. The fact that the OB have Prio all over has given him so much more. He's actually doubling as well.
Yep. Oh, this is so obnoxious. Tell me.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got to be mauling at just the fact that Super Shark is getting away with this, but it's effective. You have to admit it is effective.
This is scary, by the way. The fact that Shark is starting to recall. We've seen that throughout M5, Shark's been a momentum player. If you give him that momentum, you give him a lead in the early game, once he finds that spark again, once he finds the love for the game, that's Shark at M3, that's Shark at M4, that's the Super Shark.
That's right. And now they're taking away so much from Chibi, who is struggling. And struggling is an understatement, specifically for this moment. There will come a time, though, that I would say that Homeboys will have a decent amount of team fight in them. That's going to be up to, what, maybe 18 minutes into this game. Can they last that much? They do have decent wave clear, though. And they have the Faramis that can also always prolong the team fights.
Again, this is where it gets really tough for TOB, right? The fact that now they have to fight systematically inside of the base. There's no more structures on the other side, no more isolation. But will this gold lead bring them an easy win in the team fights? Warlord was chunked instantly, concealed.
Here we go, Super Shark for him. Yellow's getting chunked, but here comes the stolen Netherrealm. The Minoan Fury in the middle of 3 knocks them up. Ryzel gets the free hit. Yellow is already down. GB now has to deal with the bottom side. They chunked down the mid-tier 1, but only losing Yellow. Not too bad of a trade considering how much structural damage they achieved on both mid and bot side.
Yeah, considering it's only Yellow, I would say it is worth it, right, Wolf?
Yeah, I would say it. The best option, the best case would have been if they were able to push one of the turrets. But the fact that they burned all of the turret passive, aka the holy defense, is gonna be great. Super Shark does have the petrify.
He's
just waiting.
Yeah, right? I mean,
he did use it.
He did use it. Chibi's able to dash on out of there, but I think at this stage of the game, right, I don't feel like the Homeboys really want to walk out of their base. If they take a bad fight, they instantly lose more, probably not just one, but both of the low inhibitors at this point.
So for Homeboys, what are they waiting for currently, Wolf? I'm seeing Ryzel, he's still building towards defense. That's a win of nature that's next up, and I don't think that's really going to help them fully control the fight.
Obviously, because of the Harith, it's going to be a problem.
Oh, the damage is good. Warlord flickers out of there, has to use the Netherrealm defensively, and that's the Minoan Fury. Super Shark gets punished. They break open the bottom inhibitor, but here it comes. Salmon Force as well being dropped. Subbot is down, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade inclusive of an inhibitor. This is just wins all across the board for the Ohio brothers. And Zia now getting really, really disrespectful. He knows he's got the damage.
And he knows there's no Ryzel. They spotted Ryzel, and that was the green light for them to just go for the siege. They will, however, now pull back. They have seen Ryzel recall. And how long will Homeboys need for Ryzel to finally get those items?
I think overall, as a team, 18 minutes. It's going to be the game changer. And then the actual time where they can now even up when it comes to like the gold is 23. Unless they win a team fight outside of their base. I think that's the gamble that Homeboys can do. If they want to win fast, I would say. If they want to recover fast. But then again, they actually have the incentive to wait this game out. Think about it. Their composition is great in that regard. Warlord has, Ghost Bursters, which is great for defending. They have Chibi that can also burst the lane. And you have Zord to kind of help them out, to peel for them during those... If in a case that they only have to defend their own base. So what I'm just trying to say here is that I'm enumerating ways for Homeboys to actually prolong the game.
I agree with you. I think for this game, specifically Homeboys will love to just tunnel or turtle inside of their base. If they escape, it leaves them very susceptible to the chaotic style of TOB. They can look for different angles to fight for. Meanwhile, in the base, there's only one entrance. It's in these lanes, and Homeboys can do exactly what they've been doing earlier to prolong it. They will lose structures, but this is the best decision to go for if you're Homeboys with this draft. you're gonna have to sacrifice some structures.
All right, mid inhibitor is already down as the top side is going to get attacked. Warlord might be in some trouble unless he uses that Nether Realm as Milo runs him down and actually secures the kill before so. Disrespect. And now this is a great angle as Chibi's already down. Zempo's already being dropped. Smino and Fury comes out just to knock up 4, but they're losing members too fast. 2 down, 3 down. Somebody gone and a mega kill for Hoon. And that's GG. Well played, Ohio brothers. Take game 1.
Match point. Homeboys are fighting for dear life. One more game with this match point with the pressure on them. It's a tough one. Meanwhile, the Ohio brothers, it doesn't even seem like they're relieved. They know that they're out. They know that they just want to give the best performance possible right here, right now.
And this is definitely the best performance so far that we've seen at the Ohio brothers. And not only because of the way that they performed in-game, but also the draft. And the way that you mentioned it, like they are prepared. You mentioned, Mirko, that they have a lot of heroes that they want to play. Harith is the one. Thams is something that I did not expect them to actually put up. And this draft is very much all in on lane priority. Lane prio, I thought that they will be crumbling in the end. But then again, the resolve of the Ohio brothers is just there. Maybe it's because of the fact that they have nothing left to lose. That's why they played confidently. It was, you know, it was actually a good vibe that you hear, that you feel from them.
The pattern is always like this when we get to NA teams. Remember M3, BTK didn't do well in groups. The Valley didn't do well in groups at M4, but it was the second chance actually that you were talking about that gave them the opportunity to come back. This time they had to do it a bit faster. They had to start performing in groups. And game 1 just showed us what TOP can really bring to the world stage. It's a bit late, but now Gideon's shaking.
Yep, I mean, you can't see my feet right now. You can't see my socks in my leather shoes just going wild. Look, this is a stressful game, but you have to admit, the tempo from the Ohio brothers, that looks so good as we look at our MVP, brought to you by ROG.
Super Shark, of course, with his Petrify.
He's back!
He is actually back with the recalls. More importantly, when they picked up the heal the third, we were kind of 50-50 about it. We thought that it will not be good, even though it generally works against assassins because what you do is to invade. You don't really feel that way because it's picked the third slot. However, what he changed was that Petrify didn't go for the sprint. He knows that eventually this Minotaur will not be able to chase him down, that the Faramis will be busy dealing with the mid lane because it's again another 50-50. Lane prio for the Valentina will be there. And also, this first invade was perfect. They even got a kill onto Chibi because Hoon was able to get that. After the flicker though, it looked to be disastrous for the side of the Ohio brothers. But then, when you look at the state of the jungle where you have extra levels on best player, that's gonna be great. And by the way, Milo winning this duel, this 1v2, that's actually gonna... That definitely is what you call him? The GOAT.
The GOAT. Me GOAT.
Yes, sir.
M-I-E-G-O-A-T.
Oh, when you miss the single ability, you're thinking to yourself, I got this kill under wraps, right? And then you get petrified. And then the snowball continues. And I think this is a well-crafted plan from the side of TOP. So I don't want people bringing Petrify on my Hildas in my public rank games. We're not even talking about the implications of what Super Shark has just done.
Exactly. I mean, like, if you're thinking about like assassins, surely this Petrify build is gonna be very annoying. I wonder if maybe even the utility junglers will find it so, you know, annoying to deal with because of that stun at Kaja at home, like you said. and this particular fight, though, I would say that the only reason why TOB won that convincingly is because of the power spike coinciding with the amount of farm that they were able to get. So it's like farm deficit with the natural scaling of the heroes.
Oh, speaking of farm deficit, look at how many purple buffs Best Player 1's able to secure. Ooh, 13-3.
I mean, again, I think we mentioned it yesterday, right? But how do you deal with assassins? Lockdown is great, the first response to it, but the best way is shut down. You take these resources away, and this time it was with an assassin. It wasn't with a utility. As long as you have this much prio, that assassin can invade.
That's right. You can see the build-up coming out from Zia as well. In that last clash, he was able to already get the full item build-up for the Harith. And at a 14-minute Harith with locked item is actually pretty fast. And he deal so much damage. You can see that he can two-shot the Rizal. With the sprint, he can do anything as the Irithel because of the Synchro Fission. Skill 1 and Skill 2, plus the normal attack coming out from the Harith, it's actually pretty strong already. And then, when you pop the Nether Realm, you receive so much damage from the Synchro Fission, the Skill 1 of Harith, that in an AoE, that your extra HP from the Nether Realm just melts. And after that, you're just sitting ducks in front of the Harith because you get stunned up. And there's a lot of setup to following over that. And I think that more and more teams will now consider this Harith to answer Faramist/Joy lineups.
Especially when you already have a very dependable physical damage threat in your composition, you can just flex that. That Nolan pick, sure, it's gonna go in the jungle, it will deal damage, but they're still gonna go for marksman, is what homeboys thought. They pick up the Harith and then they're just like, all right, what do we go for? We were waiting to counter him with the last pick. How do you counter this guy? He's a Harith with a marksman. Rizal's not known to go for these, mages, unfortunately, but and even so, even if they wanted to go for that, it couldn't have worked. They had too much magic damage. They already banked on that marksman counter.
It kind of felt like, what if they picked the Claude and then they last pick something like a Phoveus, right? After seeing the Harith, after seeing there's the Nolan, and they have this weird combo of the Faramist plus the Phoveus, which is actually pretty ridiculous, right? Because you have the pulls, you have the extra shields, and overload of shields that eventually the Harith cannot pierce through. But then again, hindsight is 2020. Obviously, homeboys did not expect the Thams as well as the Harith, because I think the reason why they prioritized the Terizla was to remove the comfort picks coming out from Milo. Who thought that Me-Goat can play the Thams, right?
He can play everything. That's why he's the GOAT.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
That's why he's nasty within the EXP. And I think with that level of flexibility is how they kind of cater to this particular plan. Because we saw in the draft how homeboys were trying to throw out this very big net across the entire draft, saying, hey, there are potential counter picks. We're ready to kind of really capitalize on some of the bigger fish. And all of a sudden, TOB start whipping out some tactical knives here. The Kukri coming in from best player one to make sure that he is not only fast, but he's working with the laners when they are the strongest. He's moving up to the EXP side of the lane. Why? Level 1, you're expecting Yellow to dominate on this Thamos with Super Strike giving him that vision, and then Zia takes one step back. Hey, wait until I get that first item, and then it's all Gucci from here.
It's not just the ridiculously cheesy picks, but it is the ridiculously cheesy understanding of the cheesy picks. The fact that they were able to utilize it completely, like you said, they utilized just every little inch of advantage that they had. And that's impressive. The 2 days that they had on break really gave them a lot of strategies. I spoke to Pika just earlier, and he was like, get ready for some crazy stuff.
Okay. I mean, Harith alone is not that loco,
It's kind of goofy, without the proper setup.
But petrifying Hilda, that's
Hilda
loco.
in Ohio.
Yeah, that's it. I guess, Yeah. Now it makes a lot of sense now.
Exactly.
Well
right?
done, yeah.
You need a prio XP laner, Terizla, Yuzong? No, get the Ohio version. It's a Thamus in the XP lane.
That's right.
And it's not cheese anymore, it's just Ohio.
It's just Ohio at this point.
Oh, man. It's a little frustrating, of course, but now it kind of forces you to think differently about the draft now, especially against the Ohio brothers.
It's so tactical, I could have sworn I saw Arashi.
He's got to be around here with a ghillie suit.
He's gotta be, right?
He's wearing a ghillie suit, is he?
Yeah.
He's hiding somewhere. He's camouflaging. I don't know, man. We might have to throw it to Manjin because he's on stage to look for Arashi or to look for a way back for homeboys here. So Manjin, take us to the interview, man. How are we doing?
We're doing fine, and it seems like the Flame Boys are back and they're nervous because Homeboys is down 0-1. But before anything else, let me introduce to you one of the very famous KOLs, MLBB KOLs in Malaysia, and plays a very important role in Homeboys. Sir Daddy Hood, please introduce yourself to the fans, and what role do you play in Homeboys?
Hello, hi. My name is Daddy Hood.
Okay.
I the founder of Homeboys, and I play Joe Head.
Okay.
World class Joe Head, yes.
You play Joe Head, and he is the owner of Homeboys. He's Mr. Homeboys over here. All right, so before we ask any questions, I know that you're a little nervous. Okay.
Nervous and disappointed, but I think we still have to.
Okay. You got this. You got this. One thing I love about the Homeboys is your jacket. Your jacket is lit.
Thank you.
Your jacket is lit. Can you explain the concept of this jacket? Why is it called the Public Enemies?
Oh, okay. I think why we call it Public Enemy Collection is because before we release this, too many people troll us, but they love us.
Okay.
So I think even we are the what we call lah, macam mana nak cakap Kan aku English aku ni macam kelaut sikit. We are the champion, but
you love to be the villains.
Yes,
you love to be the villains. Come on, flex the jacket. Come on. Let me see the back.
Oh, okay, all right.
There you go. There you go. I would love to have one. I would love to have one.
Can. Later.
Will you give me one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Let me
clip
know.
that.
Let me know your size. Let me know your
Okay,
size.
I am medium to large.
Mid to large, all right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Public Enemies, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Of course, you said that you are disappointed. Did you give the boys, I saw you back there, did you give them any pep talk? What did you say to them?
Yeah, I just say we still have a chance to win. I still optimist with my boys and I trust them. Hopefully we're gonna make it, go through playoff, win 2-1 against the Ohio brother.
Okay, okay. You still have 2 games left. Okay, again, look at the camera. You're talking to them right now. You're talking to them right now. What is your pep talk to them? Give them a pep talk.
To my boys?
Yes, to your boys. They're listening.
Okay, kepada anak-anak buah Daddyhood, insyaAllah jangan bersedih. Kita masih ada peluang, masih ada ruang. InsyaAllah ada jalan dia. Relax, tenang, trust each other and kita akan go through pergi playoff insyaAllah.
Alright, that is Daddyhood. They need all of your support. Can we give them the final cheer? The Flame Boys cheer? Let's go! Go!
Turun ke stadium sehati sejiwa. Home boys!
Home boys!
Home boys!
Go home boys! Sit!
Hati sejiwa.
All right.
All right. All right, casters, take it away.
We will take it away. Manjin, thank you so much for that. And to the Flame Boys and Daddyhood. All the support here, yet Wolf is still casting.
Hey man, I looked at that jacket and all I could think about is one thing. Public Enemy.
I'm legit scared. But I need the jacket. Maybe it can keep me safe.
Oh, you better hope they win this one. You better hope they win this one.
But I can't. I mean, I cannot say live on broadcast that I want them to win. I cannot say that.
Because then you would curse them and it will double down.
So what do? I just don't exist?
Look, at the end of this game, one of these teams are giving you a jacket, that's for sure. I'm telling you, whether it be TOP or Homeboys, they're going to need something to get themselves going. And right now, the momentum for the side of the Ohio brothers is looking great, especially with the way that they're forcing you. You got to think like an Ohio.
But the thing is now, right, it gives, I mean, the curveball is crazy. Now, if you're at Homeboys, are you going to try to expect that? Because if you expect that, then they go back to normal, and then what happens? You're expecting something that may just be cheese, may just be Ohioan? Is that it? Ohioan for game 1. They might go back to normal in game 2.
That's right. And I think that you just have to make sure that at least your second half of the draft is adjustable, right? That time they were all into the Tirzla plus the Minotaur. That's why when they picked up the Irithel, they actually just really had no choice with the last pick. Now, what I'm scared about for TOB, however, is that, okay, you win game number 1 with cheese strategy. Let's just say it's just cheese strategy at this point. How many of those do you still have? And do you think that it will work again against a team that's even, I would say Homeboys is a more established team now, right?
I've spoken to Mr. Mao. They have a lot.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Mao?
Bro, the man speaks.
Yeah,
and I listen. The man speaks a lot, and I listen. I love to listen to his ideas. Sometimes the team doesn't, but now they're fully listening.
Look, that's why the Supreme Leaders make sure that they set the pace for the team. And now, for the Homeboys, I feel like, as we've seen many professional teams, you drop game number 1, it's time to kind of like really focus down in game number 2, whether it be comfort picks or having an extremely honest draft. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yep. The respect given.
And Pick a Diff enjoys it. Okay, so they better both Nolan enjoy. That means that we are going to be back at the utility jungler role. I think Baxia still is the priority for Homeboys, whereas for TOV, I don't think that they will let go of the Valentina once again. Hoon is just very comfortable with that hero, can play so well with it. And we know for sure that when you activate Hoon on TOV, it just changes the dynamic. It's like when Super Shark and Hoon together are like in the zone, TOV looks to be a very strong team.
Momentum-based players, right? Not just a momentum-based team. And you're right, Super Shark, Hoon, especially that game, we saw exactly when he started recalling, you knew he was back in the zone. He was back to Super Shark, no longer just the Shark that we saw in the last 2 matches. The Baxia ban still comes through. They're still setting up for whatever it is. They need to get best player 1 a winning matchup, a matchup that can snowball. But now that the Guinevere is left up for grabs, Homeboys, Chibi would love that choice.
Yeah, it's also a very good pick for Homeboy, especially knowing that TOB is a cheese strat kind of team. You want to make your heroes flexible as possible, and we know for sure that Gwyn is that hero, and it's just impossible that they let go of it, especially because they can still pick up Faramis afterwards. I'm only thinking like Faramis as well as the Guinevere as their probable choices of priority.
Always on the way.
And they go... Oh, we forgot about the... Because of the ban on the Fanny, I totally forgot that the Matilda was let go.
And because it just doesn't ring like with Zorn, you know? Like Matilda, Zorn, you expect them to go for Cho, especially in these type of games. These are big games. Every time, even in MPLI, when the going gets tough, they resort to Cho. They resort to playmaking heroes. What does this say? Does it say that Zorn has evolved, or does it say that they are scared to bring it out?
Well, let the record show that Mirko looked Gideon in the eye as he was saying all of that stuff.
Yes.
Well, that means
an answer.
Look, the only thing that I can say is about the philosophy of how Zorn plays, the overall style, right?
Yeah.
He likes to be very annoying, and I think, Matilda is one of those particular styles of heroes that actually, benefit you, profit you even, excel at walking in and walking out of the jungle and annoying your opponents. So I guess it's alongside with this all. But to give up both Faramis and more importantly, to give up Guinevere, that's a bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah. I understand why they pick up the Matilda, I truly do. I think it's a hero that, it should be like every single roamer should know how to play the Matilda, it's not just inexcusable. Then there's Lilia, there's Claude. The 1-1 obviously against the Faramis.
That is oh man. And remember, Phobius is still up for grabs, but okay, they go for the Minotaur instead. This will already halt a lot of the dive. Even when you have a Mortal Coil, right? This Faramis, this Guinevere, there's so many layers. I'm just telling you, there's so many layers of CC.
I'm telling you, right? Okay, so I have a #1 rule when I want to draft the 1-1, which is, well, #1 rule is don't draft the 1-1 when there's Faramis. #2 rule is when there is Minotaur. I get both. This is a difficult 1-1 game. And the fact that they are able now to ban the Lilia, it even limits the heroes for Homeboys. Well, obviously there still is that maybe Diggy factor. I don't know if they play that in position 4. Or maybe Zorn plays the Diggy?
Zorn can't,
it sounds off.
That's even more off than Matilda, right?
Exactly. It is a little bit more off. I don't know how much. I don't know. Because when we're talking about this particular group, everybody feels Sawo-pilled at this point, right? Everybody's just like, Diggy's going to be able to do something, right? And
after
Sawo, things have changed. And for the side of TOB, they're approaching this the correct way. Banning out the Lilia, making sure that it's uncomfortable. Homeboys now making some bans on the Brody, the Valentina as well for the side of TOB. Like, this is just well done. Well done drafting Pika Div.
This is well done. Absolutely, man. I gotta give them credit for this amazing draft because they're not only did they force that 1-1 pick early on, that's one of the spearheads for Homeboys, but they've also basically taken out the second Warlord, the secondary carry now. What is he going to go for? Lilia, Novaria is up for grabs,
Novaria,
but that
perhaps.
might just be a setup for TOB to pull off an assassin.
Yeah.
How vulnerable is a 1-1 and a Novaria?
Very. I mean, especially if you last picked up. But then again, okay, so they pick up the Claude because they want to pick up Milo's hero last. Lapu Lapu is available for Homeboys. I think that they should pick it up. Or maybe something like an Edith. There still is Gord, though. Not the best against the Guinevere, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Dive.
Yeah.
How crazy is it if Guinevere gets flexed into XP and they pick up an assassin jungler?
Oh.
I think it's
Lancelot?
possible. I think it's only possible if there's going to be a Terizla being shown for the side of the Homeboys, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, you're giving up prio, but at the very least your training
Right,
is incredible against somebody who's focused very much on pushing the waves. And more so, there's a little bit of incentive for it to jump into these types of big quote-unquote groups.
Wait, never mind. If they don't pick up... Oh, it's going to be so tough. If they go for Lapu, this is a Phobius up for grabs, man.
Yeah.
They can dive to the back. If it was an Esmeralda, maybe, but then you would risk going for a counter again. This counter matchup, TOB are drafting like gods.
You're right. This is such a good game for the Phobius.
It got ignored in the second phase because they were so they were considering the Ohio picks. They forgot the Phobius.
The Ohioan gold laners.
Oh no.
But then again, okay, so maybe the Phobius is the best choice, but I think they might just look for something that can man the front lines since they have a hard scaling marksman anyways. They have the Claude. So maybe they can go back to something like a Uranus, in fact, so that they can attack the damage. Obviously, the Phobius is there. There's also a merit getting Dira, perhaps, or Yu Zhong to kind of at least even up the lane prio. It's Lapu Lapu versus Yu Zhong. I believe it's a 50-50, you know?
Oh boy.
It's crazy. But again, 1-1 is still the strongest gold laner that we have right now. Not the easiest.
Not the
Bruno
easiest.
is like the best marksman because it's easier than a 1-1, but 1-1 still is the strongest.
Highest ceiling.
Highest ceiling for sure.
I don't know. I think that right now for the Homeboys, this is the biggest ego challenge of their lives. They're like, we're going to try and out-mechanic you despite the counter picks that you have available. This is, if they win this, I think it's kind of crazy. I don't know. It's very heavily, I agree with the counter index, 1.5 to the side of TOB. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And just like that, we're going to get straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen. The Ohio brothers have a chance to drag the Malaysian champions, the last hope of Malaysia, down with them to the depths of elimination, and it comes down to this game right here. Will the Homeboys prevail? Will they give one final fight to take it to Game 3?
Here we are. This is match point for the side of TOB. Homeboy's going to be playing on the blue side. TOB going to be playing on the red side. Let's talk about timings. Let's talk about the flow of the game, Wolf, because right now, what are we looking like for the side of TOB? Because they're the ones who are going to be setting the tempo overall.
Honestly, the first 2 minutes of the game, I kind of want to give it to the side of Homeboys. I take that back. I take that back. I take that back. I take it back. I take it back.
Well, you know
stop
what?
talking.
You gotta stop talking.
You're gonna do analysis from now on.
No way.
We gotta give it to you, Gideon. Honestly.
Look, buddy. At this point, expecting Zorn to be giving away first bloods, it's kind of the thing now, right? It's kind of the thing, and I think overall, especially for the side of the Homeboys, if it does start to break out into these, whoa, hold on, Guiding Winds coming on through, Mortipa not being used, but it looks like BP is still able to secure it, and now this is going to be a pretty decent punish on towards Chibi's side. The question is, will he make it out? Guiding Winds just in time, pulls him away. This Mielo was about to close that distance. Subbot has to walk away and instantly an invade.
Oh man, Wolf, BP got that. That's crazy with one level down.
Yep. Well, it does have the retribution back there. I think that Chibi is not that interested into invading it. So the reason why I say that the first 2 minutes of the game should belong to the Homeboys is because they still have Matilda plus the Martis. And I believe that some junglers would say that the Guinevere is not the strongest when it comes to like actual jungling, so you can kind of invade it. If you combine this with the Novaria, so let's just say the Matilda is aggressive, you have the Novaria from long distance. If you get to level 4, you have a very strong turtle taking potential. But you have to be mindful of the Super Shark Minotaur.
Oh, what? What?
Yep, there we go. Instant gang coming in from Moon's side. Black Dragon form to get him out of there, but Decimate coming from Chibi to find the trade back. Zorn can pull Chibi back into the fight. Keep running, he still has it. Good spatial migration into Violent Record. Best player secures the turtle, and Mielos takes down Chibi. This is now falling and devolving into chaos. 1.1k lead for TOB.
Welcome to Ohio. TOB says right now with a win again onto the neutral objective. And Wolf, I gotta talk about this matchup in the gold lane. Though Wanwan has a high skill ceiling, I would say Claude has the same.
Yes.
And in this matchup, it comes down to the skill matchup. Claude, all you need to do is dodge away from the back weakness point, and that's what Zia's been able to do. He's actually controlling the wave and the lane.
The way I'm seeing the 1-1 versus the Claude, it still is 1-1-sided. When it comes to ease of execution in the laning stage, and when it comes to natural scaling, you would have to give it to the 1-1. That's why teams pick up something like Bruno, something like Clint, perhaps going up against the 1-1. Sometimes the Brody, right? Because they're natural, quote-unquote, lane prio counters. But some gold laners will argue that if you want to win a series, if you want to win tournaments, you better pick up the Claude versus the 1-1, because at least then and there, you can actually win with mechanical skill and with good team fighting. It actually gives you a way to win games.
And with the confidence that they have coming from game number 1, the momentum that they have, I know Zia, he's also a momentum-based player. Every single member on this team, they want to just go for ego picks, but when they are in the zone, it feels like it's right.
Oh, wait, spatial migration. The second half of it hasn't been used just yet. Best player's holding on to it. Circling Eagles already down. NetherRealm to buy them a bit of time. Super Shark with the Minoan Fury to get the successful disengage. And now the Ohio brothers going to go back to their own territory.
Wow, I understand why Best Player went for that play. I think it was a bait play. But then 2 flickers were burnt.
Yeah.
And actually Chibi just dodged that with Mortal Coil. Well done, Chibi.
Feels good for now, but how long can they keep up this momentum, right? We're looking for Homeboys to kind of get the initial lead at some point, or at least even out the economy, considering that the 1.5k deficit for the side of the Homeboys. I mean, the Ohio brothers pretty much dictate the tempo, right?
That's right. Especially now that you will be looking for a team fight around the turtle. Then again, Super Shark and Hoon both don't have the flicker, and their ultimates are also down, so that's a nice reset that Ohio brothers did.
Yeah, this can go very, very well for the Ohio brothers, because really, who needs to be pushing the pace is Homeboys, right? They need to get the use of this Martis early on. If TOB continue to reset all over and farm while simultaneously resetting the turtle, this is not good at all for Homeboys. BP1 just got a level advantage through baiting Chibi onto the turtle, and now they decide to poke at it again, making Chibi sweat, making Chibi confused. And look, he's already rotating again.
Yep. This might just be a non-contest here. Black Dragon form's already being used, and Circling Eagle following along with it. Sabbat's in the middle, but Chibi still gets the turtle! NetherRealm comes out! They're trying to make sure that there's no casualties here as Best Player and Mielo jump back out. Subbot mitigating so much damage as Hoon is finally out of position to find the Decimate coming in from Chibi. He's looking for another one. Doesn't land the Asura's aura. Wow! I'm surprised that actually occurred just like that, but now a potential dive on bot side. Mielo, he's got to get on out there. Furious dive to make sure that he stays safe, and that's going to be a tier 1 down bot side.
Instant capitalization onto the turret. A structure on top of a fight, on top of a great retribution from Chibi.
I think our Homeboys will have the advantage in the early stages. And this is mainly because of Sepat, the Lapu-Lapu and the Ohio brothers. Because they have the Paramis, they naturally will want to group up. That's where the Lapu-Lapu loves to fight around. And now Best Player in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble now that Ryzel is chasing him. He goes for the Violent Record, knowing that he can't run away. Ryzel secures that kill. Do we see another capitalization from the side of the Homeboys? And it looks like it's on top side, actually. Zia using the BMI. He should be able to get out of here because he's got Super Shark nearby unless Zorn. So Zorn's not going to die, right? Okay, he's fine. He's fine.
It's fine. Those are the shields. Okay, so remind me, was it actually Best Player that went for Molten Essence, the Guinevere that went for Molten Essence into damage item that kind of failed horribly back then? Or maybe it was someone else. But man, Best Player picking up the Blade Armor, this thing, I think I like this build. I think it is the actual build that you should go for in this particular situation. They just have to move properly and respect Homeboys' composition.
They really do. That's what I feel like they didn't completely respect. Again, momentum is a double-edged sword, right? It makes you very, very confident. You are able to handle these team fights maybe a bit better, actually, I wouldn't say more composed. BP going in.
All right, he finds spatial migration, really nice, but a quick Purify from Zorn means that he's not going to be going down anytime soon. The real question is whether they find the punish. 5 more seconds until Turtle.
and now for the Ohio brothers. The thing is, I would still say, staying at this gold disparity, this is only a 400 gold deficit, is still worth it for them. They can scale a bit better compared to this Martis.
Here we go, Bravest Fighter already out. NetherRealm being popped with the Black Dragon form to kind of support them. Zorn using the Circling Eagle might. Oh, he gets hella punished here. Subbot jumps into all three, trying to look for a trade. But no Fury as well. Motor Coil didn't come up in time, but Zia jumps off the Warlord almost instantaneously. He doesn't have his PMI to jump back to, but Super Shark is chunked out. He's low. Ryzel's goal goes for it with a short crossbow of tag. He might get punished here if he lands it. Oh, the Purify in time. Nicely done by Ryzel. Inbuilt Purify to make it happen. Subbot misses the stun, and still, it's so chaotic. Keep in mind, Chibi, he still has the Decimate, and finally things calm down.
A prolonged fight by Homeboys, and they've won it out despite going up against the Faramis. They were able to poke, come back in again, and the 1-1. In these long fights, you really see how he shines.
And we were saying about how the 1-1 is countered by both the Faramis as the Minotaur. Ryzel found a solution. Just don't fight when the Faramis is there. Just don't fight when the Minotaur is available, his ultimate's available. And now he's leading by a lot. Third item already for Ryzel. Well-timed usage of the Needles and Flowers as he was able to survive against Shark and then pop the ultimate. Now with the Wind of Nature up, he's even more scary. I gotta say, the reason why they forced to pick up the 1-1 even when there's Faramis on the opposite end, it's because they know that Ryzel plays well, and it's actually a pretty good hero. Matilda was the 1-1. There's still S-tier heroes.
Now it's a bit of a swap, actually. If you take a look at Game 1 and then Game 2, Homeboys are the ones who love the chaotic skirmishes, and the Ohio brothers are the ones who need to play it proper front to back. Interesting.
Look at them. Look at the Ohio brothers investing on many Kiras. That's the second Kiras that we've seen here. The Blade Armor up on this player. Obviously, there's a lot of physical damage from Homeboys.
They're just respecting the 1-1, I feel, right? 2 anti-Kiras and also Dreadnought armor there by BP1. But he's actually opted to just stay on the Dreadnought armor on that and then move on to a magic defense item. I don't know if he wants to go, I think should be Athena? Yeah?
Should be Athena. Or actually Twilight armor eventually. Because this Novaris is gonna hurt them.
You're right.
How long can they actually hold out for? The Lord is going to spawn, and it looks like Homeboys want to take control of it for the time being. They're going to be able to spot this out with Mielo hiding on to the top side of the brush, but here comes the Astral Echoes, looking for some information. They only know Hoon is there. Best player starts to approach, and this is where it's going to get dangerous. Both sides looking to converge on this so far. Lord brought down to 50% of its health. Zia in the mid lane. He's going to clear that out. Star Shadows have been good. Subbot's going to take advantage of this, getting right on top of Best Player as Mielo drops down the Black Dragon form. Here we go, Spatial Migration into the Violent Requiem. You know what, Fury! Best Player 1 secures the Lord, and Mielo takes out Chibi. It's a double kill for Mielo. They're off the run as Hoon finds Zorn, and now Zia gets the run for free, taking a kill for himself. Get me part of the charity. Mielo comes in hard with Best Player as well to make this a complete wipeout. No, he gets out just in time. No Super Magic connection. Oh, that's a 4-for-0 inclusive of the Lord.
The gold lead for Homeboys turned around by the Ohio brothers with a synchronized initiation. When one man went in, the entire team went in. They don't care.
They know that the 1-1 will be a little bit late, and they know that they have Zia eventually. Sepat already showed himself and committed the play, the combo with the flicker and the ultimate. And Best Player just literally dodged that, and it is crucial to kind of take care of the HP of the Lord. I was actually surprised that Homeboys are still damaging the Lord during that time, because that actually, it failed horribly for them, because now Best Player can go and use the ultimate to set up for the additional damage from Ohio Brothers. The Violet Requiem is only for the setup. It's the initial stun. The real stun is the Minoan Fury.
They 50-50'd it as well, right? They had the lead, they took it back. Now they're going for another 50-50.
Yep, Sapakan's in good engage coming in for the Circling Eagle. It's going to start down 2. Super Shark in trouble. NetherRealm comes out as well as the Minoan Fury. The Black Dragon form is going to peel as Spatial Migration finds Warlord, takes him out with the Violent Requiem, and Sapat tries to get on out of there. Chibi decimates, doesn't get the reset, kills 1 though. He ends up dropping still to Best Player 1, and now Zorn has nobody to pull away. He's on the run as Sapat goes for the recall, and the Ohio brothers will be able to get this inhibitor off the first Lord.
They can end it.
It's possible. It's so possible. Sapat's going to try and clear the minions. Bravest Fighter is already out. He's going to be able to use the Raging Slash to clear it up in time, but that was too close for comfort.
Unbelievable. That was Homeboys' decision, active decision to go for the play, for the chase. Understandably so. But then again, you can see that Supershark played it well. The timing of the NetherRealm as well coming out from Hoon was perfect because that allowed Homeboys to actually commit. Now, what they only needed to do is to make sure that Milo now lands in his Petrify as well as the ultimate, and it actually was chained together because of Super Shark's ultimate afterwards. Then Zia comes in, baits out Sepat with the initiation to the backlines, then they punish afterwards. Great box from the Ohio brothers. My goodness, my real question is, why do we only see this now from the Ohio brothers?
I don't know. Maybe they've taken a page out of Deo's vault, because the last time we saw Homeboys actually drop that game is when Rizel was getting engaged on both Sawo and Kibomba as they move together, right? We're seeing the exact same thing with Super Shark and Mielo.
It's an NA passive. It's always like this. For NA, right? M3, BTK, horrible performance in their first 2 matches, and then they recover. M4, same thing for the Valley. And now it's TOB that is basically having the same fate, and they're looking alive, they're looking great here, but also Homeboys, they keep gambling here with their initiations, with their engages. Super Shark wants to go in!
Here we go, Minoan Fear is already out, Rizel's in a lot of trouble, he's got the crossbow attack of the BMI just in time to get out of there as he cancels it, not getting out of its range! And now Zoran looking for an opportunity, GB with a nice motor coil as well, ensures Aura will find the Decimate. Subot doesn't land on anybody, forcing the flickers out from Shark, as well as the sprint. Now this is going to be dangerous, right? It's a 4v5 against the Lord.
Yeah, I don't think that Ohio brothers should be fighting now. No. They don't have their ultimates too. All of them, they don't have the ultimates. And whereas Homeboys, they have all of the battle spells. Well done, Homeboys.
Really nicely done. With no retribution, Zorn's going to go with the Circling Eagle. Astral Echo's going to give more than enough information as they get on out of there. Wait, they might pull Subot. No, he takes the Guiding Winds. They're out. It's clean. It's good.
Okay.
Homeboys have fought their way into a Lord take again. And now it's the Ohio brothers who have to do housekeeping. They need to do this really, really well. A few turns and that goal lead is gone.
That was the perfect find that you will ever get for the Homeboys. They have found the best player. Well, the first thing that they did was to force out the NetherRealm as well as the Minoan Fury. The rest is history, as their time in the game will have to back out. You know, I think that when it comes to items, these are the proper items. Surely I said Twilight Armor earlier, but then again, with Athena Shield, that's even better because now you can actually hold the bushes.
Yep. They had to layer it, right?
Yep.
The CC, and that's when Super Shark went in a bit too aggressive, all alone as well. It was isolated, and therefore Homeboys were just able to bait it out, get out with the Guiding Wind. Heck, they even had the Purify that was not used in that fight. And now it's TOB who are trying to defend an enhanced Lord in the bottom lane.
Yep, they're going to be able to break at least one of these inhibitors, right? TOB all being touched by the Astral Echoes. Oh no! What? Oh no, GB. He had Mortar Coils. He gets punished by the Spatial Migration. And now the Ohio brothers completely thwart this Lord push.
Yep. Well, they did lose this inhibitor turret on the bottom lane. If anything, that's quite even for Homeboys. Surely that was a mistake coming out from Chibi, but I don't think I will be punished at all by the Ohio brothers because they need to manage their lanes anyways. But nobody, no one from these two teams can afford to do that.
No, you really can't,
Nobody
man.
can.
We saw exactly what happens if you continue to do that. RQ Akira proved to us that, you know, Gusta going for the last hits, it proved to be literally costly because they lost their tournament lives. And now we're seeing it from kind of both of the teams. It was BP1, now it's straight to GP's like, all right, let's make it even now. And now no more mistakes. They can't afford it.
Yep. It will be equalized now. Winter Truncheon's coming in. Very important against the 1-1. I think best player, as well as Hoon, should also get it afterwards. Zia, Wind of Nature should be enough. And Rizel is just too rich at this point. Rose Gold Meteor, there you go. Winter Truncheon available for best player 1.
Man.
These are the items that you need.
Yep.
That's when it gets tough.
It really does, and more importantly so, I think for best player 1, it fits his style, right? He's been finding some really good engages with the Spatial Migration, whether it's this game or even previous. His Guinevere's has been some quite fine work.
And so far, if you look at the pattern, the Ohio brothers, they win not from Super Shark's initiation, it's from best player 1. Super Shark is there to layer it on top of maybe Homeboy's attempt of disengaging. That Guiding Wind, Circling Eagle, the Bravest Spider, Anti-CC, and the Mortal Coil. If you layer it, give Zia and Hoon enough space to deal damage. That's how the TOB have been winning. And right now, despite Homeboys getting a base turret, it has only equalized the minion wave in the bottom lane. It'll still come down to a big fight around the Lord. And I would still say it still favors TOB here with more structures that they have.
Yeah. Okay, so TOB, they really need to take care of the long lane. A winner truncheon that we expected from 3 members, it's already available. The long lane is important, but at the same time, you kind of need Super Shark to kind of be in the vicinity of this Claude as well. Because there's a chance to go for the plays for like maybe the ultimate coming out from the Matilda.
Oh,
especially
boy.
because Zia doesn't have the Purify.
Oh, it looks like they're going to rush it. They're going to try and 50-50 this. Here comes best player. He tries. Ryzel's the one that secures the Lord. And Yellow with the Black Dragon form will try and chase anybody. Doesn't find anyone just yet. Homeboys go for the reset.
Man, what is this game?
The Blitz.
The Blitz. I like it. I wonder what the communication was and what information were given to Homeboys. Surely they saw that best player 1 is still dealing with maybe a buff or is actually out somewhere.
No, he was poked down. He was poked down by the Novaria. I'm just looking at the replay here. So, best player 1 left the Lord. It resetted, but it was at like a third of his HP, and then they took aggro of it again. So it didn't completely reset. That definitely messed up with TOB's calculation. And I just gotta say, well played at Homeboys. That was very, very good. That decision might have just given them another shot at getting the game 3.
Well, they might just try and close it out here, but it depends on who makes that very first mistake, right?
Yep.
The first Lord empowered minion waves are starting to crash in. The mid-tier one is already going to collapse. They're going to take their time with this to synchronize this wave with the mid one just to look for another inhibitor, right? Zia's going to be putting some work into it. No engagements just yet. GB in the front this time, making sure that he doesn't get engaged on so freely like last time.
Yep.
And that's going to be another outer turret destroyed.
This is Novaria's playground. Can pop the Astral Echo, all of the Astral Sphere. Very difficult to deal with. Like that, Hoon just receives a ton of damage. And big props to Talia Brothers actually not losing more inhibitors. And this is mainly because of the Faramis, right? It's a really good defense hero when it comes to like high ground.
Oh, a great engage from best player 1. They find Chibi once again, breaking his immortality. Can they save it with guiding winds? They're going to try. Motor Coil's out. They get pulled in. Nicely done. That's a resource down. Man, BP Wong, best player 1. He does not miss.
No, he doesn't. The only time he misses isn't a miss, right? It's a Mortal Coil. Anti-CC. You can't really blame him for that. But TOB, that play has given them another chance. It's just chances being made left and right at this point, right, for Homeboys and TOB. And we're getting to a point where one of these big mistakes from any one of these members will end with the game being ended.
Yeah. Very important to take note of the immortalities for the teams. The fact that they forced out that on Chibi, sometimes it's more valuable actually than a pickoff. Because when you die, you just respawn after 40 seconds. But if that's immortality, that's about what? 3 minutes, 5 minutes, you're basically out with what, 2,000 gold.
Yeah, and speaking of, right, I mean, Chibi there, he didn't lose his life, but he did lose an immortality. Meanwhile, for TOB, they're still pretty good on that. They can just item swap to the immortality later, and it's going to be all good. Just these small resource advantages, especially for a Martis in a later stage of the game where you kind of already lose a lot of your power. It's going to be tough for him to survive in these skirmishes, knowing that the Claude will be able to dish damage and jump back to that BMI. The poke is real for TOB. They just got to be very, very careful up against that Novaria.
The 1-1 up top. It's going to be forced out long lane today. Long lane this game is the top lane. Well, not this game, but in this Lord fight, it's Lord number 4.
Yep, this is where it gets dangerous, right? The death timers are starting to stack back up, and more importantly, the wave management is going to be highly important. You got to make sure you do your chores, do your housekeeping. You can't let anything slip anymore, especially for the side of the Homeboys. The Ohio Brothers, on the other hand, they've got some pretty decent, overall management all across the board. They're going to start pulling the Lord first.
Just pulling it back and forth. I'm not too sure if they are misplacing themselves to reset it constantly or if it's planned, right? Because they do have the Claude up top. The reset makes sense, but now that they have to reset, they don't.
Yep, the Astro Echo is already out. They figured out 2 of their members. They see Hoon and Super Shark as well, and they might actually consider blitzing this. Sabat already throwing out. Flash Shaker. And now they're going to make an effort. No, actually. They see the mid lane getting shoved down. Here comes the Black Dragon form as well. Lord hasn't been reset just yet. It's still danced around. They can actually take this away. And now Homeboys looking to re-engage this back and forth. Circling Eagle has already been called to try and get out of there. GB is nearby. Super Shark going to try. He's going to make it with him in Owen Fury. GB's in the middle of it. His spatial migration actually missing. And then Super Shark takes one. GB gets the Lord. They're all low. The Netherrealm is out. No more resources. As Warlord finds the pick. They try to get on out of there, but it's too late. Myself has to use the winds of nature, get back out of the Winter Trunks were good to minimize damage, but it's too late. Despite everything, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and the Lord falls into the hands of Homeboys.
GB coming in hot with a big retry win. 22 minutes in. Zorn's dead, best player won as well. Is it defendable? Wolf?
For sure. They have the Faramis, they have the Claude. It's just up to whether or not they will make the mistake. Best player is responding soon anyways. And what they need to do is somebody has to take care of the mid lane and then the top lane so they can manage the lanes properly. You know what happened in that particular fight? It's interesting because Zia knew exactly that there's someone into that right bush in the mid lane, but missed the Art of Thievery. He lost the stacks. That's why he needed to ramp up first. That's why his Blazing Duet wasn't as... I mean, his timing for the Blazing Duet was a little bit late for the Ohio brothers. And that... They wanted to kind of converge with the Blazing Duet and the Dragon Form, but it didn't happen.
Even if they defend, they're definitely going to lose structures across the map. Zia's taking low.
Yep, he's so chunked out right now as the rest of the Homeboys. Oh, that's a 2-man knockup. He'd be knowing Fury to try and disengage any kind of follow-up, but best player finds Sabat, no problem with Black Dragon form to chase down the rest. Petrify being utilized as well. The Crystal is brought down to 50%, but Sabat is down. It's a 4v5, and I don't think they will be able to get this next inhibitor regardless. T.O.B. defending well.
What a game. The Ohio brothers and Homeboys going all out this game. Nothing to lose for the Ohio brothers but their pride. And for Homeboys, their tournament lives still on the line. 7-15, but the gold lead is irrelevant at this point. The kill lead as well. 24 minutes in, it comes down to one small mistake, one brilliant play.
Oh man. They've shown they use some skills into this left bush in the mid lane. I'm gonna be waiting for the Lord once again. That should be the priority for both teams. I believe that Chibi already has the immortality. Our immortalities are very important. Super Shark will not have it in the next Lord fight, which is very crucial. That's also true for Hoon. And these are important pickups for both teams.
It really is. And I think at this point we can finally take a breath, right, between these two teams going back and forth, time and time again. As we have a quick look at the items, right, 27 more seconds until we see the next Lord spawn. What is going to be the difference maker? What is the miracle play that we're hoping to achieve for the side of both the Ohio brothers as well as the Homeboys, right?
Number one, Sepat, I think he must be better on point. I think that so far the last Lord dances is missing the shots, but at the same time the way that he forces Ohio brothers to this position kind of puts Ohio brothers, Homeboys in a winning manner, so maybe that. And then for the Ohio brothers, surely they want to combo their spells. So far the Dragon Form hasn't been deployed properly by T.O.B, and it's mainly because they get rattled during these Lord dances.
Especially these scuffles, right? Yeah. I think that's what we've been looking at so far. When the Ohio brothers come in simultaneously, it feels good when all the abilities hit. But there are times where you kind of want to layer it, just have a slight delay between each. They're all spotted for now. They're not going to rush this, are they? They're just going to reset this. That should be the case, right? That's what we should expect as Zorn is getting in, back and forth into the bushes.
They got to reset.
They have to, right?
Shark's way too low. They got to reset unless they go in for a big fight, but then again, Shark, technically he'll only be useful for that minion's fury, right? So maybe this might be the curveball. This might be a way to go in. They've gotten Zorn very low. Super Shark's healing back up. Best player one is holding it in.
Okay,
they want to fight.
Good. They're going to jump back in, and now Sabat jumps in the middle of it. Mjorn Fury is going to be deployed, flickering forward in advance of time. Chibi gets him regardless. Zia takes out Sabat, and even the Netherrealm to make sure nobody else goes down. Nicely played by the Ohio brothers, but it seems that Chibi is keeping the boys in it to win it.
At this point of the game, 26 minutes in, what's more worth it here? A kill with 60 seconds on the dead timers or an Evolved Lord? Wolf, I have to ask you.
I think Evolved Lord. I think Evolved Lord, especially when it does not respond as soon as they die. You know, sometimes you cannot delay it, but this time the Lord spawned quite quickly, so they might not be able to use it. And my oh my, when I got into M5, and especially in MPLI, word in the street was Chibi was the retry god, and now I'm seeing it before my eyes.
Yes. This is happening again, right? Best player won. I feel like for the last few Lords, outclassed in that retry department.
Yes,
even now, Chibi, look at him. He's dealing with the wave bottom, and TOB are actually sacrificing a lot of the pressure on the other side to defend that base turret.
This
could be winnable.
This is 4v5. Best player, he finds the initial engage, gets the knock up towards Chibi's side. Shadow Stampede gonna pull him through. Yellow now with the Black Dragon form, making the attempt, but Superstar goes in with Neon Fury. They're getting poked out here. The next wave for the bottom side, they might just try to muscle it through. And Zeo comes in with the Winds of Nature as well as the Blazing Duet. They're trying their best to keep them out, but they keep going back and forth in and out of the fight to maintain battle perimeters. The crystal holds.
Fresh set of minions in the mid lane. They're all caught. They don't. This is now the 4v5 in favor of Homeboys. Oh!
Oh no, Zoran, he's really deep in there. But now we see that Warlord is in a lot of trouble. He's got to get out of there. GB lost his immortality. His rise up with the crossbow. Tank breaks Mielo, and now they're going to try and muscle it through for the crystal, and they get it, pulling into a game 3.
There can be no other way that it goes. We're going to game 3 for this series to decide who makes it to the knockout stages. Do we actually expect a clean sweep? We gotta do it. We gotta go all the way. And my goodness, Homeboys, tried and tested. They're showing here that it's not just the mechanics, but also the mental prowess.
And what do we say? This is on brand, right? This is just so on brand.
It's so on brand, man.
For Homeboys. We did say that it will be a very difficult game for the 1-1. I still think it is. I still think that we saw that it was very difficult. But the thing is, you have the Matilda onto Sorin. The moment that he got that momentum, the way that he was reminded of how he should be playing against the Ohio brothers, the mental game, the mental aspect of like recalling in front of your opponents, and the way that he is poking with the Matilda ultimate, he actually gained a lot of space for the team. And then it was just the experience, perhaps, of the Homeboys that paid dividends in this particular game. The shot calling was great, but I think the main MVP of this was definitely the retributions of Chibi. So many, 3 times, in fact, or 4 times, in fact, they were able to get it.
Outclassed completely in the later stage of the game. Best player 1 was nowhere near the level of Chibi when it comes to retry battles, man. You might as well call them the retry gods, because that's what he proved on the Martis. In the later stage of the game, you'd expect, hey, this hero falls off, this hero will become useless, but on the hands of this man right here, he proves that he truly is better than great, especially on those retries.
What a disgusting game this was. Oh my god, the pucker factor, and because of Chibi, he's able to kind of drag the game out in favor, somehow in favor of the Homeboys, despite everything that has happened, and the swapping of personalities even with the overall compositions.
Unbelievable, actually, and especially because it's 100% of 50-50. The thing that you will have to mind the Violent Requiem, the Initiation covered up from the Yuzhong, and then the Minoan Fury all together. You only have, what, 3 charges of your Mortal Coil during that fight, but they still managed to get that Retribution battle. Gotta have to say, TOB, they were saying that they have street cheese strategies, but this time, my oh my, even with the standard lineup, they're looking really well when it comes to their team fighting and their decision making. In fact, they would have gone and taken this game. Unfortunately, because of the Lord dances that eventually went in favor, the 50-50s that went in favor of Homeboys, they slowly lost control of the map and eventually lost their turrets to the point where the minions now, they are in a big disadvantage when it came to that point.
What's most impressive to me was the approach of how they deal with the cheese. Most teams would play it a bit more disciplinedly. They would have actually pulled back. You know what? If they want to dive, we pull back. Homeboys say, bring it on. That's their way to play. And I love the fact that they stick to the comfort instead of forcing something new, something strange for the composition. and they just say, GB, we trust you. We want to go for 50-50s. We gamble it out. We know you're going to win it for us.
Yeah, I mentioned it at the beginning of the game, like, this is one of the few compositions, especially, you know me, I'm the standard straight and narrow kind of guy. I like the composition coming off the side of TOB. It's got clear win cons, it's got clear tools, got really great ways to kind of approach every type of situation, and Homeboys were like, I'm an ego challenge that, and I'm a win.
That's the thing with NetherRealm, right? If you get stunned so much, 1 second is actually a lot. And you see what Zorn did? He went for the dash so that he can bring someone together in front of the base. I think that's very cheeky, and only players with a lot of experience can actually think about those kinds of stuff. Only players who have been in that position many times can decide like that.
A lot of experience on the Cho. That was a very Cho thing to do on a Matilda, right? Dive deep to the back, knock up, just to give the rest of the team space. Sacrificial plays on the Matilda. When it's a utility pick, doesn't matter. Zorn knows when to do that.
I'm telling you, right? He's one of the few extremely experienced players, and most people don't even notice that the last Kage from MY getting knocked out on the side of Team SMG, he was one of his very first teammates playing competitively in the early stages of MLBB, and now we get to see just a little bit of that, right? Look at that kill score, 8-16. You would have imagined that TOB had this in the bag.
They even have 15 purple buffs to 10 of Homeboys. Definitely Homeboys. I guess the main lesson for them in this particular game is that you're drafting well, you're playing the early game well, and honestly, you're playing the late game well too. But it's just the breaks of the game, that retribution that they couldn't secure. If they, I mean, the first try or the second time, the first time they got it, and then the second time they lost it. Another third time they lost it. They should have not been trying afterwards, right? Because you don't have the momentum anymore. What you need to do is to actually play out the Lord Dance for Homeboys. Maybe go for heroes instead. But because they were kind of dead set on going for the 50-50s, that's what bit them in the end.
And this basically shows us, this M5 particularly, KDA does not matter. We saw Flap TZ go 0-7 winning the game. Now we're seeing Homeboys go 8-16 in a game that a lot of people would have written them off, especially in that mid game. But Homeboys say again, we will fight till the very end and we will win with those retries. Warlord, the poke, we saw many times Best Player 1, he wasn't able to fully reset or fully commit to a Lord Dance. Why? Because he was poked down by Warlord. And in the end, though we did have a little bit of a discussion on whether it's better to go for Twilight Armor or Athena Shield, I think this game, the Twilight Armor would have been the best choice because the Athena Shield one shot, and earlier he still took damage. It was just a bit of a passive.
Exactly.
And Best Player 1 was not able to handle anymore. Even with this damage taken,
225.
Oh,
Yikes.
Boy, I don't know. I felt like, especially with TOB in the previous games that they've had in this group, once we start getting into the later stages of the game, you kind of see, well, not even later stages, the mid and late stages. One of the few habits I've noticed is the overcommitment, I wouldn't even say overuse, but truly just overcommitting to certain fights, right? They commit everything, every single ability, every single ultimate, every single battle spell to make something happen. Now it's about how efficient you can, how much bang for buck you can get from some of these abilities.
At the end of the day, maybe what I get from what you just said, Gideon, is that TOB are not controlling the tempo, even if they have the initiative already, right? Wow. So I think that's something that they have to fix. Like I said, though, TOB, I hope that their mental fortitude is strong, because after winning game number 1 and then losing to game number 2 like that, after doing everything correctly, like I believe that in their head, like, we all did everything correctly. We just missed the retribution. They have to reset after that if they want to win this best of 3.
We'll see if they can do that later on in game number 3, man, because it comes down to one game. The lead that they had, the lead that they built up, the momentum that they had, it's all for naught now. Everything comes down to a single best of 1 to kind of actually determine whether we're going to see a best of 1 later tonight as well. So it all comes down to one single game. Everything is on the line, especially for Homeboys. They started off strong in M5. To see them in this position is already interesting, man.
I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the GU leather of the Secret Lab chair, I probably would have sweat right through the chair, man. My cheeks are the same down below as it is up top, just constantly holding on to the Secret.
Oh my
Please, just something happened.
I can definitely feel you, man. I mean, after that game, how close it was. Oh, man. I mean, at this point, we got an interview with Daddyhood. I think that really gave Homeboys some, you know, he did give him pep talk, right?
Yeah,
it
that's
gave
right.
them motivation. It's like, we got to do it for Daddy, man, right? We got to do it for the boys, for the Flame Boys who are coming here all the way from Malaysia to the Philippines. And now we'll see what Manjin has to say next. Who's he going to interview? Maybe some TOB fans? We'll see. Manjin, take it away.
Things are getting intense between Homeboys and TOB. And anyways, I'm here with maybe not a fan, but a rival. Is that right? I am with Basic, the gold laner of Avalon, who fought TOB in the grand finals of NACT. And Zico, Coach Zico, the former coach. Is that right? Of Team Secret and Burnex Splash. Kumusta, pare? You're back in the Philippines. How are you, Basic?
Doing good, doing good. I just been back on streaming since his off season, and we lost to TOB. So that's pretty much it. I'm here to support TOB.
You're here to support TOB. Ikaw naman, Zico, kumusta ka?
Okay lang, pahinga.
Pahinga, we heard that you announced your retirement. What are your plans now? What are you doing now?
Sa ngayon, wala pa. Tambay.
Okay, he's resting. He's resting. Maybe waiting for something to happen. All right, all right. So, right, Basic, since it's off season, what are you doing? What have Midnight said that you can now flex your muscle?
Right now, I just been back on stream.
Just streaming. Just streaming. Okay. Can you comment on the game? TOB can have the chance to send maybe the final representative of Malaysia to go home. What do you have to say to the game?
I think for TOB, they can do it for sure. It's just they just gotta play it slow, you know. Because I think the reason that they lost is because they played it like fast. Para nagmamadali sila sa.
Okay. Okay, they need to discipline themselves. Yeah, all right. How about you, Zico? Any comments on the game?
For me, medyo nag-asim yung TOB.
Okay, nag-asim.
Nag-asim.
Nag-asim. Nag-asim is...
They sour.
Okay, they're sour. No.
Sour.
It's a Filipino term. It's a Filipino term. Nag-asim, Trex is watching. Nag-asim, Trex is risky.
Greedy.
Doing risky plays. So TOB is risky, right?
Yeah.
TOB is risky. Okay, Zico, the owner of Flame Boys gave a pep talk to TOB. Since you're supporting TOB, can you give them a pep talk also? What's your message to TOB? You are looking at your opponents right now. You are looking at TOB. What's your message to them?
Good luck, and then send Malaysia home.
Okay. All right. Okay, fearless forecast, guys. Since TOB is out already. Okay. Who's gonna win M5? Fearless forecast, you first. M5.
Bren.
AP Bren. Or dugong Pinoy. Pinoy na Pinoy. No bias. All right. How about you? Bro, how about you? Basic. Who's gonna win M5?
Onyx Indo.
Onyx Indonesia. And then?
M6 The Valley.
Ooh. Basic giving us a little bit of hint over there. All right. Guys, please, your final messages to your fans. Give your final messages to your fans.
Guys, keep supporting TOB and wish them good luck.
You too, Zico, to your fans.
Thank you so much for supporting us all in the Mobile Legends community, and I hope you all enjoy M5.
All right. That is Coach Zico and Basic. Let's throw it over to our shoutcasters and casters. Don't be maasim.
So what is that, right? Maasim, you said it's greedy, Wolf.
Yeah.
Manjin said it's risky. What is it, Wolf? Who's the real Filipino here?
Who's the real Filipino? Well, okay, number one, asim means sour. It's like, when you say maasim, it's like orange. Orange is sour, lemon is sour, right?
Okay.
But it is used in a way that you play greedily in game. You play, I guess, in a way risky, but no, risky is a different word. But when you say somebody is nag-aasim, it means that they are making unnecessary greedy plays.
That makes a lot more sense now. After that interview, I just saw Manjin just head back into the vent, and I'm like, I know there's an imposter amongst us now. It makes sense. It makes sense. It's all adding up.
Yeah.
By the way, what the heck? That was literally a teaser as well. Are we gonna get the Valley Dude in M6?
The Valley Dude?
The Valley Dude. I think we should
man.
get Trex up in here to do it right.
All right. Mr. Wagner.
Mr. Valley Man. Oh,
Mr. Wagner.
Lord Wagner.
Lord Wagner.
Lord Wagner.
I mean, everybody's excited to see him, especially since we haven't had the community actually, rally behind somebody. And even if TOB is going to go, there's still going to be NA representatives during the knockout. Now, I'm interested to know what some of the, adaptations, I can't even confidently say quote-unquote adaptations in this upcoming game, right? But what's the game plan coming in from both sides?
I think for TOB, they need to go for something crazy again, right? I mean, back to a best of one.
Yeah.
Go for an Ohio pick.
Ohio pick, right?
Diggy Petrify.
Is it weird? All right.
No. Take that curse.
Take it back.
Away.
Take it back. It's weird, right? Typically, you can easily attribute cheese strats to the red side because it's the last pick, right? But I think that cheese strats occur more in the blue side because you have the back-to-back picks in the last phase of the game. And that actually allowed them to go Thams as well as the Harith. So, that being said, I think that the main adjustment, the first adjustment here is maybe blue side should be the priority for the side of TOB because at least now they control the tempo of the draft, the so-called tempo of the draft.
Okay, I can definitely see the sentiment there, considering everything that has kind of happened, right? Especially when you kind of have a hero pick that kind of gives an idea or a lead, a concept over to the homeboys, and if they bite on it a little too hard, they'll get punished like how they did in game number one.
Yeah. And now it comes down to, what are they going to go for both these teams? We saw that they went for the risky choice, homeboys. In game number two, the 1-1 into the Faramis. They picked up so many just risky picks, but it played well towards their strategy. They want to go in, they want to go for the 50-50s. It works. These heroes will be doing good in chaotic team fights, what TOB actually strived with in game number one.
Yeah, I think,
hey!
Speaking about... God damn Take them down.
Is that Trex did?
God damn it.
No.
I know where you sleep, Trex. Just keep that in mind. We have the same hotel, by the way. Keep that in mind as the homeboys going to give their cheers. They walk back out. Might be their final time, might not be. It's going to be a tough one here.
All right, going back, I think 1-1 should be a hero that maybe the side of TOB will not give to homeboys, be it through a deny pick or maybe a target ban immediately. So I think that it's really not about the counters anymore. Surely, you don't want to pick up the Minotaur, you don't want to pick up the 1-1 when there's a Minotaur or there's a Faramis, but it's proven that it's just too OP. And maybe the enabler of that is the...
Let's go!
She passed her license!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Hey. Congrats!
Congratulations!
Wow.
Passing your license and then coming to watch M5.
Yeah.
That's the way to go, man. That's living the life. That's living the dream.
You are, yes, sir. You are living the dream.
Yeah.
She is living the dream.
She is living.
They're both living the dream. Yeah.
All right.
So what is the dream right now for homeboys? What is their dream draft? What is their dream way to victory?
Yeah, I think Mathilda still for Zorn just because of how aggressive he played. I think that now we can dust off that idea that, okay, can Mathilda be played by Zorn? The answer is immediately yes. He played marvelously in that game. Second is, a tournament flavor marksman. Please don't go Brody or Irithel if you're homeboys because it does not win you the game.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
He knows. It just took one single sign. He looks up at the camera. I know what must be done.
All right. Cool.
That stage presence, the camera awareness as well, that's what makes him such a good mid laner, right? You need to have awareness, spatial recognition.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? That's Hoon for you, man. On the Changa, we call him something different.
Oh,
it's the Chun.
The Chun. What if
the Changa?
We see the Changa coming out from TOB.
Okay.
But that also requires the Phobius mid from homeboys. Would you take that trade?
Oh, hell no. I actually, this is one of the few situations, I don't like Changa, don't get me wrong. But if you're telling me if I had to pick between Chang'e and as well as the Phoveus, I'm leaning more into the Chang'e. I'm not going to lie.
It's beatable. It's more beatable.
Yeah.
It's less annoying.
It's less annoying. And you can guarantee that you get priority.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I just hope that Homeboys will not result to that Phoveus mid once again. Because it really doesn't feel like a Homeboys kind of. Well, it does. It does appear on brand though.
Right?
It is on
Especially
brand.
for Warlord. He has War and Lord in his name. But ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to this. Game number 3, back to a best of 1. The Ohio brothers, this time on the blue side. Homeboys going on to the red. Nolan banned out. They do not want a repeat of game number 1. And the Arlet also going to be taken away from TOB with a Baksha. 3 games, 3 Baksha bans.
You know, at the end of this game, regardless of what the result is going to be, I'm just happy that at least for the Homeboys, they're able to break Wolf's mentality when it comes down to drafting style. Because really, this one's really tough to predict overall.
Born with talent.
Hey, gotta say, I saw you. You were kind of. It was kind of nerve-wracking to you.
we don't talk about
that.
We don't talk about the chair I'm sitting on. They have to replace it 2 times during that cast. I don't know if they've got a 3rd one in the back.
They do. Don't worry, especially for you, but that's it, Gideon. So this, luckily, it is the final game, right? Win or lose, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Everything's coming down to Trex saying sorry.
Yeah.
Rafael's sad watching at home, but now he's pumped after game 2, and you're still here, Wolf.
That means the Angela should be the battle for TOB.
Okay, let's see whether that's going to be the case here.
Yeah.
They've got about 10 more seconds to actually talk about what the rest of the draft is going to look like, especially with the potential first pick. Valentina gets banned out. They're shaking things up.
I think they might want to go for the Faramis, that means, right? They want to just
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Go for the Valentina ban, pick up the Faramis, deny any sort of answer to that Faramis.
Yep.
And it's also great because, hey, technically it's a 1-1 counter. We did get to see that early on, game number 2. Not so much in the later stage because he was able to just maneuver around it, layer on top of that Nether Realm.
Yep.
But the Homeboys want to ban the Faramis. That's too risky. They ban it out, they pick TOB pick 1-1, right?
Yeah, maybe they let go of the Faramis. They pick up Joy and Joy and +1, maybe get the Bruno perhaps because it's not banned out.
And then we get the Hilda Petrify.
That's also true.
I feel like Homeboys are going to revert to a utility jungle. Just the raw feeling. Ah, okay. At least
had enough.
We've had enough, you know?
It's great because that Faramis ban confirms that the Hilda Petrify is not going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Wanwan's still available.
Yeah.
I don't think
Zia.
I will be there upon the
Angela.
is picked.
I forgot, man. 2
That's
games in a
for
row.
attack.
Angela's been banned out by Homeboys, right?
Yeah. Okay, Angela. That means Homeboys will go for if Joy is still open, and because the Angela was picked up, you kind of reduce the. Oh, you can still pick up Hilda, right? Because it can be mid lane. Angela.
True. That's true.
So do you want to go Joy 1-1 if you're Homeboys immediately? But that means that begs the Phoveus, right?
Yeah, right? I feel like they need to kind of hold... if anything, you go for the standard picks, right?
Bruno.
Matilda,
Bruno, I think, is...
Bruno, yeah.
I think they might have to take the Wanwan away, right? I mean, Zia has been popping off. Every single time he gets the Wanwan.
Yeah.
Oh, they go for the Bruno.
Time to go
So,
to the
okay, it's Bruno and
Lilia.
Lilia.
Lane Tayo.
Yeah, they're thinking about the Angela going mid perhaps, and they want to just nail the Angela into the turret. You're not able to roam. Equals to the Angela's not really going to be useful. Force it to go as a roam, not as a mid.
Yeah. You can go, if you're TOB, you kind of want to go Mino plus the 1-1, but that kind of confirms your Angela. At the same time, it's a very strong combo because no matter what happens, you're allowed for takeoff. But then it doesn't give them that ability to kind of flex it up.
To lead the charge.
That's Hilda.
And the Joy. Wow.
Well,
so they picked the Hilda as a deny from the Joy pick that he's going for, from a counter from Homeboys.
But, okay, if you are Homeboys, you still have a lot of, like, you still have Cho, you still have perhaps Minotaur is there, and Kaja in a way.
That's true. Let's also not forget that the fact that Joy can actually be flexed into the EXP. Worst comes to worst, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Matilda is still open for Homeboys. It still is a pretty good hero in this particular case.
Agreed.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Can get you out of the engages, the dives coming in from TOB, from Joy.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, what do homeboys do? They want to pick up an XP laner? Maybe perhaps even a jungler.
Yeah.
Getting a utility jungle pick here, maybe to deny that Hilda early game invade.
Prepare for the return of awesome.
It's a Kai, right? Is that not a Kai?
Yeah. That is going to be a Kai.
So utility jungle. Okay.
All right. So pretty safe, pretty sound. At the very least, you know, you have like an inbuilt purify just to make sure that you can still do what Chibi does best and to secure these lords.
Now even better, right? Heavy spin.
Yeah.
But the Joy has CC immunity.
Which is not anymore.
Fun is all that matters.
We still have it with max stacks.
I mean,
But it's more like
it's like conditional, right?
conditional.
All right, yeah, I agree with you. That's true.
That's the thing. If we're here, we are at the table, ununified about small things. Can you imagine what these coaches and analysts are thinking about in their heads? Because it's like, where do you start putting your priority? Where do you start investing, right? Because it feels like no matter what you do, at the end of the day, these coaches are arming these players with the best weapons possible, and still the execution needs to be clean.
It needs to be more than clean. It needs to be perfect right now.
Good
In this kind of a situation where everything's on the line, for homeboys specifically, I would have to say. Because for TOB, they're playing freely, right? Win or lose, they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. And that alleviates a lot of pressure on them. And it's not like they can easily get rattled, right? TOB, honestly, they can just ban out the Minotaur at this point because that's the... Or maybe Tigreal, perhaps. The Zord can still play it. I think now TOB... I always don't like the Brody going up against the... generally, I don't like the Brody. It does win against the Bruno. And I guess it will be different now because you now have the Angela. Angela plus Brody is quite strong.
It is quite strong.
Yeah.
I don't like Brody.
I don't like the way he said that.
Yeah.
It feels like it had a motivation behind it.
It does not win games. It wins games, but it does not win like tournaments, you know?
I mean, Bebex didn't win on the Brody earlier. You're right on that. Okay. Minotaur banned out with the Mathilda as well. Hey, do homeboys go for a signature Cho now that Akai has been, picked in? They can go for the Joy lockdown with a Cho.
Yeah.
The Paquito first, right? Just hide that roamer choice. I think for Zorn as well. This is weird, but he can also flex that Akai to the... if they really need it, they can do it, right? But if they don't, then they can just pick up a signature Zorn hero with the Mathilda and the Minotaur banned out.
I think TOB doesn't have a choice. Brody should be the pick. Irithel is also considerable since they have the Angela anyways.
Yeah.
You can sprint. You can pop the Purify. Maybe if they want to risk it, they can go carry. Because they might be... Yeah, they might have a good shot at that hero. And
with no lockdown though, that's a bit tough.
That's quite tough. So carry, and then maybe what? They get you get Uranus. I guess Uranus should be the case.
No, they go for... Whoa!
Okay.
Edith and the Brody. The Brody, with all the heroes banned out, that's probably the only viable choice. Maybe a Beatrix, but very tough against this kind of comp. Edith though. Edith in the XP. It should be Edith XP. We haven't seen it. I think this tournament, we haven't seen Edith XP.
Yeah.
No, we actually have seen Edith XP before. One game.
Win or lose?
What was it again? It's not coming to me. I don't have my notes. The worst timings possible. I'll get back to you on that one. I'll get back to you as we look at this final pick coming in for the side of
actually
homeboys,
TOB
right?
going up against Daewoo.
There we go. Thank God we got Wolf.
Did they win or lose?
You are not obligated to answer that.
They actually lost. I think Cho is the best. I think there's something about Tigreal in this game that I kind of wanted.
Yeah, the
for
Brody can't go Purify.
Yeah.
Cho or Tigreal, it's going to be a very tough hurdle to go against. And you've called it again. Whoa!
Wolf.
You're lucky that right now the speakers aren't English, because then they would know before they know, they would know that you have predicted their draft.
It's crazy how he doesn't have a ring on his finger.
Yeah.
We all know the answer to that. We all know why.
I don't know why.
B or WB. Wolf. Boom bang bada bing.
It's time to get into this game as we break down the compositions one last time for an elimination match. Will TOB bring down the homeboys with a composition that is pretty flexible, good lane potential, great at securing lords. But TOB, look at that comp.
Yeah. It's again all in on the laning stage. I'm gonna be very basic about this. Late game, it belongs 100% to, well, actually, not 100%, maybe 70% to the side of Homeboys. I like their odds better in the late game. And then when you're looking at
5 seconds
Homeboys,
till the
they gotta
enemy reaches
make
the
do with
battlefield.
the late prio
Smash
once
them.
again. Okay, so there are two ways that you can use the Tigreal in this particular game. You can go invade where you just reset the objective. And second is you can go defensive, right? So because the Hilda is gonna be invading, you kind of want to control it at least. There it is, the resets.
Yep, always. The draft reflects the game though. It's all in or nothing. It's do or die for both these teams right now, especially for Homeboys and Zorn. Zorn!
Force him. He's going to do it again. Oh! There we go. Retribution. That's what we were expecting. And worst yet, Zorn is able to pick up all the small little fruits. So he's not, best player is not even topped up even after that, right? Yeah. And now as they start to play around the map, where are they going to start leaning their focus into? That's what I'm curious about, especially with these types of rotations.
I wonder as well, why is Shark not level 2 yet? What happened in there? Take a look at Zorn. Did he pick up the roam boots a little bit later?
Did Zorn actually get the little creep of the purple buff? I think that might be the best explanation for it, right? I'll look at the replay.
Oh boy, that would have been so. That's gonna be a little frustrating here. But let's not forget the Super Shark this time.
He did.
Dang, real nice. Zorn now having the flicker on out of there, and it's going to be popping on the string that locks him down with the help of the follow-up. The onward, they secure first blood. Who takes the kill?
Gotta expect the Homeboys. They have all the tools to get into the late game that we're talking about. Like they have Zepat going for the Paquito, and they also have that can go for the split push. They also have Warlord to clear out the waves. And then Bruno is just generally good from early to the late stages of the game.
Yeah. I think in this matchup as well, specifically this matchup, I want to talk a little bit about it. Bruno versus the Brody. All the Bruno needs to do is technically stay out of range from the Brody. The Brody can bully only if he's in range. But that's it. Meanwhile, Bruno just outscales him. Shark.
Yep, he's now getting pushed back. It's going to be a little scary here, right? Because now Zorn is coming to a point where he has a slight EXP lead. Doesn't look like best player is falling off just yet. Chibi's going to take his time. Electrifying Pete's going to come out pretty early on here. Now here comes the heavy spin. Yellow's going to try and lock him down as the reset comes through. Chibi has committed too much of his HP. He's on the run. They're going to start running for the bushes, and they finally secure the kill. Yellow takes out Chibi in the meantime. Hoon's already gone, but now the fight is going to break out even further. Best player still a little healthy, but they find Super Shark. Finally, the trade's back 2-1.
Oh man, that was quite uncharacteristic for Hoon. He popped the ultimate in the middle of the river, and that meant that he died afterwards, even after the Purify. So that's a weird interaction. That's why it kind of looked awkward for the Ohio brothers. But then again, he's rocking the Brave Smite, so
yeah, I mean, definitely. I can see that. And the Homeboys as well, the resets that they've been able to do, the fact that TOB were actually the ones forced out despite them starting it first. Now Homeboys have all the resources necessary to force this out. The heavy spin cancels any attempt of TOB's steal. That's why they just give it over. They know it'll just be in vain.
Yep. That's right. It's a non-contest here. More importantly, I mean, the battle spells as well. I mean, everything. Fourth side of the Homeboys is not making their way up to that top side. Are we expecting a potential invade as we see best player using Retribution? Now, no pick on the side of Super Shark.
Nope.
It'll be a tight early game. The fact that Ohio brothers didn't really overtake in the first 3 minutes of the game, that's quite concerning if you're a fan of NA. At the same time, though, if you go to the first Lord of the game at around 8 minutes, 9 minutes, that means that Zia should have 3 items, so it'll be great. Zorn was top global Tigreal about 2 years ago. Very specific.
Fun facts. About 2 years ago. Very specific. Zorn. That's why in MPLI he also mentioned, right, I really wanted to play Tigreal, but the team just didn't let me. Yeah. Finally in M5, we get to see that, and we'll see if it brings them the victory when it matters the most. The pick that he's been wanting to go for. So far, he's been doing very well. Chibi.
Well, he got the lockdown. Oh, wait, Zepat actually going pretty hard. He even flickered in for this. Mielo looking for the save. Best player makes it over the wall and gets away. A lot of commitment for the side of the Homeboys, but no cigar just yet as they walk away with nothing to basically get out of it.
Flicker for flicker, a few ultimates as well. There's no one actually wins technically unless Shark is able to steal this.
He wouldn't, right? No, he's not. And now we're the Purify actually coming out as Super Shark to get himself out of there in time.
What the hell is with Super Shark? Sprint is the Hilda spell. In 2 games that I will play in my last series, I will use neither.
You're never gonna take a Purify or Petrify ever again.
Wait till you see Revitalize Hilda.
Oh god.
In the bush plus Revitalize, back and forth. That's ultimate healing.
Execute Hilda.
Hey, that actually, I believe Keyboy's done that before.
He has done that.
But he's Keyboy, come on.
Yeah, true. Hey, but he's also... Wait, hold on. They get the lockdown onto best player 1. Looks like even with the hard guard, he might be in a lot of trouble here. As the backline getting attacked, Ryzel might be in some trouble here. Zorn flickers away. GB secures the neutral, and now they're on the run. I'm surprised nobody else from the side of the Homeboys actually died there.
Yeah, they just... Well, technically, I feel like it's Homeboys' disengage that actually gave TOB a way back to get out. Because Homeboys, right after the turtle, right after that initial kill, they said, now we're done. We really just want to outscale you guys. You guys are the ones forced to fight. You guys are the one forced to look for a snowball early. The fact that we have it, we're happy with it.
Yep. I think that's the fair assumption of what Homeboys' approach will be. And I don't blame them for that. I think it's actually the right decision.
I agree. Oh my goodness. Warlord.
He's got black shoes. It's totally fine. We did see a bit of a lane swap actually occur, trading tier 1s on either side. Homeboys take top tier 1, while the Ohio brothers take bottom tier 1. So interesting off-tempo play here being made, but more importantly so, right? Look at how the mid lane is just getting... Everybody's just converging towards it. This no man's land in the river is not a safe place.
Yeah. And also, mid-game power spike, right? Just as the gold urn gets popped up here, Ryzel and Zia, despite Ryzel's attempt of playing it safe, he's still actually ahead. But that won't change too much when it comes to power spikes. Brody should have a bit more of a power spike to hit earlier. But right now, Super Shark, they want to utilize that.
Yep, yellow flickers forward. With the trying to, actually finds his Zorn's in a lot of trouble. He can't get out of there in time. Even with Chiba with the heavy spin, tries his best. They don't find a return kill in time. His best player now attacking the back lines with the electrifying bleed to the help of Hoon's Heart Guard. They secure the kill onto Zia. And now Selfbot late to the party. What's up, everybody? Is it already over?
Earlier power spike equals to full capitalization in the early stage. They got that mid-game and instantly they saw an opening. They went for it. They know it's now or never, right? If Homeboys continue to deny fights away from them to just go for neutral objectives, TOB will not have an opener this game.
Yeah. You can see that TOB is, they understand that this is their power spike. There should be their power spike. So even when they are trading behind with 1,000 gold, they should be fighting. Then you think about it, best player eventually will have a lot of like scaling compared to the Akai when it comes to the damage, which kind of makes me think that maybe this is their way to the late game where Ryzel will be frail compared to a Joy.
Yep, Primal Wrap being popped by Mielo as he gets pushed away from the entire fight around the turtle. But speaking of which, best player also makes his attempt on the dive as Ryzel goes down to Hoon. Good dive. It's up by trying to escape, but the puppet on the string keeps it locked down. Best player tries his best. Great heavy left hand, but Champion stands to keep him alive. GB finds a kill back onto Super Shark. Does he have his ult? No, he used it earlier. Good jobs from both sides.
Man.
And now Turtle turns into Lord.
Gonna have to hand it to Sepa, just keeping himself safe and did not panic at all. He was just moving, waiting for the combo first, because sometimes that is what happens to Paquito players. When they panic, they forget the fact that they need to combo their spells.
Zorn too, gotta give it to him. The composure he had to wait for the last second of that implosion. It made even TOB question, wait, does he have it up? Why wasn't he using it? And then once he did, oh, he has it up, guys. He's bringing us to the turret. Oh no. This mid-game power spike, that's very well played from Homeboys, right? Despite the fact that Ryzel actually died there, they were able to keep it level. Because TOB, they did not just want that pick. They wanted that pick and to capitalize on the Lord to really, really get a firm grasp on that snowballing potential.
It's about finding the resources, right? We look at the gold earn once more. Zia actually coming up pretty high here as this Lord dance is going to initiate. It looks like best player clearing down on that bot side. Boys, they're aware of it, but at the same time, there's housekeeping to be done on all sides of the map.
I like how even game number 3 is.
Oh my god. All right, Super Shark, he's getting hit, but the question is, does he survive? Purify to get himself out of there. Warlord as well. Wow. Manages to get out even without the black shoes. They lock down Mielo. It's pretty good. They find the initial pick, but here comes best player with the help of the Heart Guard as well. Sees Zorn, sees Ryzel. It just it just isn't worth it right now.
That was perfect. The execution from Homeboys. They punish an overextension by actually splitting TOB up and picking them off one by one. They know that TOB need to layer their damage together to actually burst down through these tanky members. So Zorn, that solo ult, it looked weird, but it did the job.
Zia waiting for the play. They want to go for Sepat?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they got the puppet on the string, right? They've got everything. They flickers out just in time.
Beautiful,
Nicely done from Supat. Even Zia committing is all he thought he was going to get that kill, but unfortunate. Back to neutral zones for both sides.
No. The Lord. Imagine, this started as a turtle, by the way.
Yeah.
At 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And now it has been alive for 2 minutes now.
Speaking of which, Zorn now getting attacked by the electrify beads, and that's going to be Super Strike securing the kill. Wait, GB might be in trouble. Heavy spin being utilized as one of the lockdowns here to make something happen. Saban tries with a jab, but gets blocked, unfortunately, by Best Player as he takes out Warlord, and now the turnaround for the side of the Ohio brothers. 3 for nothing.
They were given a losing hand, and they instead all in that moment. The heavy spin used up defensively, but he used his skill 1, the headbutt, offensively. That was a weird commitment from the Homeboys. And you don't do that in Ohio, buddy.
Don't do that in Ohio. And the thing is, they used the heavy spin, but there wasn't any follow-up. I think that Chippy kind of overstayed there because meant that Hoon was able to heal up. Zia flickered out, and then just pops the ultimate, the fadeaway. The fact of the matter is, they have to commit their stunts onto Joy and not on the Brody.
Yeah.
They can technically just ignore the Brody, but now they can't.
Even if Zorn was dead.
Exactly. At this point, what is Zorn building up? Radiant armor. That's why they were able to take down this Tiger easily, courtesy of Super Shark as well as Zia.
Yeah. Here we go. Now, tier 2s are starting to collapse on all sides. They've got a synchronized wave. Best players pushing down bot side with the Lord on top. They crack tier 2s here. Ryzel should be able to handle that by himself, but for now, even mid is getting chunked out pretty hard. No commitment just yet. Here comes Best Play with the electrifying beats, forcing out the black shoes for the side of Warlord. Even the Heart Guard getting committed too. Homeboys aggress. The Ohio brothers regress.
Honestly, I think that's worth it for Homeboys, not losing any inhibitor, not giving up the holy defense, and they still keep their mid lane tower intact.
But they don't keep that tier 2 in the bottom lane intact. That's why the Brody is a turret eater. Whoa, Best Player 1. Again, always just such an annoying threat. And see, there's nothing Homeboys can really do there. Because if Zorn committed an implosion, no, it's not worth it. The rest of the team will just engage again. BP1 is only the first layer of damage, a poke that's coming in. And again, look, always, even if he baits a heavy spin, baits an implosion, it's worth it for them.
Yep, Best Player 1. I mean, look at him. He's 2 levels ahead of Chibi, and this was like at 12 minutes, 11 minutes even, he already achieved this. He's just using his electrifying beats off a cooldown just to kind of instigate something.
Yeah. This is the point where you reach critical mass on your Joy. It's rather earlier compared to other Joys that we've seen, because typically you struggle with the Joy. This time, because of the fact that they have the Angela, it amplifies this Joy to a point where in the mid game where he only has, what, 1 or 2 items, you're still not afraid to actually engage to your opponents. Because you have the follow-up, you have heal, you have additional damage, and you have the help of the Brody. And I think that they... it acted like a catalyst on how this Joy will be farming, because typically the Joy will need a lot of time farming, right, before he's able to reach critical mass. But I guess that with what TOB has been doing with the Angela, with the Brave Smite Angela and the Purify, come on.
It's a sustained battle.
It's a sustained battle.
He knows exactly what tools he brought to the sustained
sir.
battle, man. You think I'm just healing and shielding? I can also heal even more.
When you think it's over, it's really not.
And then there's Purify Hilda, right?
If you thought Angela alone, Hilda alone was already annoying, wait till you get to Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Once you get to Ohio, you finally understand why they say...
This is how we do it in Ohio.
Exactly.
That's how they do it.
Well, how do you put it? The Ohioans.
The Ohioans. That's the worst way I could have put it, to be fair. Look, NA probably cringed a little, but don't worry, don't worry. We have more in store here. Especially, I mean, I got more in store, especially if they take down the homeboys in this manner.
Oh, man.
Speaking of which, right, I think one of the few small, minute details here about, you know, having a Hilda with a Purify as we look at the draft index overall is the fact that if the lockdown coming in from the implosion of Zorn's Tigreal, at the very least, you can try to disrupt, right? You can try to body block, you can Purify, look to body block the initial jabs, maybe more importantly, try to cancel out animations here and there, especially since you are a Hilda. That's kind of your job. That's why Assassins hate her.
And that's why for homeboys as well, especially here, looking at the way their comp has been built around, they're really relying on a very specific amount of things to happen in court, like in sync. They have to get a good pin down. They have to get a good implosion. If it's not used properly, especially once we get to the later stage, I feel like that's why we did see early game and even late game in the index there. It's actually held down by TOP. Right. They have more ways of executing this draft, and we'll see exactly that as we have actually found that the Warlord has been taken down right during the... Warlord. Wow, that's pretty distressing.
He's just taking a nap.
She's just taking a nap.
He's just taking a nap. Don't worry about it. At least now he's got about like 12 seconds to breathe a little bit, start thinking about how he's going to actually deal with specifically best player who's been being an absolute nuisance. It looks like he's building up to eventually a genius spawn, I would assume, but he might even consider a Winter Truncheon here. Once again, best player using the electrifying beats to help push people off to get the tier 2.
Yeah, I think that if you have, at this point, with all of the items that the best player has, electrifying beats will be around 20-second cooldown. Yeah, it's just... Purify.
You thought I was going to use the hard guard? No, I got to Purify.
I got to Purify. What are you talking about?
Why are you even hovering on me? I have a Purify, Hoon. Come on, man. Forgot.
What do you think? This is a sprint, Hilda?
So
a petrify, Hilda? Hell no.
So annoying because homeboys are relying on a big set, and that basically denies it away from them.
Exactly, but look at this rushdown coming up from the side of the Ohio brothers, right? They're trying to make sure that TOB have the best opportunity, but it looks like best player going to be using his electrifying beats, and the hard guard is being executed as well. Zorn tries to attempt on the Zia side, and now it's a 4v5 in favor of the Ohio brothers. This should be a non-contest for the Lord. GB is trying to walk up, but nah, Super Shark, he's got him monitored.
I gotta give props to Super Shark there, man, because we did see, obviously, Zia. Zia was the dude who actually was able to bait Zorn, poke him down all the way, but Shark zoned Rizel so hard there. He saw Sapat in the bush. He actually gave Sapat some time to react. Like, are you going to move? Yep. And Sapat did, and he's like, all right, I'll start bashing you. That was a pretty funny interaction.
That's the thing, right? When you're Bruno in this particular game, do you actually want the Purify, right? Like, what actually locks you down in place? Imagine if you had, like, Flicker, perhaps, or maybe even Sprint. So you can actually run down this Hilda.
I guess it would just be Mielo, right? Because that's what Mielo has been trying to do each and every time. He's been trying to go for like an Earth Shatter Flicker, play onto Rizel, maybe even onward if he wants to get out of that. But here comes best player once again with the electrifying beats on top of Rizel. It's actually getting very, very close. He's so low as they crack open the inhibitor. GB's going to have to try his best to hold on for as long as he can, but he's going to have to use his ult to push away the minions to not lose out on the mid inhibitor. It cracks still no matter what. And now the Ohio brothers looking to try and make an end here. They're getting Chump. Best player is doing a wonderful job here.
Sword?
No, it gets canceled out. Oh, no. They still can't make it happen. Super Shark finally goes down. Good crits from Rizel. Now, Black Shoes coming out for the side of Warlord. Are they going to back up, or do the Ohio brothers want to keep aggressive? Yeah, they're going to take one more inhibitor before they leave, and they crack it open, and now that should be it.
What a cancel from Mielo. That could have been the set that homeboys have been looking to find the entire game. What a goat.
What a goat. Me goat. Man. And the Ohio brothers, you would think that they didn't have a best shot, especially because homeboys are very patient with their ultimates, but here they go.
Yep, Rizel, he's in a lot of trouble. The electrifying beats is already out. He slide tackles just in time, and now it's Moon who takes him out again! So yeah, Zorn, he's going down. He's lost his immortality. This is not looking good for the homeboys. TOB are walking away with everything.
Top Zia.
Whew. Top Zia, for sure. Super Shark is back with not the Purify.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
They're going to look for it with the mid wave. Zordon and Ryzo are down. It's only Warlord.
No, a Warlord already prepared.
Milo!
Yep, he's trying for it. Onward is going to be able to get somehow this time, but no, Warlord chunks him out just in time, making sure that they at least even up the score.
Oh, no.
Hard part memory.
They gotta go out.
They gotta get out of here, man. I don't know, but this is starting to get. This is really frustrating because every single time we see best player make these engagements, especially with the heart guard, right? If he's successful, it doesn't matter who gets the kill, whether Hoon or best player. Hoon with fleeting time is going to get the heart guard again, and they rinse and repeat.
Yep. And big props to Warlord, however, able to set up with a defense. That's why the minions weren't there, and he actually survived Zia. Even with the hard guard in there, actually buying time, this allowed them to eventually defend. Didn't have to even pop the Purify. The usage of the ultimate was just there. And now Ohio Brothers, they may have the lead, but they cannot be careless going up against Homeboys. This is again another retry battle. Okay.
Black Shoes being used early, getting
no.
on top of Ryzel. He's left alone. It's going to happen all over again. His best player takes out Ryzel. They're going to lock him down for a while, but now the heavy spin to disengage as Subbot clears the waves mid as well as bot side, but TOB continue to spearhead this comp.
No Ryzel, no Warlord. That means no chance of a retreat battle to even happen for Chibi. TOB, they learned in game number 2 that in a retreat battle we lose, so we'll just fight, we'll just chase Subbot, even in the bottom lane. That's even more!
Yep, the onward lands on towards Orange's side. He's gone! This is it! This might just be it for the Ohio Brothers. They're gonna fight for the kills, but they're going straight for the Crystal. Subbot flickers forward, Knock'em straight to push out the waves. It's too late! It's over! GG! Well played! The representatives of NA bring down Malaysia down to their feet! Ohio Brothers, do it!
The Ohio Brothers had transcended in their last game. Now they are the Ohio bosses. My goodness gracious. In their last game, they choose to take down the last hope of Malaysia, the last Malaysian representative, the champions of Malaysia.
First pick Angela that was banned out first 2 games. Brave Smite Purify, and you have the Hilda with the Purify. The lane prio tactics coming out from the Ohio Brothers didn't look like it will work, but it did in game 1 and game 3. Even game 2 was quite close. Homeboys weren't prepared for this. And my goodness, TOB, I did not think that they can do this to Homeboys.
We're gonna throw it to Manjin for an interview with the Homeboys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for Homeboys. Guys, thank you so much. You can now give your final bow to the audience. Once again, Homeboys. GGWP, you can now return to your room. And now let's call on the victors. The best in the West, the Ohio Brothers. Come on. Come here. Guys, you exited this tournament with a bang. All right. You have so many fans, of course. You have so many fans. Anyone can answer. Anyone can answer. How important is this victory for you guys? How important is this win?
I mean, this M5 run was, bad, but, ending with a bang, it means a lot to us. We're still happy and we're still gonna move forward and, do our thing.
All right, you're moving forward. You lost your first 2 series. You lost your first 2 matches. What are the lessons that you learned to get this victory? Any lessons that you learned? Anyone can answer. You can pass the mic. Go, Milo, you. Yeah. What are the lessons that you learned? You lost your first 2 matches.
Something we learned is definitely not to underestimate anyone here, because everyone here respectively is the best in their own region. So we should have equally prepared, equally tried, focused.
Okay, to focus and respect everyone. All right. what can we expect from NA in the near future? I want to ask Hoon. Hoon, what can we expect from NA in the near future?
More assassin games.
More assassin games. All right, more assassin games. That's Hoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, guys. Can you please, I won't take this any longer. Can you please give your final messages one by one? Let's start off with Coach. Your final messages to your fans. Let's start off with Coach. Can you please pass the mic, Hoon? Yes. Final messages to your fans.
Just want to say to all the fans who supported the Ohio Brothers in North America, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting us, and we'll be back next year. Thank you.
Okay, they will be back next year. How about you, Zia? How about you?
To all NA fans and Ohio Brothers, we're sorry that we couldn't get out group stage, but I think we ended the run with a banger. But thank you for everything, though.
Come on.
Thank you for everyone coming today. And again, I want to say sorry to NA, but we will do better in MC. Thank you.
You know, as sad as I am, as happy as I am right now, sending homeboys home with us, I'm still sad, it does hurt me a lot still. I'm so sorry to all my fans and the NA crowd, We will do better next time, I promise.
Yeah. All right. Hoon, do you have any special shout outs to a special someone? Do you have any special mentions?
Thank you for supporting us and then, help us a lot throughout the M5 journey. His name is Dave.
Okay.
Assassin Dave. Thank you. We actually tried really hard this game, even though we're out of the series, because we don't want to waste the effort that we put in.
And everyone is proud of you guys. Everyone from NA is proud of you guys. And now, Milo, your final message? Final message?
Thank you to my Indonesian fans out there for your unwavering support. Please keep supporting me. I love you guys.
That's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause. The best in the West, the Ohio Brothers. You can now exit the stage. There you go. Thank you so much, Hoon. All right, that game was intense. Let us now throw it back to our shoutcasters. Take it away.
Oh, hold it back. Yo, stop, guys.
You better like that jacket.
Stop, no.
You better take that jacket.
Guys,
I swear to God, I'm gonna get you this time.
You really had to do it,
Thank you, Secret Lab.
I mean, it's good protection, man. You can't get through that, Gideon. Might as well try next time, right? Later, right? Come on. We got a show to continue here, man.
We got a show. We got a show.
My goodness. I had to hold them off for the entire interview there, guys. But you know what happened, Wolf? Why'd you have to do it, man?
Why'd you got to do it again? This is what, the third year
You're lucky
in a
to play in
row?
here.
I'm lost for words. I already posted it by Facebook account that I'm dead. Naisu, please. Naisu, where are you? Help me out here.
We got to get some bodyguards up here for Wolf. I can't hold Gideon alone, especially I just got word Lapel's on the way to the venue just to... Oh, man, let's deep dive on the game again. What exactly happened? And who's the MVP, most importantly, in game number 3? Who made it happen for the Ohioans?
Oh, the Ohioans. Of course, it's best player, 100% kill participation. The fact that this was designed for the Joy, in fact. They went in for the Brody. And we said that Brodies, it doesn't win tournaments, but at the same time, it kind of paved the way so that the Joy will have a comfortable mid-game. Because what happens now is that your side lanes are okay. It's not winning per se, like Brody versus the Bruno, but it's stabilized. So that means that Hoon as well as Mr. Super Shark only had to deal with the mid lane and the jungle. So they protected best player many times this game. In fact, the usage of the hard guard was so well put in this game. Look at how tanky that Joy was. I mean, eventually it dies, but it kind of wins the battle eventually for TOB. And then Super Shark just, rampages through. And now Chibi locked down Super Shark. Super Shark will be able to get out eventually. Then best player punishes. They found Ryzel for some reason in that fight. And that is actually, giving a lot of openness coming out from a TOB. A very sweaty fight, though.
Yeah,
in this
this is why best player is going to be the MVP, right?
Yeah.
Those quick decisions on the fly. Suddenly, Ryzel comes into vision, instantly goes right into it, right? Changes the plan on the fly, and I think that's what we wanted to see from the side of TOB. The flexibility overall to punish the members of the Homeboys.
Super fast adaptation from game number 2 where best player was outclassed in the retro department. He says, you know what, all right, let me play to my strengths, Assassins. And that's what Hoon also said, we're going to see more Assassins. With BP1 feeling very comfortable on the Joy, he just kept on going. And yeah, Homeboys, they doubled down on Chibi's retro. They weren't able to get close. They get poked down before even contesting for the neutral objective.
Now, Wolf, I want to ask you real quick. Super Shark, Hilda, Purify,
and Petri.
I think the Petri was definitely one of those momentum-based things. Yeah. But with the Purify, we did actually get to see one of the few moments where it actually pays off. I thought I was kidding for a second there. It's like one of those, I'm grasping at straws, but it actually happens.
Yeah, I guess it's because of the amount of valid lockdown that you can get from Homeboys. To be fair, right? I'm not from Ohio. I really don't understand this Purify, but it worked, right? And what he really need to do in this game is just be in front of Ryzel or to Sepat. And you'd see that there was a lot of times where he was trying to chase down Ryzel as well as Sepat, individually. And then, if you think about it, having the Purify also allows you to kind of close the gap against Warlord. You can be on top of the Lilia again. So essentially what the Purify did for Super Shark is it allowed access for him to be able to get on top of the hero that they need to be on top of. So, for example, if they want to force the ultimate from Warlord, they have that. They want Ryzel, they also have that. Then it also paves the way for now best player to get into the backlines, not worrying about any additional stunts for himself.
I mean, with considering everything that has happened here, Zia comes out as the rich guy and as well as the carry. But man, what a game this could have been for the side of the Homeboys, especially if they, I don't know. It felt a little awkward at times. Yes, there's obviously cheese strats, but then when do you start to see the adaptations? I feel like the Homeboys, these small mistakes really started to compound in interest as we started moving to the later stages of the game.
I feel like it was, again, the curveball that happened. Game 1, Game 2, even though TOB looked for fights, it's always around neutral objectives. Their cheese picks were centered around securing these objectives to get that lead and to get the snowball going. The fact that TOB technically didn't really need to contest any neutral objectives this game, they were just looking for fights around neutral objectives, gave Homeboys the false sense of security that, you know what, this is the best comp. This is a good comp for neutral objective control. They have an AoE CC from Zorna set up. They have a very strong prio laner in the XP lane. Same goes for the mid lane with the Lilia. It was perfect for setting up for neutral objectives, but getting poked down and having these big ultimates used up only for one member, it gave the rest of the team so much more power, so much more impact in the game.
I think this is where we can get the value out of the Joy with the Angela. Joy individually is, I would say there are a lot of easy controls for that. Even the Akai. Imagine if this wasn't an Angela, this would be a different story. But the fact that it was first picked, you understand, right? We said that the Angela might be banned, and then they trade Phantomist for Joy, something like that. But the idea was to ban the Phantomist. Understandable. Again, from Homeboys, that draft was winnable for them. But I guess the benefit was Angela plus Joy was a strong combo. Had it been that they broke that combo. Imagine if they went Joy plus Bruno, maybe things would have been different. Yeah.
Joy plus, I don't know. It's tough to say because it felt like this is the first time we're seeing Homeboys be on the world stage, and the pressure might have gone to them like how I would have gotten to you if I wasn't zip-tied to this chair from the knees down and even my elbow. No, don't you dare touch me right now.
Thank you, Prod, for helping me out.
That just goes to show you how strong the Secret Lab truly is. This guy's 180 centimeters, but he can't move out of that Secret Lab chair. He can't outpower him. But once again, though, M5 is powered by Moonson. Presented to you by Qiddiya, our global presenting partner. Supported by ROG, our official gaming phone. Grab, our official super app partner. And Secret Lab, our official chair partner that is super reliable, as you can see. But up next, ladies and gentlemen, is the final match of the day between the hometown heroes, Blacklist International, and the champions of Turkey, Fire Flux Esports. You don't want to miss it. The action, the goodness. M5 will be right back after this break.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid that you will lose everything.
Ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I
we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Kidia's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing, bawing.
you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you can't with no cap. Ha! This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they're too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now. So are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the? Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. Yeah.
Way out to Rosa. The Metrify connects with the Purifiers there. Not enough once again. The new now Blast connects on a 2. But Alien connects on a 2 as well. That's the damage by Alien, by TNC.
You know, this is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been
Mexican standoff, right? Oh, that's a lot of damage coming off of TNC though.
I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out.
Nice,
and I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now. So are you ready for the comeback? Are you ready for the?
Fakat arka tarafta kalmak durumunda. Sunshine!
Parladı bir anda! Only one thing I gotta know now. So are you ready for the comeback? Yeah!
Watch Kyura, watch Carl TZ, look at the Lord, and that's Kyura stealing it away! They take down Benny as well, plus a massive
Doğusuyla batısıyla hep birlikte omuz omuza M5'e gidiyoruz. Daha önce denedik, tecrübe kazandık. Şimdi bu tecrübeleri kullanarak Cumhuriyetimizin 100. yılında tüm dünyaya Türkiye'nin gücünü gösterme vakti. O sene, bu sene.
You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they're too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure it out. Come back.
Hi, Monina. Alam kong nag-iisip ka ngayon if you're going to let go of your BPO work. You know what? Take the risk. Pumasok ka sa mundo ng esports and tanggapin mo yung hamon and opportunity na maging team manager. It's gonna be exciting and different. Iba to sa dati mong naging trabaho. Hindi siya mas madali because you're gonna be dealing with kids and people with different personalities. The workload is going to be overwhelming, kaya please, huwag mong akuin lahat. Madaming challenges, pero mas maraming taong nakapaligid sa'yo na tutulungan ka to overcome those challenges. Learn to delegate, work on your adaptability. Life is not a straight line. May magiging ups and downs talaga along the way. Don't be afraid to try and to speak up. Kung may mga ayaw makinig sa'yo, lakasan mo pa yung boses mo. As long as alam mong may sense yung sasabihin mo, go for it. More than a manager, be an ate. These kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, masakit din para sa'yo kapag natatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para samahan ng mga players mo, mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Monina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
Hi, Kel. Alam ko, tuwing tinatanong ka nila kung anong gusto mo maging, wala ka pang masabi kasi hindi mo pa naiisip yung mga ganun. Hindi mo pa alam kung anong pangarap mo. Pero huwag kang mag-alala kasi darating din yung laro na magbabago ng buhay mo. Matututo kang mag-Mobile Legends, gagaling kang mag-ML, at magiging passion mo to. Darating yung time na tatakas ka sa Tarlac pa Manila para lang masunod ang gusto mo. Magsasorry ka na lang pag nasa bootcamp ka na. Galingan mo lang dun kasi magpo-pro ka. Makakahanap ka ng team na alagaan ka. Oh, baka kala mo puro saya lang yun ha. Magkakamali ka, may issue ka, pero okay lang yun kasi doon ka matututo. Huwag ka matakot magkamali kasi kasama yung pagiging makulit mo sa journey mo towards World Championships. Lahat ng puyat, pagod at pag-argue mo hanggang makatulog. Magiging sulit yan. Magiging champion ka sa M3 at sobrang saya nun. Damin mo lang kasi bilog ang mundo. Pwedeng panalo ka ngayon, tapos talo ka na bukas. Pag dumating pala yung oras na parang nawawalan ka ng gana sa ML o sa buhay, huwag kang titigil. Pwede kang magpahinga, pero ipagpatuloy mo pa rin ang pagpitik. Huwag mo hayaan na may dumang araw na hindi ka pipindot. Kasi malaking bagay yun. Hanggat kaya mo pa, huwag mo sayangin yung panahon. Isa pa, huwag mong kalimutan maging mabuting teammate kasi hindi lang talent ang puhunan sa esports, kundi teamwork at respeto sa isa't isa. Maniwala ka man o hindi, yung ikaw na walang pangarap noon, ginagawa ang lahat ngayon para matupad ang pangarap ng iba. Ng mga teammates mo na sabik at deserving na makapag-world champion.
Jay, kamusta ka? Kamusta yung pagbebenta mo sa palengke ng prutas tsaka pagtatrabaho mo sa babuyan para makapagpa-load ka at makalaro ka ng ML? Kahit pa 2 oras yung biyahe papuntang Bagak para maghatid ng baboy sa palengke, hanga ako sa'yo kasi kaya mo magtiyaga. Huwag kang mag-alala, lahat ng sinakripisyo mo, magiging worth it. Dahil sa Mobile Legends, magbabago ang takbo ng buhay mo tsaka ng pamilya mo. Oo nga pala, huwag mo kalimutan magpasalamat sa ate mo kasi pinahiram ka niya ng cellphone para makalaro ka. Mag-thank you ka rin sa mga pinsan and kuya mo kasi sila yung mga unang nakasama mo magbatak sa ML. Darating din yung panahon na makakabawi ka rin sa kanila. Sa atin lang dahil gigil ka sa kaka-RG, magiging top 1 ka sa stars at diyan ka madidiscover ni Boss D. Simula dito, marirealize mo na iba pala ang pagiging pro sa pagiging RG boy. Na kailangan mo pala mag-isip at kailangan mong matuto sa mga macro plays. Diyan ka rin magiging content creator. Enjoy mo lang yung pag-vlog and pagko-content mo kasi yan yung makakatulong sa pamilya mo. May purpose lahat na nangyayari kaya huwag ka mawawalan ng pag-asa. Darating yung time na kakailanganin mong lumipat ng team para pagbigyan naman ng gusto mo at yun yung makapag-focus sa pagiging pro. Don't get me wrong magiging thankful pa rin tayo sa content creator na Renny J kasi dahil sa kanya may abilidad ka na para sundin yung puso mo. Since natulungan mo na yung family mo, pwede mo nang tuparin yung sarili mong pangarap. Dahil dito, marami kang may sasakripisyo. Vlogging, projects, oras sa pamilya. Pero huwag kang mag-alala. Worth it lahat yan. Kasi mas magbubunga yung hirap mo at magiging M5 representative kayo ng blacklist. Ito na yung chance mo para patunayan sa buong mundo na may bubuga ka. Yung respeto na hinahanap mo, makakamit mo yun. Dahil simula pa lang, alam mo na mas matimbang ang bagay na pinaghihirapan.
Carl, alam kong mabigat ang nararamdaman mo dahil nagka-injury ka. Gusto mo pa naman maging professional volleyball player. Pero, gusto ko lang malaman mo na ang mga pangarap ay nagbabago at lumalago. Hindi ka man nakapag-pro sa volleyball, magiging daan naman yan para mapadpad ka sa esports. Dahil sa support ni Mama at Lola, magiging player ka sa Mobile Legends. Mula rito, huwag kang matakot mag-risk sa mga bagay talagang gusto mo. Kahit na mukhang malabo, subukan mo pa rin. Hindi mo malalaman ang mga kaya mong gawin hanggat hindi ka umaakbang. Balang araw, mabibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na maging kasama ng Blacklist International sa SEA Games. Mai-intimidate ka sa una pero okay lang yan. Huwag mong baguhin kung sino ka. Oo, hindi ka man palaimik at madalas kang nabubuli dati dahil dito. Pero isang araw, makikita mo na ang pagiging soft-spoken mo pala yung kakailanganin ng magiging team mo. Huwag ka basta-basta sa suko. Ipagpatuloy mo lang ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag gusto mo talaga ang isang bagay at pinaghihirapan mo, makukuha mo yan. Maging positive ka lang. Kakailanganin yan na makakampi mo. Marami kayong pagdadaanan. Kapag mahirap at malabo na, maging liwanag ka. Tignan mo, yung dating injured girl na hindi pinalad maging pro sa volleyball, handa nang tumuntong sa M5 World Championship ngayon.
We're better than great. We're better than great. We're better than great. Nanditong mga bida, the kings and queen of MOBA, kasamang kabugera at 7,000 isla. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this crown sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay mahawi. Alab ng puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't ngayon di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman to makate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat to madali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta. Wala kang ligtas, talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawa sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan ng 1, 2, 3, dalawa kayo, ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami tong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng dipital.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting
make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, nah, nah, I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is over. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh yeah, making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
The Thorn Queen is about to establish a new legacy and disrupt the Hitman's mission. Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship Group Stage. Mirko here alongside
Gideon, Leo,
Mirko. And we'll be your casters for the final best-of-3 series of the group stage between the Codebreakers, Blacklist International, and the fiery Turkish champions, Fireflux Esports.
The M5 World Championship is powered by Monton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
Find the best M5 content on TikTok. Just search hashtag MLBB M5. Also remember to use the hashtag to share your content and get a chance to win rewards.
It's so easy, so simple, but what's not simple is the match that we have up ahead. Though Fireflux did struggle against RRQ Kira, they are still here as contenders against Blacklist International, and the establishing of the Thorn Queen's legacy. The return of Rosa after us missing his playstyle and MSC entirely not there with Fireflux. The return of the mid laner to the world stage, Rosa has definitely established how he's such a force to be reckoned with for Fireflux. With him, it feels complete.
Truly, honestly, it's a legacy that's being established in terms of flexibility, right? One of the few players who's willing to say, hey, you don't have to build the draft around me. You just need me to fill in the blanks.
Standing in Rosa's way, though, is, of course, none other than the hitman, Renegade Bacarse. He's stepped up for Blacklist International in the recent season and has definitely been a force to be reckoned with, an X factor in this newly recoded Blacklist's code. But it's not going to be easy. It's actually very difficult. Again, you don't get to do what Rosa and Fireflux have done in Turkey just like that.
especially now. The fact that they have a new systematic style and the fact that they're more determined than ever to beat Blacklist International, it's almost like ever since they met in the M4 group stages, their sole mission has been, we're going to try to take down this team, this org. We're going to try to break the code.
I mean, they've taken so much inspiration the last time we actually got to saw them previously, right? And now, even without the Queen herself actually being played on the stage, homage has been given, respect has been put on her name, and more importantly with Renegade, Hitman or Heel Man, it doesn't matter. The flexibility and the new dynamics added to the Blacklist roster, I think this is one of the few times where we're expecting Fireflux Esports to not only escalate, but evolve.
He's my man. There's nothing that this Blacklist International can't do without the help of Renegade. Renegade is at the forefront. Renegade is in the back, protecting Oheb, protecting UA. Renegade is in the sides, coming in, finding pickoffs. That's what the Thorn Queen should be looking out for. And luckily, they have a solid lineup to back that up. They have Apex 47. He's never appreciated enough. They have Sunshine. They have TNZ, going back to his actual name, previously known as Cura when we were in Phnom Penh. So definitely, this is not a one man, one queen kind of situation. These are just the forefront, the vanguards in this story we're trying to tell in this best of three.
Especially with Blacklist International, right? It's Renegade who's now basically stealing the show because of how consistent he has been, despite the fact that he has been role swapping from XP to the roam position, starting off not too well, but it just goes to show you the determination, the hunger is still there with the Hitman, and he's on a mission to bring back the crown for Blacklist International. For Rosa though, like you said, the throne can only belong to one.
How much further can they expand their kingdom? Fireflux has owned Turkey for the better part of the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Who else will step up? And how far can they take this, their dominance, outside of their country, outside of their region? Maybe they start here, maybe they start now.
The team names may have changed, but the players stay the same. Only in MSC do we see Fireflux with the absence of Rosa. Now that he's back on stage, RQ Akira. Let's take a look at that loss specifically because I find that very intriguing. RQ Akira were not able to beat anyone else except for Fireflux. What does this tell us?
Well, honestly, what it does tell us is, number one, just the fact that RQ Akira really didn't hit their stride at the right time. This is why the new format of M5, it's promoting consistency, which Fireflux has honestly achieved to a good amount. The question is, can you start pressing the height, the level of depth to the game, and more so have that explosive finish, especially against, well, I would consider a great way to have a litmus test, none other than Blacklist International.
If anything, in addition to this being a test of consistency across the board, not just in the current matchup, not just in the best of three, but also in your group, in your series of matches, this is also a test for Fireflux Esports' constitution. It was a media interview wherein they stated that, hey, that break, it actually shook us off. It took us off of the focus on going in as far as beating RQ Akira in the final game. And now here, against arguably their strongest enemy yet, they have to have that same focus regardless of what happens between each game in this series.
For both these teams, they got to go all out here, and that's why, right? I mean, personally, maybe for Blacklist, they might actually take it a bit of a... Can it swap first place and second?
Oh, I'm going to have to double check with you on that one because, again, this is about flow state more than anything else. Being able to tap into it when necessary, but not be pulled out of it.
Well, we'll see with the matching coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a full crowd in the building, and it's time to bring up the officials for this matchup. To officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our marshals making their way onto the stage. Give it up for them to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games, to provide us the fair play necessary. But it's time to bring up the teams competing for the top spot. It's time. Led by the Hitman, the Code Breakers, looking to cement their dominance and end their group stage campaign with no defeat on their names. Agents, it's your Blacklist International!
Look at these young men's faces. The youngest Blacklist International has ever been. When you're looking at average age, when you're looking at consistency, mechanical potential, the ceiling, it's not there.
And facing them is a Turkish delegate. Brick by brick, they're establishing an empire in the West. Looking at breaking the code, it's the fiery Fireflux Esports!
They competed in the M Series multiple times. They're looking for an identity of their own to break away from the inspiration which led them here in the first place. I'm excited to see this as they get into that flow state.
The edge of the spear for both teams. Strategically, we have their head coaches and their analysts to back them up in the draft and in the way they play. For Blacklist, it's Master the Basics with Dexstar. And for FF Fireflux, it's Bad Gal Seth and Sigma.
Again, these teams would not go as far as they have in their respective regions, in their respective campaigns, if not for the masterminds, the tacticians behind the scenes. And this young version of Blacks International would not be as good as they are if not for the guidance of Master the Basics and Dexstar. You're looking at Oheb, Sensui, Edward, Yue, and Renegade. A lot of these names, if they haven't yet achieved anything on any stage in this beloved esport, they're just about to. They're hitting their peak.
More so, I think that with this new lineup, and especially since they are uncapped because of their age, and more importantly so, their mechanical prowess, we are getting to see a new side of Blacklist International. One that not only takes space, but creates the plays to create that statement piece for their opponents.
Riskier, more bold as well. Up against Fireflux Esports, who kind of struggled with that kind of risky, aggressive play style. We're going to have to rely on Sunshine, TNZ, Alien, Rosa, and Apex 47 to have adjusted from their match, from their loss against RRQ Akira.
Yeah, and I think, you know, against their loss against RRQ Akira, and especially when they're up against Blacklist International, I don't know whether it's going to be another break that's going to really shake them up this time, but I think that especially for this Turkish squad, that flow state, and more importantly, that consistency, right? When do we see that explosiveness from them? When do they set themselves apart, especially when they're up against the Hitman?
What's more scary for me personally is the fact that they've been playing together for so long. Alien might be one of the more veteran players. He is attending his third straight M Series alongside Edward, Oheb, and Haji from the opposing camp. But just the same, the fact that they're so in sync when you see it on the map, in addition to their being aggressive, they just know what the other's thinking at every single point.
For a town prediction, it seems like we're all very, very, we're synchronized here. 2-0 for Blacklist International, knowing especially the loss against RRQ Akira. I think it definitely had changed some of their minds if we ever wanted to give it to Fireflux. But though, I do have a question before we get into the drafts, right? With the rise of a lot of teams out of nowhere, Deus Volt most notably, where do you put Fireflux Esports in your personal tier list? I personally put them in Dark Horse all the way from the start.
Dark Horse all the way from the start? Yeah. I mean, that's a bold statement because, again, I was expecting Fireflux Esports to actually do pretty well in their groups overall and being one of the second to actually make it out of their groups. Although RR Akira, to me, is closer to that Dark Horse because it's one of those teams that you're expecting to have high highs, but man, there are some low lows to some of these teams.
What are the tiers besides Dark Horse? How close can I get to S without it actually being S?
A+.
I'd put Dark... No, I put them at A+. They are at A+. I think they have what it takes. They are consistent, and it's just a matter of showing results on the global stage that really just changes that.
So it's an S-tier team against an A+ team. But that may change the A+ team with the pressure that they're feeling on stage. Home crowd advantage. You can hear the fans in the building. The agents have joined us today to see something.
Yeah.
To see a win.
They're more than waiting for a win, right? As we look at the audience prediction, the whole world is waiting for this win for Blacklist International. And you have to admit, looking at the groups in the previous games that they played, the polish, the level of killer instinct that they had. Thank God, yes, at least the Turkish are leading with their own brethren.
97% to the Philippines for Blacklist, and then 91% to Turkey. It seems like the rest of the world agrees to Blacklist International, knowing how consistent they've been. It is the safer choice.
Okay, it's one thing to say who we think will win, but it's no secret that even the agents themselves actually show some love. The Fireflux. Fireflux Esports has a certain play style, and even their personalities, their characters, in and outside of the game, remind them very much of their own team. So with that said, I'm here for more than just the points. I'm here for more than just the what the tournament spells out. I'm here for a show.
And we got to see that at M4, especially when they were also placed in the same group. They play very similar to each other back then. That was with V and Wise, right? If Blacklist back then had the Ube, Fireflux had the Turkish Delight. Now, the Blacklist have transformed. Well, Fireflux have transformed as well, and yes, you're right, man. The love given over, not just to Blacklist, but W crowd, W agents, to Rosa as well. You can definitely see the crowd go wild once again. Oh, man, I'm happy to be here. It's so cool, finally.
Man, a queen's a queen.
A queen's a queen.
Our subjects are definitely going to be extremely happy to see them all playing up on this stage. And by the way, it is a full house. We don't even get to show you the second part of the building that's also watching.
There's going to be a lot of crazy plays just based on the stakes right now and based on the people watching. You got to give them a show for both Blacklist and Fireflux. It all starts in the draft, and Utah will guide us into the draft of game number 1, flying to the top. It's time to be better than great with game number 1. It's Fireflux on the blue side, Blacklist on the red.
All right. Walk us through this, Leo, because again, I'm seeing immediate bans here. Wan, the Arla, and the Nolan, as well as the Joy. The meta has shifted from once it was in M3.
That's right. Very far off from when they first met. Even at M4, very, very different. Even from MSC earlier this year. But something to note, here and now, at least in the past 3 to 4 months, especially with Yue taking the anchor in mid, it's been a pattern that they always put him on a certain hero. We've seen him move from flavor to flavor. Valentina, Eve, Lilia, more recently, the latter. Now, it's good to see that Blacklist have all of those options open. They can choose one and anchor on that. Rosa's the opposite. Rosa can just play any of these heroes and succeed either way. So that's something that we have to note, especially going into the first 2-pick swing for Black Sun Red.
I think that's a fair argument here, and more importantly, so it does have its pros as well as cons, right? Some of these picks definitely are more bridgier than others to kind of support the rest of the composition in comparison to Yue, whereas like now, it is not only, hey, this helps out the comp, and more importantly, it counters the opponents, but this is a legitimate win condition.
Okay, and just like that, the Lilia, a hero instantly for Rosa. You can see the level of priority to get that mid lane control.
Coach Bad Gusef knows you not only allow Rosa to be comfortable, but you also take something away from Yue. So what's he to do here? Pick up the Valentina this early on? Likely, especially since Faramis is open too, so one or the other.
Faramis doesn't seem like a bad idea,
I think Faramis might be better here, considering there's a black shoes only to steal away.
Also true, but let's pair it up, right? Because again, it's interesting to see that Oheb sometimes doesn't get his pick in the early first phase, right? That's why we're seeing the Boxy here. And now, do we expect to see either Valentina or maybe even a Faramis show up for Yue, or are they just going to hold it off? Because again, they've already got the little, we can pick it later on.
Can go for the Bruno as well, but they go for the Faramis first here. Like we said, the Valentina really, it really comes down to what ultimates are there for you to steal. And right now, there's not too much of that on the table. And Fireflux might have just been trying to bait that out, right? Pick up the Valentina, will pick 0 big ultimates and try to poke you down before you can do anything.
But just the same, Sunshine's Claude is open.
Absolutely. It's a power pick for him. You can definitely go for it. It's a safe pick, and it's also a good pick away from Oheb. Though, we have seen a different side of Oheb in MPL in the Philippines Season 12. The fact that they're giving him more time to shine on the winning matchups, picking up heroes like the Bruno, like the Brody even, and playing through gold more than playing towards Edward.
They don't care, man. They don't care.
They really don't.
They are protecting the Claude in the sense that if Sunshine gets it, Oheb just goes Brody, and you get bullied instantly. Something else to know, where is the Bruno? Where is the Bruno?
I think that's the expectation for the side of Fireflux at the very least, right? Because you know, oh, you're going to clump up together. We already have a Lilia to kind of peel you away. But at the same time, you know what? If you are going to kind of stick together, let's punish you with the Tigreal and the Terizla. Blacklist International.
No.
The Hitman on a Diggy.
From Hitman to Healman to Eggman?
Eggman sounds good. We'll see if Eggman can make the Diggy work. We have seen the Diggy so far only on Sawo, and since then it's been a hot commodity here at M5. Well, I get it. It's a Tigreal. It's a Terizla. These are the two combinations that would destroy a team that's set. Take it away from them, and now what does Fireflux play with?
Fireflux does not have a gold laner, does not have a jungler. So these are all things that Master of the Basics has control over right now. He can start choking out either. And I'd say, attack the jungle. There it is, the Fanny, which could totally ruin Diggy's day. They're not going to allow that. I wouldn't be surprised if that last ban for MTB would also be a jungler.
Also be a jungler. I mean, keeping up with the overall trend, it looks to be, especially after looking at the first phase, obviously Gwen power picks, but then also Join as well, as not giving them any opportunities to actually play through the early game.
So far, 4 jungle bans, right? From the side of Blacklist International, so much emphasis on TNZ, because TNZ has been one of the pillars that we have seen from Fireflux Esports in their wins. It might be a 5 ban towards him. Full respect, like you mentioned, Leo, but it could also be finally some respect towards the gold lane,
because
right?
TNZ is indeed amazing. I don't think anyone gives him the same amount of respect as you should. So again, just cover your bases. Just one more gold laner. Give OEB the power pick on the swing back when you first pick on red. But yeah, no, just like Apex 47, I don't think we all give enough love to TNZ. If y'all remember, in MSC, he was the one who brought out the Aamon.
Exactly, and it worked. They got wins, solid ones. Hey, even in M4, he was able to pick off so many random picks. It looked random until TNZ played it on the world stage.
Over the likes of Echo. They won a game over Echo, man.
These are tough matchups regardless, right? But at the very least, ooh, smart coming in for the side of Fireflux. I was about to call, maybe they were considering some EXP matchups, especially if we're talking about quote-unquote Swiss Army knives, right? Benedetta fits that build. We're talking about other types. I don't think it's going to be as crazy as, well, like we saw before, Thamos, but we do see the lock-in of Brody.
Yep, the Brody pickup usually for Fireflux when they see this kind of composition. And MSC, they go for the Beatrix, and that's exactly what they go for here. With the Beatrix, it's safe, right? You go for the Claude, and it's tough. It's a fair miss and a Diggy. You have to chase them down. Meanwhile, Brody can just put stacks on you while backing up. So the Beatrix with the range, with the clear, especially against the Brody in lane.
What's the ND to play now? Doesn't have many of the good assassins in the game currently. Again, you're just looking at the Nolan and the Joy. But what's left open is the Fredrin. I don't think you want a Fredrin against this lineup. You're so vulnerable. You go utility. I think they can still go assassin. Something fighterish. Oh, Marquise is still open.
Marquise as well as Lancelot, even both.
Oh, Liam! This is an M4 throwback!
Every time, we said it, right? He's able to pick up random, looks random, but they play it to such a different level.
This is M4 all over again. About 11, 12 months ago.
Deja vu.
In the heart of Jakarta, in tennis indoor Sinai, and they did this. They did just this. Oh, and they closed up the draft with the Edith. All right, put it in the hands of a Bunjingjing. I love it. Wow.
I'm really liking it, especially in that second phase, right? Now we're having layers of depths where it's like, oh, we have a lot of CC, we have counter CC, and now we have a finisher, and now we have Peel for that finisher in case he gets too close.
And they both have, they have both flavors of damage, DOT and burst. So Fireflux playing with fire. I'm loving it. Blacks International though, we have to cover our bases. They have great vision. They have great range. The level of burst that they have works because they will more often than not see the opponent coming from a mile away, given Diggy's bombs and the way Sensui rotates around the map. So that's why their lineup is higher. But counter index wise, it's in the interaction. If Fireflux turns big.
So it's in the execution then, and we'll see exactly that as we dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, Blacklist International. For a full 3-0 perfect run in the group stages against Fireflux, who are looking for their second win in this stage. It's time for the two teams to collide.
We get into the Land of Dawn here. Fireflux on the blue side, going to be starting on their orange buff, compared to Blacklist International on the red side, starting on their purple. Now, a couple of things that we need to address here is, number one, the fact that the early game might not necessarily go in either side's favor, right? You would expect them to kind of mirror each other and smother as much as they can.
Yeah. There was an attempt. I saw they sent over Apex 47 to check in and see what shenanigans were afoot. But I guess that's okay because Fireflux is actually poised for that. They got a couple of Wilderness Blessings, so fast rotations from their mid lane duo. Blacks International, on the other hand, couple of tank emblem bearing heroes, and then a good amount of coverage and damage. Assassin emblem on the Brody, and magic emblem, mage emblem on the two from Black. I'm also liking the fact that we're rocking Purifies, especially on Rosa. So Rosa knows, the Thorn Queen knows that, hey, it's not just Oheb or Edward trying to find me. Even the pulse from you is going to matter.
You can even see the instant respect from both of the gold laners. For Brody, he knows it's going to be the leather jerkin or the leg plates built early, so go straight for the Fury Hammer into that Heptases. Meanwhile, for Sunshine, he didn't want to go fully for the leg plates. He needs that dagger as well to give him some amount of damage to actually clear the waves and last hit. Because Renegade, yeah, he's not letting Sunshine have a good lane.
Nope. We're waiting for it to hit critical mass, much like how Sawa did earlier in the groups. That is where Renegade wants to be. That is where Renegade wants to put Blacks International because... Oh no, Sunshine.
Oh, they want to completely push him off, right? Like, look at Oheb, he's getting to take these plates, and now Apex says hi just for a little while as they start making the drive away. But look, the rest of Fireflux Esports are sitting right on top of the neutral objective, and Blacklist International are more than happy to give this up, because at the end of the day, what are they really losing out here? Ooh, penalty zone doesn't connect just yet. Yue able to get away.
Yep. And it's just like we said before the drafts, right? How Blacklist International, this new lineup tends to play. They're definitely comfortable giving Oheb the strong matchup and playing instantly towards that side, removing any kind of pressure that they have on the other side. It doesn't matter. Even with Sensui, here, that's how they want to play. It's the ADP.
Yep, anti-disaster protocol. We'll give out the things that we can afford to lose and then give as much EXP and gold to where it matters. EXP to Sensui, more specifically, and Oheb the gold. Back to what I was saying. The way that they're playing actually slow is they're building on Yue, on Renegade, Renegade and Oheb. I'm not used to saying that. I'm not used to saying, let's put money on Renegade. But no, they need that. They need to give this Diggy items so that eventually it'll be awkward for TNZ to clean up. It'll be awkward for Rosa to even use Black Shoes because everywhere there's damage. Something to note as well. Before...
The first blood already falling into the hands of Fireflux, right? Sensui trying to go for the pinch, but it was too late as Yue taking way too much damage and even loses his flicker in the process.
So for Blacklist and for Fireflux, they actually have a little bit of a contradicting composition, because usually we see different levels of power spike happening at different times. Sensui's getting chunked here, and he's forced to burn out a Retribution to get out, getting that slow. Might actually give some pressure over to Fireflux to invade, but back to the point, we're seeing mid-game power spikes for both these teams now. So even if Blacklist played towards the Brody, yes, he is ahead by just a bit here. He has the Heptases and he will hit that power spike much faster. Leomord does the same thing.
Oh, Apex pushing out the purple, compromising the Sui's farm. And you're right, Mirko, on the dot. Early on, Fireflux can afford to be aggressive. Blacklist, not so much. But at some point in the mid-game, when they both hit their power spike, they will meet. And then whoever loses out the least is the one who comes out, and then it's a game of inches from there. Something to know, check out Apex 47, Rock and the Quantum Charge. He can use the movement speed boost to reposition for a better implosion.
Speaking of which, Edward comes in, but quickly attacked by the penalty zone. Time Journey is going to save them all. Now, are they going to disengage? No, the pullback by the implosion is going to be able to find 3, make it 4! Oh my goodness! What a play coming in from Fireflux Esports so early on!
The biggest play of M5 so far! That's 4 on the board! Apex 47, what did Leo tell you guys? Don't count this man out! The timing, the layering, the baiting of the time journey! Oh, it was perfect!
There it is, see? He used both the Quantum Charge repositioning plus the Flicker, all right? Wow. There it is. He used the Flicker to finesse into that spot. So he was using the Quantum Charge, moving. Wilderness Blessing, we're in the river. Pow! 4 men under. Doesn't matter if you had, keyword, had Time's Journey. He timed it out, and then the rest of Fireflux ruined Black.
I mean, Blacklist International, they're going to be writing that one down. They're like, okay, we got to watch our timings here, especially if we're playing around Apex 47, right? Because you would have imagined that Alien, oh, he's got the penalty zone, he jumps on in, forces out the ultimate. Blacklist International should have been totally okay.
They were not ready for that, man. That curveball, right? Because again, for maybe it comes down to muscle memory, and for most teams, wait a minute, Rosa just walks away. Sensui tried to predict the Black Shoes.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're going to punish him right here as Yue gets right on top of Rosa. quick Purify and Apex 47 to cover. He knows that Edward wants to go for it, but more importantly, he also knows that he doesn't have his Flicker.
All right, no Purify as well for Rosa now. But back to the point, right? For Blacklist, it just maybe feels unnatural. Usually, especially in this meta, you see the Terizla penalty zone. That's the initiation. You want to get out of that as fast as possible. That's why Renegade had to pop the time journey, but he completely forgot of Apex 47, who was playing it more like an assassin. He was hiding in the bushes.
Actually, it's kind of interesting. The more that I think about it, right, the more that teams, it's very clear that they are uncomfortable playing around the Tigreal because, again, it's so fresh into the meta. It's not like somebody is constantly playing every different type of variation of a roamer, but it's interesting to see that most people are like, okay, yes, muscle memory, but also how far do I have to stand back to not be included in the implosion?
I mean, the ult was reworked, right? It now has more than just the effective range of what it once did. It's instant. And again, for you to be able to reposition not only with your movement speed, not only with your flicker, but also with his kit. This is a disgusting kit that they put together, and one might wonder if it's the only thing they can do.
Here we go, penalty zone once again into the Nether Realm instantaneously. Everyone's trying to peel them off, but TNZ has already found the initial kill. Time Journey just was not enough to protect his entire team. They've committed way too much, and now the turtle falls into the hands of Fireflux Esports. I thought this game was a nothing game. They're not going to lose anything, but no, they're taking it as seriously as possible.
Okay, back to the question, right? Is this all this lineup can do? I'm close to thinking yes, because look, it's a one-track build. You have two frontliners with amazing CC and engage with the flickers, and then you have two different types of damage, burst and DOT. Both are capable of either. And then you have TNZ on the Leon Ward as cleanup. That's basically 1 + 1 = 2. Bob's your uncle. You're done. It's on like a bowl of neck bones. But the truth is, there's more layers to it. The fact that Fireflux Esports are able to do this on a very aggressive and consistent basis makes Blacklist International's job of coming back so much harder.
It's tough. Again, I think the 4 kills initially, it was an ADP all the way from the start, anti-disaster protocol. The fact that they lost 4 members, 3,000 gold lead instantly to Fireflux. That basically gave Fireflux more of a way to bait that time journey out. Hey, if it ain't CC, now we can just deal damage to you. You can keep that back all you want, but if you fall, if we take you down, it's not really going to be much of use, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, considering with the 5.7k goal lead that they have, and the fact that TNZ at level 13, 8 minutes into the game, this is pretty disgusting. They're eventually going to body Blacklist with just raw numbers.
This is where you want to be with this kind of lineup. Now talking about what possible weaknesses had, and I don't think weakness is the right term, I'd say windows of opportunity for your opponents to come back from, right? Number 1 is you wait for these CCs to come through. I think if you can times journey and then completely disengage, wait for the next time you can fight, then that's one way Blacklist can come back from. But another thing that they can do is counter blessings. Oheb hasn't died yet. At least you can say Oheb hasn't died yet, and the true comeback is maybe just about to come. But every time Blacklist loses a big fight like that, it just extends and extends and extends.
And that's the problem right now that I'm seeing for Blacklist, because for Fireflux, their mid-game power spike is in the hands of TNZ, so they're actually quite fine going into the later stage, because the main damage will be from Rosa, that we're already seeing damage from, Edward's forced to flicker out, and that's the set from them, gone.
Oh, the poor guy. The poor guy. Can't do much about that. And now Blacklist International, unfortunately, it's going to be a struggle to actually contest. Maybe Sensui can make something happen despite being 2 levels down onto TNZ. TNZ is going to achieve level 14 as they move in towards that purple side, chunking out Oheb as well as Renegade here. Rosa being an absolute nuisance, but now finally going to get punished. Edward takes him out. Here we go. He calls him Barbiel. Sensui's going to make it an effort to try. Retribution's going to be gone. TNZ gets it still. Sensui's trying to make his way out of there. They disengage. They got a kill, but they did not get the neutral.
Rosa for Lord. Who's it worth for there, Leo?
Extremely worth it. Fireflux just really... I don't think they needed to give Rosa, but they got what they wanted out of it. And also, this is just happenstance. Lord also put in a little bit of his CC. That's the perfect kind of CC and the right timing for Fireflux to have confirmed that Lord. But something else to note, now that we're looking at it and the way Fireflux is playing it, maybe Blacks International could have used one more Purify. Again, it's one thing to cry over spilled milk, but as it is, maybe Time's Journey isn't enough.
Yeah, I think they definitely thought it was going to be enough. But here lies the problem again for Blacklist. They were banking on the mid-game power spike. That's why they played onto Oheb so heavily in the start of the game. But now that we basically reached the point where Oheb should be hitting his critical mass, how does this comp scale towards a late game? They have a very good, diverse damage for physical and magic, but I would have to say that Fireflux, their late game composition seems a bit better. It seems like they will outscale Blacklist.
But the thing with the Fireflux is it's very committal. They have to say that it's for go time like this.
Yep, they've already committed the penalty zone and they punish Alien for jumping in with the help of the time journey. High ground defense successful for the side of Blacklist International, even after chunking out TNZ. You can see it was telegraphed in Blacklist. They caught it midair.
Now it gets scary for Fireflux, actually, inside of the base.
Yep.
Because that's when you can't really layer it as much. There's going to be more punishment with the turrets. And Alien, sure, good engage. He got the Brody. He got what he had to, the time journey, but no way Apex was going in there.
Yep, so there's one avenue of a comeback for Blacks International, for those of you all wondering, inside their base. But even then, that could be a preview of what Blacklist's game might look like, even outside. Because again, as early as 2 or 3 minutes, we already saw that Renegade needs farm. Renegade needs all the damage on these auto alarm bombs, and then only then can Blacks International actually force Fireflux to respect their times journey. Only then can they say, you know what? Maybe we can't just throw these ults out so easily.
Possibly. I mean, he's been technically, if we're talking about stacks, he's been reset twice, so back to square one in these stages of the game, but he's been farming up pretty quickly overall with these auto alarm bombs to get the initial vision. Speaking of which, Sensui, he's still sniffing it out, right? He's trying to figure out where exactly is Fireflux looking to position themselves.
I think the way that they play as well is quite interesting for Fireflux, because it's Apex who is almost very rarely opening up the map. He's not the one that has been given that task. It's actually been delegated over to Tianzi or even Alien.
Even Rosa.
Or even Rosa, yeah.
We saw how Rosa been doing that for, the better part of the 7 to 9 minute mark. That's why the Queen died.
Exactly, and because of that, it leaves Blacklist always questioning, where's this, good shot. Where's this Tigreal at? Sensui with a flank.
Oh, Phantom Sneak being called, forcing out the NetherRealm straight away from Blacklist International as a response to the potential killing power of TNZ. And now they're going to be starting this lore 13 minutes into the game. Blacklist International positioning themselves, trying to go for this initial engagement. And Rage is already out. Time Journey being called, followed up by Edwards. Good onwards. Finally, Renegade is able to secure the kill onto Alien despite the thorn. Oh, wait, hold on. Apex 47.
Apex.
He's in trouble. Time reversal's gonna get. Oh, he flickers backwards with the explosion again. 4. Oh, Hep takes him up with Sunshine. He eliminates Edward, and even with Quick Slide, Rosa able to take out Renegade. What a play!
Oh man, Fireflux Esports, it was a great play in the end. They were able to find that big pickup, but you could definitely see that even for Sunshine, he didn't have the right weapons. Now it's Yue who's flickering out.
Whoa.
Going in.
Okay, he's going a little too far here. Rosa trying to peel him away as Sensui gets off. Oh no, could not get away from the Thorn Queen, and she continues to expand her domain.
Onto Yue. There might be a kill again. Ooh.
No. Yue's got that movement. He's got that movement, right?
Rosa is just standing in front menacingly. 1v3.
This is so much confidence coming out from Rosa's side as the rest of the team will be taking away the Lord from Blacklist International.
Level 15 to level 12, Leo.
I wish my Lilia played like that. That is what? A marquee Lilia play here for the M5 group stage. But something to note, all right? Something to note. That's a fully built Lilia lacking just one item, just one more. And Rosa can play anything. Rosa can pick up anything, maybe one more defensive item, or nope. Forget about it. I'll just go all in damage.
I mean, might as well. This is the biggest lead we've seen against...
Is it going to Crystal?
I think it's going into the Crystal, possibly, right? Okay, it might change at the very end. You know, maybe. Who knows? It's just a component.
Hey, there's no success like excess Blood Wings. Oh! You just stay in front, chunk my shield off.
Wait a minute.
Sunshine is out of there. Phantom Steam being called as we do see the time journey being popped out as well as the NetherRealm. Looks like they're overcommitted on this. The Implosion is going to lock it down. Their boy, Agent Zero. He's got penalty zone on top of Oheb's side. He can't get out of there. And it looks like game one is just about done here for the side of Blacklist International as they look to put up a defense, but Sensui by himself with the help of Renegade and Yue, they don't have enough damage. They have no more answers. They're all low, but they can't seem to be finished off, but they open up the base and more importantly, looking for the crowd. Hold up! Oh, Yue getting close, but the Crystal breaks just before the finish.
Crisp, clean, and disciplined. Fireflux take game number 1 in an outstanding fashion. big plays left and right. Apex 47, we gotta give it to him. And Rosa, who was 1v3, 1v4. What the heck was that?
Thorn Queen is cold, and that's the total opposite of what Fire of Flux Esports showed us. They were white hot. They ended the game in a flash. They started in a sprint. They dropped into the Land of Dawn, about ready to draw blood, and it's amazing. No, the way that their lineup work, it's so simple in concept, but it takes so much to actually pull through, and they did just that.
I think they did more than just that. This is what I've been waiting for Fireflux to really have that big impact, that big play, that identity, and better yet, just to feel themselves, to know their own, to separate them from what used to be partially, oh, we're inspired for Blacklist, and now this is us.
They found a new identity, and man, it looks scarier than the Turkish Delight strategy we saw last year at M4. It goes to show you how much they have evolved. Even that Leo Mord pick, no other team has utilized the Leo Mord here at M5. And my goodness, it was deadly. That mid-game power spike hit, and it was all that mattered. Not even the Brody could level against the Leo Mord dive. Not even with the time journey, but your MVP brought to you by ROG is none other but the man who was face-checking 1v3, 1v4, Rosa. 100% kill participation, 1 death. That's it.
Let's explain the 1 death, right? Rosa was doing everything. Rosa was checking range. Rosa was dealing damage. Rosa was pushing back the rest of Blacks International when some of them were trying to contest for big objectives. And Rosa was actually body blocking. You don't rarely ever happens as a mid laner. But Rose Queen came in to serve. She came in to, you know what? Don't worry, I got it. And exactly that's what happened. And confirmed it was a Holy Crystal.
I mean, it's true. Truly a monarch in his own right. It's crazy, right? Sensui comes up, I'ma take it. Don't worry, everybody. You just take care of the Lord. I got everybody else. Because every single time you put damage into this player, every single time the Queen bites back harder.
I just really want to see this again, right? I mean, let's take a look at it again. Oh my goodness. The most satisfying engage.
It's just beautiful, right? And it happens multiple times throughout the match. I mean, Leo, you were saying you were hoping for a show between these two teams, and I can imagine that the agents, it doesn't matter if Blacklist drops this game, this is still a phenomenal show of strength.
That's right. No, in the highlights alone, you see that Apex 47 is getting the love he deserves. No one shows enough love for Apex 47. And Rosa, we missed Rosa at MSC, and this is the one. Oh, the flicker back into the 3-man implosion.
Into Rosa just running them down.
That's right. No, so that's the thing. What are these sets gonna do? What are these amazing TikTok level plays gonna do if no one's gonna take advantage of it, if no one's gonna lay down the damage? That's what Rosa did.
I very rarely see a 3,000 gold difference, a 4,000 gold difference between the mid laners, and even a 3-level difference. And that's what we got to see at one point of the game until Rosa hit 15 and is no longer able to get more levels. Because believe me, if we had more levels, I think we would have seen a level 17 Rosa.
Yeah, it's crazy to imagine that even though TNC was able to hit like level 15 relatively quick, Rosa was catching up just like literally a level behind, sometimes even half the EXP behind.
And that aggressive option to take, the emblem, Leo, that inspired turn, really, I mean, that was such a valuable emblem to go for, considering they got the snowball so early. That 4-man so early, spamming abilities on top of the passive that has just been readjusted to give him more cooldown.
Almost as good as an extra item. It's an extra actual item, the way that Rosa and the rest of Fireflux were playing with it. Now let's talk about Blacks International. Blacks International, conceptually, fundamentally, it's a lineup that works. But it took too much time. They needed to find a window wherein Fireflux Esports would have let them, would have slowed down, but Fireflux was just not going to do it. Wow. Everyone knew that they needed to go fast from Fireflux side, and for Blacklist, again, Sensui was overloaded. It's both ADP and damage control. I need to tank for my squad because Edward can't do it alone. We don't even have a real roamer. Our roamer is also a damage dealer. So that's why Sensui here is a sandbag, and he was balancing that and the fact that I need to put XP on me too.
I don't know if I don't know the stats like accurately, but I believe that has to be the highest average damage per minute ever recorded in a game so far in M5, right? 100,000 at 15. It was a 15-minute game.
It was perfect sets, perfect games, and even perfect numbers. 100K on the dot. Like, oh, could it not be any more perfect?
The 4-man ult to the 1v4 to the 100K on the dot. It seems like this game number 1, was set for them.
That's right. So now we're talking about ways for Blacklist to bounce back, right? I think it's less of what's wrong with the draft and more of how they approach this. They have to understand now, and that's the best thing about esports and the best thing about competition. You learn. It's a series. So game 2 here, Blacklist understands and Blacklist knows Fireflux is capable of doing this. This is something in the playbook for the Turkish champions. We have to play just as fast.
Well, just as fast, or maybe a way to approach it differently is just, again, we're seeing teams from every single group kind of commit a lot of their ultimates at the exact same time. And it comes down to efficiency per ability, or even per ultimate in this particular case.
Based on the pattern, I would say that Fireflux absolutely destroys systematic teams, right? The only team that they have dropped games against, that they have lost against, was RQ Akira when they transitioned from that systematic playstyle on the Minotaur towards a Cho and a Kaja. Make it messy, make it chaotic. And this Blacklist lineup, the new one, we've seen glimpses of that. We've seen that exactly in MPLP Season 12 with Renegade on those picks. The Kaja, make it messy, make it chaotic, and Sensui being the risky, retry 50-50er.
The risky, retry 50-50er. I like it.
There's
I like it a lot.
no other way to put it. He's one
true.
of the retry gods.
Yeah, he's one of the best, what we call retribution duelists. And we didn't get to see that because there was very little window. If he puts himself in that position, he will most likely die. That's what happened here. Again, 110,000 damage in an under 15, 16-minute game. It's just
lethal.
Not a position to flex those bits in. So at first, they have to, on a fundamental level, understand that we have to be as fast. We have to play toe-to-toe, because if we let Fireflux do this, they are likely to do this. So I'm suggesting game 2, stay red. Game 2, stay red. Change the direction completely.
Change the direction completely.
Change the yaw.
The yaw. I think I get it, right? I think I get it.
As a sailor.
As
from
a
starboard bow.
From a starboard bow. For those of you who don't understand boat terms here, the idea is going to be flipping it on its head, right? Because again, you're looking for ways to kind of slow down your opponents, and more so, there was just a lot of investment in towards Oheb's gold lane, whether it's from the mid lane, coming down and actually trying to push out Sunshine from underneath his turret. They're probably going to expand their horizons, right? Look to find different angles of approaching, because again, if they do the exact same thing, well, I'm expecting Sensui poorly enough, Tanzi, he's going to be taken away far from him.
Yeah, I mean, like, when we're talking about Blacklist International, sure, we have been saying big adjustment, maybe change of styles instantly, but knowing Blacklist, knowing the way that they've been playing for years now, they only make micro adjustments during a loss, and they will play and execute it much better in the next stage or the next game right now. And I think maybe that might be the change that they're looking for. No major changes, just a micro adjustment, whether it's a little bit in the draft or whether it's now, you know what, let's give every turtle, right? Especially when we're up against a Tigreal and a Terizla, it may be better to actually play for the Brody, because that was a viable game plan in the start. If they got that Brody rolling even harder, they might have been able to hold TNC's Leo Mord off.
I can hear it. I can hear Renegade just looking at Coach Master of the Base. He's like, give me a chance. Give me one more time to be the Eggman.
And if it is indeed the Eggman, I think the adjustments, the micro adjustments, will be in the bans. Yep. Or, you know what? Yeah, I think they can keep the first phase as is, and then change the bans.
They focused 4 bans on TNC. The man said, I'll play Leo Mord, man. And he popped off.
He popped off pretty hard.
Is this what you want? Is this what you want?
You don't want my Nolan? No? Okay. We got you. You don't want my Fanny? It's okay. It's okay.
Feels like there's no winning at that point, right? Yeah. So let's see whether they're going to make those micro adjustments or change the approach overall, right? Because again, I honestly really wasn't expecting Rosa to get away with that much, to be able to not only face check, but really kind of draw a line in the sand and say, this is my territory, you shall not pass.
That was crazy. That 1v3.
That was Darth Vader.
Oh man, from Star Trek. Love that movie.
Yeah, man. It's my favorite movie too. Starring some of my favorite actors as well.
Ryan Gosling?
Yeah. I'm about to hit somebody. I'm not gonna lie. I'm about. Every fiber in my body is in pain.
We all know it's Chris Evans.
Oh, get me off. Somebody help me. Oh, boy. As we get into the second draft, this is where it's going to get a little more exciting here, right? This is where we're expecting to see, well, I want to agree with you that they want to stay on the exact same side. I really do. I would like to see them actually go for the ego challenge, say, hey, you try that one more time, and this time we're going to change our approach to the game entirely rather than just the draft.
All right. So we have 3 possible outcomes.
Okay.
They stay red.
They stay red.
And they do micro adjustment.
Micro adjustment. Okay.
They stay red. And they turn it on its yaw.
Turn it on its yaw.
Right?
All right.
Then they go 180.
Okay.
And then the next one is they switch it up. They go blue. And they try to get a solid first pick and then go from there.
They just go yee out of there.
See, what's the solid first pick? Because for Fireflux, unlike many teams, they prioritize Lilia as the first pick.
That's
we
right.
haven't seen that. We haven't seen a Lilia first pick. Faramis, sure. Other mid laners, for sure. But the Lilia, it made so much sense in the end.
That's the thing. If Blacklist stays blue, or goes blue rather, they will also first pick the Lilia. Because they also like that on Yue.
True. I mean, yeah, we could definitely see that. I don't know, though. Will it be banned out? Does it fall according to the plan of Blacklist International with the composition? We'll have to see, honestly. And as to which side first, do we see Blacklist and Fireflux on? Will there be an adjustment based on these sides, or will Blacklist try to double down on red side as Yu Zhang takes us all the way to drafts of game number 2. Here it is, Blacklist still on red, and Lilia banned out.
You know what? We gotta get it. We got to follow the philosophies of master the basics. It's like, oh, Lilia was annoying. Let's just get rid of it, and I think we can just play the exact same comp again.
The shortest way from point A to point B. Just take it out.
Oh,
get
man.
Get him off the Lilia, all
Talk
right?
about a solution.
It really is.
Oh,
it really
Marky.
is. Hey, boys,
We'll see more of
boys. We gotta make sure that we're not overthinking these types of situations, right? That's what Coach Master the Basics as well as Dexter are in here for.
Where's Angela Band coming from?
That one seemed a little off. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, this is not where we saw game 1, because this Joy Band is on point. This Lilia makes sense coming in from game 1, but why the Angela?
We've seen a response to the Angela just recently in the previous match as well with the Lilia, because the Lilia kind of forces the Angela to go roam because there's no lane priority there. You just get shoved in, pinned down, and when you're an Angela mid with no ability to roam across the map, it's not really what you are looking for initially when you first pick that, or when you pick it.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment, but then we're losing the sense of roamers who can actually help out, especially those who take concussive blast to actually help out that mid lane to speed up that priority, speed up that clear, and then start moving together. I mean, if you're already going to take concussive blast and have that wilderness blessing, you might as well utilize it by pushing out that mid and having one extra person with you, right?
With the way that they've been playing, I feel like maybe the reason they go for such an early prior on the Lilia is because they want Rosa independently in the mid lane, just out trading, not just out farming and out clearing, because Apex 47 has been relegated to bottom side, to going to these side lanes to get pressure early on, which is quite odd, but hey, it worked.
Whoa. Speaking of which, Guinevere's open. Nolan is open.
Nolan?
Yeah, a lot of solid junglers.
Even the Mathilda.
That's right. This is uncharted territory. I'm not used to the draft being this open.
Yeah, extremely open, as a matter of fact. Too many options to actually be to decide where they want to go here. Let's see what Fireflux Esports want to go with, right? They're going to maximize this time because, again, their drafts start right at the very first pick, right? They already predetermine what exactly they want.
Guinevere.
Your team.
As easy as that, it's a good flex pick, and even if it doesn't get flex pick, it will do well in the jungle. Very, very versatile, durable, damage, all of that.
Okay, so do we get the... I'm scared for the Nolan. It's not as easy, man.
Sensui, though, on the Nolan, we've seen him do amazing things.
Because Alien has a phobias too.
Right.
He can. I know he can.
That is true. That is true. It is scary to pick up a Nolan knowing that the Phobius is up for grabs, but at this point I think it's better safe than sorry because the Guinevere can be flexed, and if you give Fireflux that opportunity to go for both these picks and then not go for Phobius later because it's not in your plan, oh, it could be devastating.
They'll just play better.
Yeah.
More so. As an assassin, you're going to have to find those holes. Let's see whether it's going to be enough, especially with Hilda on the table. Man, the commodities for Hilda these days. Things have changed.
Petri or Puri now?
Oh, boy, don't get
We
me
just saw it. We just saw it. You just saw it.
Don't get me started. Don't make production bring out the zip ties again.
Oh, okay. Okay, if you don't like the Petri Puri, we'll see the Revitalizer, right? There you go. That's the best you can get, Gideon.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Revitalize moves now.
Revitalize moves, you're right. It follows the Hilda back and forth out of the bush.
Wherever. Okay, so with that said, I'm liking it. Again, you don't have to be as, out there as a Phobius, because sometimes, again, if it's not in the cards, don't force it. The Hilda, though, I can get. You stop the time-traveling absentee father, and then you start bothering the rest of Blacklist. But I like this, though. This is solid. I like this. This is the Bruno. The Bruno. We've been looking for the Bruno from game one, and they're like, nope, we're going to go Diggy first, and then have Fireflux ban it out. Black is already looking better.
Lore-wise, I got to say, it's for the sake of the world, all right? He didn't just do that for nothing.
He did what he had to do.
He did what he had to do.
Layla turned out okay.
I mean, Bruno technically has been more of a father to Layla than an actual father. But, when we're getting too deep into the lore here, I feel like in situations like these, as we move on to the second phase of the bans, right, this is where things really started to shake up, right? I mean, in game number one, we were already like, oh my goodness, Fireflux has an insane overall draft, and then Blacklist really was being honest with it.
For honor!
Oh, there you go. I guess now, yeah, Fireflux are like, okay, I don't know if you've played this before, but we won't risk it. We know how much damage you can do to a comp like ours.
All right, thinking about it, Renegade, and what's been going on in the past few days of the group stage, it's not impossible. It's actually likely.
And it's very,
whoa.
Hey. Seems like it's not just the players who are getting it on, but the fans as well.
As we see the next one.
What is that dance called?
Yeah, what is that dance? I have been curious about it.
It's a new TikTok trend,
Oh, they're always on top of it, man. Filipinos are always on top of the next TikTok trend. More so,
H2 do that.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's been onto
it's
it.
My FYP.
So quick? Dang.
MPL Philippines is on it. They've been doing that to players all around.
I saw the Keyboy
Convention Center. Yeah.
The Keyboy one's pretty funny. Ixia and as well as the Minotaur going to be the follow-up bans after the Tigreal and as well as the Brody. We give first pick over to Blacklist International. What are you boys thinking here?
They need an XP laner. Yeah, I'm not so sure if the Benedetta's looking good again. How perfect timing. Agent Zero in the frame.
The Guinevere, it makes sense, right? That eye for an eye, the final blow as well. They might just go for it, but they go for the Tyroth instead. They say, you know what? We're going for it. Exactly what we said, or what we kind of predicted, right? They're going to turn it 180. They want to go for aggression.
Okay, is it because they foresee a utility jungler? No. Yeah, no, already there is a utility jungler, but we don't know who the XP laner is. They need a solid peel.
You know what I think
that's
right
what it
now?
is. That's why the Dyrot's here.
How crazy would it be if he goes for a Grok? We haven't seen it in a long time in XP, but right now, looking at Blacklist International, they get knocked up or they get CC'd by AoE, something, the Lapu fits in that criteria as well, goes through the Netherrealm quite easily with the Brave Spider too. So
yep, finds the Bruno.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of do this exact same thing, right? You're looking for that initial dive. You're looking for, AoE, multi-target CC, and damage, all built into one person. And I think at the very least, the matchup's not too bad. There we go! That's what we wanted to see, the Hitman back on the original.
Baka Renegade Cho. That's what it is. The kids know. And the kids at heart. But here's the thing. I'm loving the Dyroth, given that it is in Fireflux Esports' DNA. They are a turn-based team. They love drawing aggression. All right, psych, you're all dead. That's what the Dyroth stops. He's the ultimate anti-turn hero. I love it.
You shred. Once you shred, any frontliner, the Bruno just alone would deal damage. Bruno and Nolan, say goodbye to your front line.
And you set up the Abyssum Strike, instantly they disperse, instantly never mind.
I like this. I especially love it when they're giving some priority picks to, strong laners, especially on someone like Edward. I'm going to put it past him that he is looking to win this lane and win it hard.
What is it called? Baka Renegade Cho?
Yep.
Baka Renegade. What does that mean?
comes from Baka Renege To. It's something that he says, you know. It's like, oh, maybe it's Renege, you know what I mean? You just change the To with the Cho. It's funnier now that I explained it.
Maybe we will see Renege just do exactly that. Pop off on the Cho. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Blacklist has a chance to come back to equalize 1-1 to get us to game number 3. But for Fireflux, they're looking for a clean sweep. And now they're going to have to go up against a Nolan, Dyroth, and a Bruno. A whole lot of physical attack.
Yeah, Fireflux Esports starting on their orange buff. And I like the fact that at least for Blacklist International, you know, it's the micros that make all the importance. They pull Apex 47 underneath the turret. They started off, Blacklist, they started off on orange. Oh my god, dude.
It's a Purify Hilda.
He's gonna jump on you.
Gideon's not happy, but
he's gonna jump on you.
Look,
double boots too.
Look.
Shark will be happy.
Shark will be happy, and there is logic behind this one. It's not as crazy as the Petrify version of it, but at the very least, you know that Apex 47 is not going to be handing out freebies, charity kills over at the Blacklist International.
Something else to note. Alien on his Lapu is rocking Concussive Blast. So this just telegraphs one thing. He wants to get out of that lane as soon as possible. He knows that there's nothing that he can do if he stays with Edward.
You know what reminds me of the Concussive Blast Lapu?
What?
Victor, BTK, if you remember, just goes full tank on the Lapu.
Oh, he just does the same thing on the Cho too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Full tank on everything.
Yeah, that's right. In the XP.
So that may be what Fireflux are trying to do here. That's the main frontliner because they don't have the Hilda. Well, the Hilda technically acts more of like a distractor, more than a full frontliner.
A spoiler.
A spoiler.
A disruptor, some may even call it, right?
That's right.
With 7 seconds left on the clock, let's see whether the turtle is going to... Oh, interesting. So they're going to proxy this way pretty fast here to hit level 4 early on for both Rosa as well as Alien, right? And now, with that sword a priority and giving Apex 47 the mid-wave as well, they should be hitting all their timings. And Sui, patiently waiting. He sees Rosa, goes for it, attacks, gets back out, but now the Bravest Fire coming in from Alien. Slows Sui down, he dashes out of there just in time. This is going to be a no contest for the side of Blacklist International. Fireflux Esports secured the turtle.
Wow, this is the same tempo as game number 1. They forced a fracture early from Sensui, so they quell all potential for turns.
Speaking of turns, Edward ending up giving first blood over to the Thorn Queen himself. Wow.
So much CC.
Yeah, I really didn't think about it that way. And now Apex 47 wanting a little bit more. The Purify. Oh my goodness. One more auto attack could have done it. He tried to actually take the way of the dragon, and Purify in time to close the distance rather than Purify straight away and try to run at him.
Fireflux are a problem. They're a big one now to Blacklist. Game number 1 was not a fluke. I repeat, game number 1 was not a fluke.
Oh boy.
They're picking back up. This is the same momentum.
Yeah. And more importantly so, this is Fireflux Esports, right? I was asking, hey, can they reach higher heights? And they have answered me quite handedly.
This is incredible, man. For Fireflux to be able to perform like this on home soil of Blacklist International in front of a full crowd, they're brutal.
All right, a minute until the next turtle, so that should be enough time to breathe here. A minute for Blacks International actually to figure out, okay, are we really waiting for OHIP to be ready to fight? Are we waiting for that perfect wombo combo of the Shred plus the Worldy? Because I don't think Fireflux is going to allow that. They're going to start pulling the trigger on the Bravest Fighter first, like what they did there earlier. And now, what they're going to do is going to try to put Apex on either Sensui or Renege. That's all they want to do. They want to make sure that all of these engages are just free.
Sensui, he uses the ult to get on out of there, forcing out retributions from both sides. So much kill pressure here as Fireflux bullies him out of his own jungle. Mid prior being maintained by Blacklist International, but Apex 47 is not going to make Sensui's life easy.
The fact that TNZ actually held down on that Requiem, he held it down with killing intent, man. He wanted to get it as long as possible so that he could actually buy time for Apex to walk there. Unfortunately for him, the passive kind of ran out. Can't go for the Requiem knockup, and there's a dash for Sensui, but they're going for more now.
Yep, spatial migration already landing onto UA, but no full commitment here, especially without the Violent Requiem. I think at this point of time, right, for Blacklist International, they just need to take their time, right? This is not the timing that they're looking for, unfortunately, and unless they're able to get some kind of lane advantage, I don't see them ever walking up for these turtles.
And already, how far ahead Fireflux is. They took the turtle, they already went for the lane swap.
And this is what gives Fireflux so much safety. I would say, the Irithel. so safe. You can go with a heavy crossbow, even if you get CC Purify, you're already very mobile. And if Edward wants to jump like that, Sunshine will just say, nah, it's not happening, bro.
It's all good. It's not even because they knew Apex was there. Apex was drawing a perimeter, and as expected, he was either going to keep tabs on Sensui or Renegade. One or the other.
Oh, good kick coming in from the Hitman himself. Alien should be going down here, no problem. Here comes Rosa to try and save him, and honestly, not too bad. Really well played. And TNT looking to reply. And here we go. The NetherRealm has been called out. It's breaking both. Renegade has to flicker on out of there to save his life. Rosa has something to say about this. Oheb and UA, they back up. They got to give respect. This tier 1 might be under threat now.
Not just that, but the levels of Sensui is under threat. Look at Apex. All this time, well, we were seeing a clash. Apex has just been bullying Sensui in the mid lane, stopping him from farming, and now delaying an orange buff. Though it only is for a bit, this will stack up. The small victory. Oh, man. That was a bit too close.
It was close. Keep in mind that at least for Edward's side, he wants to be able to make sure that Sensui gets this purple buff, right? That's why he's sacrificing a little bit of the minions. Oh, TNZ almost landing it. Nicely played by Renegade.
Anti-CC. A lot of people forget about the Requiem's anti-CC, and Renegade wasn't really going to be able to find that pick. Look at how Fireflux are just utilizing the pressure they have. And Apex, he's chilling. He has a Purify. Even if he's going to be brought back, pops that in, gets out, gets through these bushes, turret up top with all the chaos, all the attention being brought to the bottom side.
Looking at the item game, you see your Oheb just a hair ahead of Sunshine. And down bottom, looks like Blacklist going to try to make a play. They know where Apex is, but again, it's never worth it if it's Apex, especially since he's playing so low to the ground, just all physical defense.
Let's not forget about that Purify here, is that tier 1 is broken. No matter how much CC, no matter how much you invest time into Apex, if he just slips away because you can't lock him down, it does get a bit frustrating.
Fireflux are doing it so well. They know, right? I mean, most people know Sensui is a red tree god, but if it's never a contest, if it's never truly a 50-50, it's 100-0 every single time. They know how to minimize the risk. There is no risk right now of taking any neutral objective.
And it's the same situation for Sensui, right? If you're waiting for that mid-game power spike for this assassin, you miss out on number 1, the early snowball, because you're not getting any turtles. Number 2 is, it'll come to a point that Fireflux are so ahead, they'll start taking Sensui's purple, and it's going to hurt more. It's going to be worse.
I think that's why they're trying to make sure that the structures, especially the mid-tier 1, stays alive, and maybe even bot-tier 1. But we look at the top side, Alien jumping on top of Oheb, flickering for the Raging Slash. Oh, not enough time as the NetherRealm comes out just in, and TNT wants Oheb. He knows that he's low. Use the Violent Requiem, still unable to take him out. We see Oheb finding the initial kill, getting a double at the same time. Good flicker, Sunshine on the bottom side. Good movement so far, making sure that Sensui doesn't get a freebie.
The first win in a while for Blacklist, and the crowd goes wild.
There's the one Achilles heel that this lineup from Fireflux has. 8 minutes in, the mid-game power spike for Blacklist has come in. And between Genzi, Apex, and Rosa, even Alien, count Alien in, the damage isn't as reliable.
Yeah.
They can't confirm kills as well, even if they can get in your face almost incessantly with impunity. There's just not enough finishing power.
Boy, I mean, with as much damage they have on the board, Blacklist International pull the lead, the gold lead back in towards their favor, and you can hear the crowd, right? Every move Blacklist is making, they are here to put on a show. Renegade, he's showman now.
He is showman. Agent Zero is back on track with the Filipino sniper on the Bruno as well. 2 kills in his hands, 1,000 gold lead between the 2 gold laners, and this should put him in a spot that is going to be very comfortable to carry the game in these team fights. Now all they need to kind of play around is, have safety, position in the back. Can he space properly, and can the team provide the right cover? Because damage-wise, I don't doubt them. They have a Tyroth, a Nolan, and a Bruno.
Yep, and I wish I could say the same about Fireflux, but yeah, already, not just if it's the 4 odd man kill squad. Even if Sunshine were there, I couldn't say it's as reliable as Sensui, Yue, and Oheb's damage source. Blacks International has that in spades compared to Fireflux. So yeah, if both teams say make it to the ultra late game, I still give the advantage to Blacklist.
Well, let's see whether they're even going to make it to that side, especially since Fireflux looking to reply. They want to make a statement here against Blacklist International. This board dance is going to start up as Renegade poking and prodding from different angles, giving some space, but Apex 47 quickly replying by taking the space back and revealing it. Sensui, he just can't get a break here. As Apex 47 continuing to be an absolute nuisance. Renjay, oh boy. Good flicker coming in from Rosa. A taunt back just to keep him in his place. This is going to be a no contest. Oh my god, Edward was so close. And now the spatial migration into the Violent Requiem. Netherrealm coming out in time. Worldy to shred them down. And Alien, he's hitting multiple targets, forcing OHEB to actually flip around. Apex is going to run him down with everything that he's got. He's going to be able to secure the kill as Alien takes out Edward. Oh my goodness. Rosa still the finisher at the end. 3 battle spells, 4 ultimates compared to 2 deaths, 5 ults, and 5 battle spells.
You see there the Blacklist International veterans, OHEB and Edward, M3 world champions, try to split up the battle. And that's what you do, especially when Fireflies are trying to run you down. But eventually, Fireflies made the right call. Fireflies still said, all right, let's send the 2 damage sources here and there. Alien, you do that. Sunshine, you're on this. Okay. It's Rosa who's gonna finish. And they eventually still found it, and that's why we're here now. That's why the map is all blue.
Man, I gotta say that was a very ambitious play that Edward went for, man. The Abyssum Strike Flicker. Against any other team, maybe he would have gone that, right? Because
Sneaky steal.
It looked like Fireflux had it 100%, and maybe TNZ would not have used their retreat, and if he didn't, that would have been lethal. That would have been the play to make for Blacklist's comeback. But in the end, it just placed the whole team in a spot where they had to try to rescue Edward. And the whole team paid for it. Very costly mistake in the end that could have been a good play back into the game. Now, that gold lead that Bruno had, 1,000, it's down to 600. And Sunshine is getting to a point where he can deal as much, if not more damage, considering Fireflux will have more cover, technically, with the offensive dive.
What I'm loving is Alien's build, man. This is what you do. You just build all defense plus the Fury Hammer. Essentially, it's what you do on most XP laners of the same kit, right? In addition to that, you also have Rosa, who is now just understanding the fact that, hey, sometimes I don't have enough damage, I need to go build up now. That's a 5-man kill squad.
Okay, the kill team decides to back off there. Kind of interesting to see them. Abort quickly, 55 more seconds. And if we're looking at damage dealt, 25,000 coming out of the side of OHEB, but overall, right, it feels like this back and forth between Fireflux Esports and Blacklist International is highly dependent on only a couple of factors, and I feel like they know how to break out that Netherrealm, first of all, but what are the other factors that they're looking for?
I think for now, it has to be why the damage hasn't really shown is because for Blacklist, OHEB's been hitting the frontliners. Meanwhile, for the rest of Fireflux, they've been targeting OHEB, right? Maybe they do less damage because OHEB has less HP, but their target acquisition has been perfect. Fireflux, the Apex Predator, just walks in, charges straight at OHEB, doesn't care who's in front, doesn't care who's coming to back him up. The Purify helps him do that for sure.
I mean, look at this position, right? The borders are being drawn from both sides. Fireflux wants the top side of the map, and we see trying to get on top of Sensui for the time being. Is there punish? No punish. Sensui continues to chase towards TNZ's side. It's not looking good here. TNZ, oh, hold on. Renegade gets the initial thing, but now the follow-up Amor takes care of TNZ with the Abyssal Strike. Wait, no, it's even better. They pull on backwards even further, and OHEB is able to heal for the time being. Alien has tried his best, and now all 5 of them make it out of there. Edward was able to actually pounce right on top of TNZ as he was trying to make it out with the second half of the spatial migration.
All right, so now it's come to a point where Blacks International are capable of overloading Apex. Apex was isolated, given that he was given the job to clear out possible hiding spots for Blacklist, because again, I think Fireflux Esports felt it. Yo, Blacklist is looking for a kill squad. Now, Apex
is in the middle of it. Now, Apex takes out OHEB and dives on double as well! Alien and Sunshine!
Sensui!
They are just chucking them out, and Sensui's the next to fall! They sniffed them out! They ripped them from the roots, and Renegay's on the run! Give it to him, man. I mean, Renegay ain't gonna let it happen just yet. Run his life for hire!
That was a 3v5! That wasn't supposed to happen! There was no way that could have happened. Blacklist lost the 3v5, and then later on, Rosa came in as the janitor, cleaning it up, finding a kill onto Sensui. What?
I'll take that trade any day, twice, with my eyes closed. Apex 47 for OHEB and Sensui on the clapback. OHEB for Apex, I would have done that. No question, but the fact that it converted into a Lord, it turned into a disaster for Blacklist. Fireflux Esports, what are you on?
That was beautiful. That symphony of skills instantly, and Apex's calculation. He knows, I'm going to sacrifice my life. You can't lock me down. You can't burst me down fast enough.
He's not appreciated enough. Apex 47, amazing. It's calculated aggression. He sacrificed himself for the right cause, and now they're going in. They're going to penetrate at least one inhibitor.
Violence plus science. It's crazy, right? And now the inhibitor mid already destroyed. Topside gets cleared by Blacklist International as the second wave now approaches. And this is where it gets dangerous. Blacklist, they don't want to lose like this. Not like this, not just yet, especially with the 6K gold lead against Fireflux Esports. They have time to buy. Second wave gonna crash. Bot side gonna get cleared first. Gonna get contested though. Oh, Renegade makes the play. Kicks Alien back to the team. NetherRealm is going to look to save with the help of Rosa. The rest of the team is gonna pop their own NetherRealm themselves. They're trying to hold on for as long as possible, but Yue, he's focused on the wave. He's focused on getting all of them. Shadow Stampede doesn't get the initial pull. They're back. And now with the Purify, thank God, he's still alive and holds on. The high ground defense is looking good, but Fireflux Rosa tries to get the Terrify, not on enough people. Edward himself jumps into the middle of the fight. Offers straight good, but Apex 27 tanks it up just in time. Since he tries, he goes on to Renegade. Random Nature buying just enough time. The stun is good, and now this is where they call it off. They have to. No, Edward. He gives on over the kill to Oheb.
Well played by both these teams. Fireflux get 3 base turrets, but Blacklist get a hit back in the game. Plays after plays from Renegade, from Yue, barely staying alive, literally just barely threading the needle, the line, and now they're looking to mount up a comeback. Little by little, slowly but surely, it's a turret in the mid lane falling down.
There must have been a voice in Fireflux Esports collective heads. 5 voices and all 5 players that saying, hey, maybe this is endable if you can force it. But just the same, it might have been the same calculation for Apex sacrificing himself. Violence plus science, it just wasn't going to work, especially since we're still looking at a big objective, that base. So with that said, Blacks International now, by shutting down Rosa, actually have a window of opportunity. They can now put a little bit more farm, not on Oheb, but on Yue. It's Yue who actually needs to build up. I think if they're able to find a way to bait Fireflux Esports into an engage where they're all clumped up and Yue is able to Ghost Bursters the hell out of them, then maybe Blacks can turn this around.
You're right, his damage is relevant. Now the only way that if they're going to bait it out is go into psychological warfare, right? I'm expecting all the recalls coming out from everybody. TNZ gonna get on out of it. Oh, Renegade tries to get him with the third hit, and G could know, but that's his flicker gone. Big resource done for. Fireflux, let's look at the housekeeping. Bot side's already pushing in favor of Fireflux. Top side in favor of Blacklist International. Mid is going to get cleared up, but Tansy finds the initial spatial migration, hitting only one. Oheb flickers out of there as NetherRealm saves his life. Renegade makes the play, but it's too late. Oheb takes out Alien. On the other hand, Immortality for the side of Renegade. Yue dancing around as much as he can, but Sunshine is already with the crossbow. It's looking good. And now Apex, he doesn't want to finish it up, but it's Rosa again, flickering forward, taking out Oheb. It's Tsui finds TNT. Abyssal Strike from Edward. It doesn't matter though. Sunshine, so healthy, so strong. Punishing Blacklist finally to close this out. No, it can't be. Tsui doesn't get it on the Apex 27. 2 members left, 2 agents to hold strong. Immortality from Rosa. They want the crystal to break. You can hear the crowd going. He gets Sunshine. They defend! Listen to that crowd! The rumbling is here! Blacklist International, hold on!
The defense happens! Blacklist International, they're able to hold on with Sensui and Yue making a miracle play inside of the base. Now, the gold lead is irrelevant. Everything that has led up to this point is irrelevant. Only mistakes, only errors, and big plays left to make. And Blacklist, they're looking to blitz the Lord.
In an uncanny and uncommon sight of communications breakdown, Fireflux Esports, it looked like they were all on different pages. Kenzie looking for the steal.
He wants to go for the steal. He's going to use the violent record. He's getting lost. So he gets it! And he gets the walk away! Edward secures the kill onto TNC. No immortality, even with no inhibitors. The timing perfectly done.
We give a chance for Sensui to finally contest, and he wins it. He should win it.
This is not how Fireflux Esports has been playing for a majority of Game 1, nor so far the run of Game 2. For some reason, they're all starting to think on their own. They're all very individually centric. And now Blacks International showing them how a team plays. They're on the board. Blacks International owning it.
They're on the map, not just on the board. 1v1 up top.
Oh no. Oh, they're basing. They're gone. They're moving away. They're just dancing around. Apex 47 should be able to hold on for as long as possible, but Sensui continuing to decide, do I go back? Do I not go back? Is he still chasing me? Is he not? And both sides decide to recall, but Blacklist have cracked open the tier 1, getting a really good slow push on both top and bot side, just to set up for Sensui to rejoin the groups.
I think the term is called sandbagging. They're sandbagging that wave, and the rest of Blacklist will crash in with it.
No Sensui though, he's in the mid lane.
Renegade, he's looking for it. I see that flicker. It's up and available. He wants it, but he wants it bad. Who's the target? Spatial migration coming out, but no Violent Red committed. Netherrealm already coming out from the side of Yue. This is not too bad. Fireflux Esports, they lose 2 inhibitors, but I think Blacklist and International understand that our biggest, most important ultimate is out. We back away.
That's a respectable but non-lethal amount of damage that Blacklist has done to Fireflux Esports. Could have been so much worse. Could have been an end, actually.
It's a shot to the gut.
Liver punch almost sometimes.
That's right.
It really keeps you in this moment, right?
Took you down, almost found the Kimura, but you slip off.
That's it. But honestly, I could not have put it in any better words here. But that's the thing, right? Each and every time, it's on a fine balance, a linchpin even. If Oheb is gone, if the Netherrealm is down, that's when you really have to start considering your options. That's why that final base defense coming up for Blacklist International by Sensui, after all that harassment, I feel like it's personal between him and Apex 47 right now.
It has to be. The man's been following him all throughout the game.
As soon as he picked Hilda, it started that way.
It was personal right after that pick. Even more so after the Purify revealed to the rest of the team. Even for Gideon, that's personal, man.
Hey, man, that's some old wounds already. You're going to keep on moving forward. Dust yourself up. I'm following the Chili's list of things to do when you're sad. But 20 seconds left on the clock for that Lord to spawn, and you can see just the footsies coming out from both sides, right? Looking for somebody to whiff, and then looking for the whiff punish immediately after.
It comes down to the small wins they can look for around the map here, Leo, right? I mean, it comes down to wave manipulation at this point. The forced errors are the way to victory for both these teams, and Blacklist will have a tougher road because they didn't crack all base turrets, only 2.
But at least what Blacklist can hope for is the fact that long lane isn't that lane that they didn't crack yet. Sensui's in trouble. Oh,
just Rosa.
Oh my God, man. And people are wondering, like, hey, man, getting the Necklace of Durance early on, especially when you have heroes that actually heal, but people still tend to forget about the scaling when you do actually have the Clock of Destinies. Whoa. What a position we're currently in, right? Blacklist International covering 2 fronts right now, not taking any aggressive routes, and Tianzi on the opposite side of the river in the bush.
Slow push up top, and Fireflux are looking to finally converge around the turret. The Lord.
All right, it's getting low. Oh no, that's spatial migration already out. Renegade's looking for the initial kick and he finds it. They're looking to burst it down. Tianzi still gets the Lord. Now the realm to keep them alive. Oheb is still in trouble as Alien comes in with a raging slash. Alien takes him out. It's only a Fury Hammer, man. Sunshine is able to take out Edward in response. Renegade loses his immortality, flickers out of there. Conceal to continue the chase. The end game boss music is playing, and Rosa says, hello, it's me, the Thorn Queen!
Here for a win, Fireflux with waves, Rosa!
Try it again, Sensui, he's going for another reset, he needs the energy, they're looking for the crystal, they're looking for the end, they're looking to make the statement! There we go! GG, well played! 2-0 for the side of Fireflux Esports!
It couldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened, but it has happened. Fireflux are the real dark horse. Scratch it. They're real contenders of M5.
They turned our expectations upside down. EVM Convention Center left in awe. What just happened? We expected a show, but not for Fireflux Esports to show up on this World Championship squad.
Phenomenal plays from everyone. Apex 47, Rosa, we said underrated. Tianzi has to be the standout for me. The retry win in the end. All the spatial migrations. Manjin, take it away.
Congratulations to the Turkish Delight Fireflux! Give them a round of applause. Congratulations, guys. With that victory, it is confirmed. It is confirmed. You are now top 1 in your groups. Number 1 in Group B, right? In Group B. Number 1 in Group B. There was a crucial Lord steal on that final play. I want to ask TNZ. And am I saying that right? TNZ? You stole one. You stole one. What happened there? What was the plan? Okay.
Diyor ki son fight'ta Lord'u çaldın. Bunun hakkında ne düşünüyorsun?
Yani iyi hesapladım diyebilirim.
He calculated it.
Calculated. Okay. All right. All right. Sorry, what? What did you say? What did you say?
And nothing, he's just joking.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right. I remember game number 1. It was so intense also. Apex 47, he managed to do a 3 to 4 man implosion. Right? You remember that? What was going through your mind? What was going through your mind when he did that?
İlk gün 3'e 4 fight kazandınız diyor. Apex bu konuda çok önderlik etti diyor. İlk günler çok iyiydiniz diyor. Bunun hakkında ne düşünüyorsunuz diyor.
Buraya ilk geldiğimizde SMG bizim için en önemli maçlardan biriydi aslında. O maçı kazandıktan sonra bir rahatlık geldi ama RRQ'ya karşı çok iyi oynayamadık. Draftımızda biraz problem vardı. Onları düzeltip Blacklist'e karşı çok iyi geldik. Blacklist'i tebrik ediyorum. Bugün iyi iş çıkardılar ama biz onlardan daha iyi iş çıkardık.
Son ne dedim Blacklist'te?
So the match with SMG was very crucial and important for us. We got mentally better after winning that. Against RRQ we made some mistakes, especially in draft phase. And regarding the Blacklist, thank you for the games. They were great in the game and we had fun playing against them.
All right. All right. Now let's talk to the MVP, of course, of game number 1. Let me call out Rosa. Rosa, how does it feel that you're getting a lot of support, especially from the Filipino fans?
Anladın mı ne dediklerini? Diyor ki Filipin'de bu kadar çok fanın olması hakkında ne düşünüyorsun Rosa?
Yani bu kadar fazla kesinlikle beklemiyordum. Hepinizi çok seviyorum gerçekten. Bu kadar destek bana bile çok fazla. Yani ben bile heyecandan konuşamıyorum yani.
I didn't expect that much support, to be honest, but once I saw it, I just want to thank you. That's incredible and that's absolutely insane feeling.
Wow. Wow. All right. All right. Thank you so much, Rosa. You guys are officially part of the knockout stages. The question is, who do you want to face? Or is there any specific player that you want to go against?
Hangi takımla yüzleşmek istiyorsunuz ya da spesifik bir oyuncu var mı? Deus Vult.
Deus Vult. All right. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, number 1 in Group B, Fireflux. Go ahead and take your bow. Congratulations, you can now exit the stage and take your walk to victory. Thank you so much. The Turkish Delight won over the Ubestrat. Rosa got a lot of support from the Filipinos. And of course, they are ready for the knockout stages. Let's hand it over once again to analyze the game. Shoutcasters, take it away.
There could be only really one way to end the group stages with a massive bang, and we have done it. My goodness, maybe not what we expected, maybe a different kind of bang, but hey, it only adds to the spice that is the M5 World Championship. And I can't wait for the knockouts, bro.
I'm telling you, this was an epic battle here. And throughout the entire group stage,
it was a mythic battle, bro.
It was a mythic battle. What we like to call a mukbang, if someone would like to really get into details and to not make the imagination drift off too far. But man, let's have a look at this MVP here. I'm pretty sure you're going to be happy with this one, Leo. MVP brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Please tell me it's who I think it is. Yeah, there we go! Rosa, once again, the Thorn Queen!
Back-to-back MVP performances.
That's crazy.
By Rosa. As some would say in some parts of the world, loco.
This is loco.
This is loco del Reina.
And it's not the goofy, zany type, man. It's loco.
No, it's insane. And again, there were moments here in the highlights that you will see exactly what I'm talking about. Penetration emblem, and then the damage that Rosa's bringing out from the early, mid to late, especially in the ultra late we got there. Rosa was bursting down even solid backliners and frontliners from Blacklist. It was so hard to play your strat when Rosa finds the angle.
And it comes down to the calculation. It was crisp clean almost every single time, aside from the misplay. Because even here, 3v5 in the choke point, they knew when it comes to AoE damage, they would win. They had the lead. And all around the map, really, we could see how disciplined Fireflux were in the approaches to these skirmishes, how well-positioned Rosa and Sunshine were. They were untouched. And then the execution, the timing to flicker forward, to make the winner plays. And we'll definitely get to see it here. Abyssal Strike dodged.
Oh, just great movements all across the board, man. I mean, you have to be impressed. It's hard not to fall in love with this team after, years of just taking inspiration now, really finding their own. I think this answers the question that I've been waiting for the most. They have their own identity, and more importantly so, the chemistry, the years of veterancy really compounding in interest.
Now watching the highlights and looking back, putting it into context, Rosa getting 2 back-to-back MVP nods. It's been a while since we've actually seen an assassin-like mid laner, and I miss this. I miss this kind of mid laner, and she's just able to demand attention and command their team on forward to a 0-2, a sweeping victory against one of, if not the Philippines, but the world's most renowned teams.
It's one of those things where you're like, yes, you're allowed to make a play, but you saw how there are pros and cons with it, especially during the overheat to the end. The flicker coming in from Rosa to try to get the initial Terrify on some of the squishier targets, but as soon as that whiffs, then the clapback. But that's still, most people would be heartbroken by it. Most people would be staggered by it, but not Rosa. Rosa tried again.
Okay, the emblems from both Rosa and Alien, the two, I'd say, tips of the spears, right? The rupture, that's what allowed for them to go fast in the early to mid, and then eventually recover into the late once they figured out Blacklist angles of approach. I love it. Watch out for Rosa and Alien whenever you face them in the knockouts.
With the base physical penetration, it basically meant that for the physical damage and especially the magic damage in the later stage for Rosa, it was practically true damage, right? Blacklist didn't have a lot of frontliners, so for the backline members who didn't have a lot of magic defense, oh man, you definitely now understand where that damage was coming from.
One might argue Blacklist actually has no frontliners.
Exactly.
Zero peel.
The Cho is the only one, but he's more of an initiator, more of a pickoff, and a sacrificial lamb when it comes down to the engages. And this very, very risky draft that they went for, the 180 completely from game number 1, didn't pay off. It was Fireflux who took control of the game, though they did have a few stumbles. They came back, and it only just gave us more moments where we were impressed by them, right? If you win in a snowball way, cool. But if you win back and forth, it shows the mentality, the championship potential that they have.
And that's what I'm saying. It's more impressive that there were moments and episodes of miscommunication.
Because it shows the improv,
yes,
adaptations.
And then you see it clearly. All right, they fixed their act, they got back in sync, and that was right before their opponents could respond.
It's something that you usually see from Filipino teams, and you're seeing it now from Fireflux, how this region, how this team has developed and grown through the course of a year.
it's shocking. It really is shocking. And more importantly so, it really begs the question. This is a legitimate argument now that maybe it's not just supremacy anymore. The rest of the world is catching up, and they're catching up fast. And at this point, are they on par?
Remember, who are they most excited to face off against? He didn't mention a single Southeast Asian team. No, it's Deus Volt.
And that's what I'm excited for. Not a single Deus Volt game I casted in the groups. Not a single Geek Fam game I've casted in the groups. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. But looking forward, I now have to, all of us, we now have to reconsider the way we understand the scales of power, the echelons of competition here in M5, especially as we go into the knockout stage, because who knows what day one of knockouts is going to look like? Who knows who will face off against Fireflux as we all go into the knockouts where all teams have 2 lives?
Can you imagine a world where it's not just about Southeast Asia anymore? It's not about the Indonesians, not the Philippines. It's not going to be 2 of the same countries battling out against each other in the grand finals no longer. We might actually have a brand new competitor making it to the grand finals, potentially for the very first time.
And I've been looking forward to a new champion ever since, what? It's been a while now that I've said we want a new champion wherever it's from, right? Even if it's still coming from Southeast Asia, Philippines, Indo, we want to see a new side. Malaysia, the Burmese maybe, but maybe it might just come from the West.
Gentlemen, quick history recap. The only time it wasn't a nation versus nation or, you know, same country fighting in the grand finals was in M2. Look back at that. That's a fact. So now, looking at M5, with how spicy and how competitive all of these teams are from all over the world, we're about to make history.
I'm excited to what the future has to offer, definitely here. But for the final time in the group stages, let's take a look at the official standings after every single one of the matches. Group A is going to be on. I can see you soon. Group B, there it is. Blacklist International, 2nd seed coming in from Group B, a sight that is very rare.
Extremely rare. It's mind-boggling even. But then we look over to Group C, AP Brand, and as well as Burmese Ghouls for the 2nd seed, and Group D, Geek Fam, and as well as Devu. But we have to say goodbye to so many other competitors. Triple Esports, BTR Suns, Team Flash, Lil Guns, SMG, RRQ, Akira, TOB, as well as the Homeboys. Boy, this has been brutal.
That's one way to put how the group stage has been. I did not expect for it to hurt as much, but just the same, I'm thankful that we went through it, because if you'll see, points-wise, series-wise, match-wise, even those that could not really affect the way teams could qualify, it was all still worth watching.
Just put it this way, right? This is a very rare sight to see, not just Blacklist in 2nd, but the fact that only one team had 0 points. Everyone was competitive till the very end. Most games went 3 games. It was strange to see a clean sweep. And we got it as the final match. The one that we didn't predict. 2 O's across the board for all of us. Remember, for Blacklist. How crazy is that? Our world's shifting, turning.
History is changing, and it's changing too fast. I don't know if I'm ready for it, Leo.
I want to be ready.
We can only, once again, expect and try to predict what's going to happen next. But I'm excited for, again, what the knockout stage has. If there are already surprises, this many in the group stages, the quote-unquote predictable stage of the tournament in the knockouts, we need to see even more. But that's 4 amazing series. That's 6 amazing days of the group stages. The M5 World Championship is powered to you by Moonson, presented by Qiddiya, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Now to close out the show for you guys, Manjin, take it away.
Electric, poetic, historic, bombastic, world-class, and a lot more superlative positive words. Those words describe, perfectly sums up the 6 days of the group stages that happened here in the M5 World Championship. To sum it all up, Triple Esports won up against Bigatron Sons. AP Bren dominated Team Lil Gun. The Ohio Brothers took down the Homeboys. And then the Turkish Delight, Fireflux, defeated Blacklist International. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I said this earlier, tonight we cement the top 8 best teams in MLBB. To sum it all up, we have Indonesia's Onyx, Cambodia's See You Soon for Group A. And then from Group B, you have Fireflux Esports and Blacklist International. Group C, AP Bren and Burmese Ghouls. And then finally, Geek Fam and Deus Volt. It's been a pleasure and an honor to host the final 3 days of the group stages. I am running out of English and I know it's getting late, but don't forget to be better than great. See you all in the knockout stages. Good night!
If we stand tall
like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, nah, nah, I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game? Shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. It's real that I love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our burden, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our burden, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, nah, nah, I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms.